Chapter 1 Awakening Master Toxic Revival. Uzumaki Naruto, a young blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy of 6 years old, was walking to his first day of school at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto was wearing his new ninja outfit given to him by his Jiji, also known as the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His awesome ninja clothes, as he called them, consisted of a short-sleeved mesh undershirt, a dark burnt orange long-sleeved overshirt, black ninja pants with a kunai holster strapped to his right thigh, and dark blue ninja sandals. Along with several of the same outfit, Hiruzen had also given Naruto a belt that had several small storage pouches sewn into it to carry various ninja tools and supplies. As Naruto ran around him, Hiruzen couldn't help but smile fondly at the child's antics. And then I'm gonna be the best in taijutsu and ninjutsu and weapons and all the other awesome ninja things, GG. Naruto exclaimed as he ran a few feet ahead of the Hokage. I'm sure you will be, Naruto. I'm sure you will be. Hiruzen chuckled as the boy had been proclaiming such things since he'd picked him up from his apartment that morning. Now you may be wondering why such a young child was living on his own at the tender age of 6. You see, on the night Naruto was born, the Kyubi no Yuko, the greatest of the Bijou, suddenly attacked Konoha without warning. It appeared so suddenly that no proper defense could be raised and no ways to defeat it could be found. As the ninja of Konoha raced to defend their home against the beast, the Sandaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was welcoming his newborn son into the world. Sadly for the proud father, his wife, Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina, hadn't been able to survive the birthing of her son, with the malicious chakra and unending killing intent of the Kyubi pressing down on all of Konoha. With no other alternative left, the Sandaime resorted to his only solution. He sealed the beast into his own son at the cost of his life. Mere hours after he had been born, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto had been left alone in this world. The Yandaime's final wish was for the whole of Konoha to view his son as the hero that kept them safe from the beast. However, human emotions often get the better of people, and this case was no exception. Once the newly reinstated Sandaime Hokage had revealed Naruto's status as the beast's living prison, the villagers, with their losses and undirected anger, chose baby Naruto as the target of their rage. So great was the villagers' outcry that the Sandaime passed a law stating that any person who spoke of Naruto's burden to anyone who did not already know would be executed for treason against Konoha. So it came to be that Naruto, the only child of the Sandaime Hokage, was raised alone and secluded by Sarutobi's most trusted maternal caregivers. The boy grew up being cared for by both retired and active kunoichi and shinobi. So it came as no small surprise to Hiruzen that the boy had wanted to join the village's military shinobi force. So the Hokage had enrolled the boy, despite some protests from the civilian representatives on the council and a small number of his own shinobi force, into the academy when Naruto had reached the age of 6. As they both walked towards the academy, the Hokage took notice of the glares of the villagers directed towards Naruto. It's been 6 years now. Even though the villagers have calmed themselves and tried to move past that horrible night, many still can't see the boy as more than the Kyubi. Hiruzen thought sadly as he looked upon the happy, smiling form of his surrogate grandson. Hey, Gigi, we're here. We're here!" came Naruto's joyous exclamation. The Hokage looked up from his musings and smiled at the young blonde. "Indeed, we are, Naruto," the Sandaime replied with a grin. As the Hokage escorted Naruto to his class, he noted the looks the boy was receiving from both parents and the teachers. He mused. It looks like most of the teachers understand the boy's situation. Sadly, the parents don't seem to want their children to interact with the boy. Naruto, as happy as he was, wasn't oblivious to the glares and cold looks he was receiving from the villagers. It's always the same, he thought. They all look at me like I did something wrong to them. Naruto's thoughts were cut short when the Hokage ushered him into a classroom. Upon entering, the blonde saw various children his age sitting in several rows of seats. He noticed that several were from what his Jiji called Konoha's ninja clans, while most were civilian children who wanted to try their hand at being in the shinobi forces. "Now, Naruto," said the Hokage, "I want you to study hard and listen to your sensei, all right?" Naruto vigorously nodded his head while replying, "Sure thing, Gigi. I'll learn everything sensei teaches me, and I'll be the best ninja ever." With a smile on his face and after playfully tussling the blonde's hair, the Hokage left Naruto to find a seat as the sensei began to quiet the class down in preparation for roll call. After finishing the roll call, the sensei introduced himself. "Hello students, my name is Irika and this is my assistant Mizuki," said Irika as he pointed to Mizuki. "We will be your sensei for the duration of your time here at the academy." Naruto instantly took to Irika's kind tone and calm composure. However, he felt something was a bit off with Mizuki. Something just didn't seem right about the man. Especially when he saw Mizuki glare at him with those cold eyes he saw the villagers give him. Note to self, thought Naruto. Watch out for Mizuki-sensei. Something isn't right about him. Time skip end of the first semester. At the end of the first semester, the first-year student rankings were posted in the lobby of the academy for all to see. To Naruto's great joy, he was ranked a bit above the middle of the class. "Yes," Naruto exclaimed in his mind. "All that extra studying is paying off. Wait till I tell Gigi about this." With that thought in his mind, Naruto took off toward the Hokage Tower in the center of the village. As he arrived, he saw the Umbu guarding the doors. The two Umbu gave him a respectful bow as one opened the door for him. To this day, Naruto still couldn't figure out why his Gigis, masked ninja, as Naruto called them, were so kind and courteous to him, but he thanked them both anyway as he made his way into the tower. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office door, Naruto asked the secretary if he could see the old man. After the secretary checked with the Hokage through the intercom and telling him it was okay, Naruto rushed into the office, but not before the secretary told him how cute she thought he was and her giving him a few sweets to have later. "Hey Gigi!" Naruto yelled as he jumped in front of the Hokage's desk. "You'll never guess where I was ranked on the first-year students list." Naruto was practically bouncing where he stood from excitement. "Oh, and where was that, Naruto?" The Hokage asked kindly, even though he had received said rankings the day before. "I'm in the top of the middle tier of students," Naruto shouted as he grinned broadly. My Naruto," said the Hokage fondly. "That's quite an achievement." Naruto, if possible, smiled even brighter at the praise. "Just you wait, Gigi," Naruto laughed. "Soon enough I'll be at the top of the whole school, and then I'll be a ninja just like you." Sarutobi chuckled at his surrogate grandson's energetic proclamation. "I have no doubt that you will be someday, Naruto. But how about we celebrate with some ramen now?" he asked the young blonde, who nodded happily as he led the Hokage out of his office and towards Ichiraku Ramen. Time skip end of the first year. Uzumaki, Uzumaki, Uzumaki. Naruto repeated to himself as his eyes scrolled down the first-year students' final ranking list on the bulletin board. "Aha! Here it is," he exclaimed as he found his name. "Awesome! I'm in the middle of the upper tier," he thought proudly as he saw his name directly below someone named Aburame Shino. Naruto made his way to Ichiraku with a grin on his face for his accomplishment. After gorging himself with as much ramen as he could eat, he went home to his apartment to get some rest. On his way home, he began to think about what Irika had told them of the various fields of the ninja force. Irika had explained that each field usually had an expertise in a given art of the ninja profession, and that they should all begin thinking about what kind of ninja they wanted to be when they graduated. "Well, obviously I want to be the best ninja ever," thought Naruto as he recalled that particular lecture. In his now 7-year-old mind, that was all there was to being a ninja. Though I have to admit, what the textbooks say about poisons is really cool, Naruto mused. I mean, come on, you could barely touch a bad guy with some of those poisons and he'd drop to the ground unconscious or worse in less than a minute. These kinds of thoughts spurred Naruto's imagination and filled his dreams that night with him using his awesome ninja poisons to defeat bad guys and rescue princesses and daimyos. Time skip the next day. On Naruto's first day of summer break, he immediately set off for the library in hopes of finding out more about his newly chosen weapon of choice, poisons. When he asked the Chunin that watched over the shinobi part of the library about any books on the subject, he got a strange look before the Chunin pointed him to a small section that contained the information Naruto sought. After checking out a few of the books, he immediately set off for home to begin learning all he could about the subject that had caught his fascination. "Oh wow!" Naruto exclaimed. He had just finished the first chapter of the first book and already he was completely awestruck by the power poisons could contain. "I can't believe more ninja don't use poisons," Naruto said with a sigh. "You can do so much with them, from capture to interrogation to outright killing." Naruto was so enamored with the versatility of poisons that he resolved to learn all he could, and by the end of summer break, he would beg Gigi to teach him at least one of the, admittedly few, poison jutsu the book had mentioned. Time skip, end of summer break. After 2 months' worth of intense studying, Naruto had finished all of the library's books on poisons and had learned how to use the non-lethal ones the books gave instructions on creating. Naruto was rather surprised that his outside hobby for gardening could be used to grow various types of plants that, when mixed correctly, produced mild poisons that could cause anything from mild aches to near total paralysis. The hardest thing he had done was getting the Hokage to teach him one of the poison jutsu the books had listed. But after explaining to Naruto that the jutsu wasn't to be used unless supervised, or as a last resort, the Hokage had caved and taught Naruto the Dokujiri no Jutsu. 1. Naruto now used the belt pouches the Sandaime had given him to carry various poisons and antidotes, as well as a new weapon the books had stated did well with poisons, Senbon. Now Naruto was making his way to the first day of his second year at the academy. He noticed the glares the villagers still sent his way but ignored them. One day they'll respect me, Naruto thought. When I'm Hokage, they'll show me the respect they show Gigi. After getting situated in his seat at the academy and after roll had been called, Irika took them all outside with Mizuki following behind the students. "All right, class," Irika said in his teacher voice. "Since it's the first day back, we would like to see what all the students have trained in and learned since we last saw you." Once most of the class had shown Irika and Mizuki what they had done over their summer break, Naruto was called up to show what he had done over the summer. "Actually, Irika-sensei, if you could, can you get everyone to step back a bit?" Naruto asked. Irika raised an eyebrow at Naruto's request but did as asked and had all the students move back. "Perfect. Now I can show everybody my new jutsu," Naruto thought happily. "All right, everybody watch this," Naruto exclaimed before starting a few hand seals and inhaling deeply. "Dokujiri no Jutsu," Naruto half shouted as he exhaled a large cloud of thick purple mist at a group of training dummies. After the mist had cleared, everyone saw the result of Naruto's jutsu. The training dummies that had stood there before were made of a light brown wood. After Naruto's jutsu, however, all 3 of them were a light purple color where the poisonous mist had stuck to the surface of the dummies. "Naruto," Irika called, stunned. "Do you realize that you just preformed a B-rank ninjutsu technique?" he asked the now grinning blonde. "Of course, Irika-sensei," Naruto laughed. "It was the only one I could get down over the summer." After getting over his shock, Irika told everyone to return to class while he washed the poison on the dummies away so that they could be used again without poisoning anyone. On the way back to class, all of the students were talking about Naruto's new technique. A boy Naruto knew as Inuzuka Kiba actually congratulated Naruto on knowing a badass jutsu before they were all ushered into their seats. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Naruto, a certain shy Hyuga girl in the back row was blushing and looking admirably at him as she poked her fingers together and mumbled out a Naruto-kun, before turning her attention to Irika, who had just walked back into the classroom to start their lessons for the day. Time skip, end of second year. After Naruto's impressive display on the first day, many of the students and teachers had started regarding the boy as a student with amazing potential. Irika was incredibly proud that several of his students were being regarded as the best the academy had to offer. After dismissing the students for the last time this year, Irika pondered on how much they would all have improved come the beginning of next year. Naruto, however, was completely oblivious to this as he was going over various poisons and the processes used to create them in his head. The now 8-year-old boy was unknowingly becoming the most knowledgeable non-ninja poison user in all of Hino Kuni. As it was though, Naruto had just gotten to his apartment and quickly went to his small garden in his spare room. "All right, now what do I need for Tsurikasa? 2 poison?" Naruto asked himself as he checked his book for the ingredients while browsing through his small garden. Time skip, several weeks later. Uzumaki Naruto was seen running in a full sprint towards the Hokage Tower on a normal enough summer afternoon. To anyone that knew the boy, which was a very small number of people, you could tell that he was both excited about something and incredibly confused. Upon reaching the tower, the Umbu stopped the boy at the door to ask him what was wrong. "Why are you in such a hurry, Uzumaki-san?" The Umbu on the right with the monkey mask asked. "I've got to show Gigi something," Naruto practically yelled as he continued bouncing in front of the 2 Umbu. "What is it you need to show Hokage-sama, Uzumaki-san? Did something happen?" Questioned the other this one with a bird mask. Yes, Naruto shouted. Something did happen. Look at this. With that the boy focused his chakra into his hands, and to both members' surprise a dark purple and green-colored mist like chakra began to seep from the boy's hands. Tori, can you handle things here while I escort Uzumaki-san to Hokage-sama? The monkey-masked asked his partner. I'll take care of it, Saru. Get Uzumaki-san to Hokage-sama. The bird-masked replied. After being led to the Hokage's office, and being led in, the monkey-masked returned to his post, while Naruto showed his new discovery to his Gigi. Once Naruto had shown what he could do, only one word escaped Sarutobi's mouth in shock. Dokushu. 3. He breathed out. What? Naruto asked the Hokage in confusion. Naruto, my boy. What you've done was thought to be impossible nowadays. The last user of the Dokushu bloodline died almost 50 years ago. The Hokage answered as he continued to stare at Naruto's chakra-covered hands. Hey, Gigi. Does this mean I have a Kekkei Genkai thing? Like the ones Irika-sensei taught us about? Naruto questioned as he let the chakra in his hands disperse. Yes, Naruto, you do. Your Kekkei Genkai was thought to be extinct for decades now. To see it come back after all these years is truly remarkable. The Hokage said as he stood up to get a scroll off one of the shelves in his office. After finding the one he was looking for, the old Hokage returned to his desk and unrolled the scroll for Naruto to see. Now, Naruto, your bloodline limit is called Dokushu. It allows the one who carries it to not only become immune to poisons of all types, but to also turn their very chakra and even their own body into poison. Sarutobi explained as Naruto looked at the scroll that documented his newly discovered bloodline. You mean I can turn into a poison mist or a puddle of liquid poison? Naruto asked as he looked up in confusion. Not quite, Naruto. You see, a Dokushu user's body can constantly produce various poisons from the pores of their skin when they apply chakra to their body. Anyone who comes into physical contact with said user will be poisoned on contact. With training, the Dokushu user can control what kind of poison their body releases at any given time in battle. The Hokage explained as he handed the scroll to Naruto. Inside that scroll is a list of the known Dokushu techniques. They are rightfully yours now as you are the only known carrier of the bloodline. The Hokage said as he looked at the boy's shocked face. Gigi? Naruto questioned. Does this mean I can find out who my family was? The old Hokage sighed before speaking again. I'm afraid not, my boy. The last Dokushu user died in the first attack on Yuzu no Kuni by Iwa and Kumo in the start of the Third Ninja War. That was almost 50 years ago now. All I can say is that you must be his descendant from either your mother or father. As Naruto left the tower and headed to his apartment for the night, he had only a single thought running through his head. I will master my new bloodline. He thought. I'll make all of my ancestors proud that I'm carrying on their Kekkei Genkai. He mentally shouted as he headed off to bed. Time skip academy graduation. Uzumaki Naruto was sitting in his usual seat in class as he waited to take the genin exam. Since the discovery of his bloodline, he had worked even harder in the academy and had climbed all the way up into the top 10 students of his year. The teachers called him a gifted, hard-working student and told other students to try and emulate his school behavior. Only a few students didn't look up to Naruto as an example of a good future shinobi. One such person was Uchiha Sasuke. After his brother Itachi had committed the genocide of the Uchiha clan, he had become antisocial and looked down on others as weak and as dead weight in his goal to become stronger and take revenge on his brother. This, however, didn't affect any of Sasuke's numerous fangirls from fawning all over him constantly. Two of the worst about it were Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. Naruto had long since realized that both had the potential to be good kunoichi if they'd stop hanging all over Sasuke and actually trained. But it wasn't his problem. If they wanted to waste time begging Sasuke for dates, let them. He wouldn't be surprised when they came back traumatized from a mission. Uzumaki Naruto, Irika called out as he held the door to the testing room open. Well, time to pass. Naruto mumbled as he made his way down the stairs. As he passed Sasuke, he heard the boy whisper, "Try not to fail, Dobe." Naruto knew Sasuke felt threatened by Naruto's ranking in the class being so close to his own, and that Sasuke took every chance he could to belittle Naruto for it. "Careful, Uchiha," Naruto whispered back. "It'd be a shame if had to send you to the hospital for massive poison damage to your organs." With that said, Naruto walked into the next room to begin his test while Sasuke brooded in his seat at Naruto's remark. Alright, Naruto, we'll need you to perform the Henge no Jutsu, 4, the Koarimi no Jutsu, 5, and the Bunshin no Jutsu, 6, in order to pass and graduate this year. Iruka said kindly as he got ready to mark Naruto's scores. No problem, Iruka-sensei, replied Naruto as he quickly substituted himself with one of the empty chairs in the room. Very good, Naruto, Iruka praised as he gave Naruto a passing grade on the jutsu. Shortly after, Naruto transformed into the Sandame, much to said old man's enjoyment as he watched the boys test through his viewing orb. Perfect, Naruto, Iruka remarked as he marked another passing grade on the boys test. Naruto then did 7 hand seals and shouted, Dokubunshin no Jutsu, 7. In a puff of white smoke there stood 11 Narutos, including the original. Very, very good, Naruto. I take it these are some of your bloodline clones, right? Iruka asked as he observed the movements of the clones. Got it in one, sensei, Naruto replied as he dismissed his clones, causing them to disperse into thick clouds of purple ninja smoke. Congratulations, Naruto, you more than qualify to graduate, Iruka said as he tossed Naruto a black-clothed headband with the standard metal plate with the Konoha insignia on it. Thank you very much, Iruka-sensei, Naruto replied as he caught the headband and tied it securely to his forehead. Walking back into the room wearing his new headband, Naruto smirked at Sasuke's brooding face before going back to his seat. Awesome, Naruto, Kiba said as he slapped Naruto on the back. You passed. Naruto smiled back at Kiba before replying, was there any doubt? In the back sat Hyuga Hinata, and as she stared at Naruto with a heavy blush on her face she thought, I'm so happy Naruto-kun passed. Meanwhile, Naruto was looking forward to Iruka, who had just re-entered the classroom. Congratulations to all of you who passed the exams, Iruka said as he looked at all the students. Now you will all need to report back here tomorrow for team placements, Iruka called out to the class before dismissing them for the day. After the last student had left, Iruka used Shunshin no Jutsu to get to the Hokage's office so he could deliver the list of students who passed to the Sandame, so that the Hokage could group them into 3-man teams. After leaving the academy for the day and heading home to check on his little garden of plants, Naruto was just staring out of his window thinking about whose team he could be placed on tomorrow. As long as I'm not with that arrogant bastard Sasuke, I guess I could learn to work with just about anyone, Naruto mused as he continued staring out of his window. Suddenly Naruto noticed a suspicious figure jumping from roof to roof with a large scroll strapped to their back. Well, that doesn't seem normal, Naruto thought before grabbing his gear and trying to stealthily follow the figure. After several minutes, the figure dropped down into a clearing in the woods. Naruto carefully looked on from behind a tree as the figure removes their mask, revealing themselves as Mizuki. Now that I've got the forbidden scroll, I can finally leave this village and gain my reward from Orochimaru-sama, he said as he readjusted the scroll on his back while preparing to leap back into the trees. So that is his plan, huh? Well, if he thinks he can get away with betraying the village and trying to steal jutsu, he has another thing coming, Naruto thought as he threw 5 senbon coated with a numbing poison that would rob a limb of all movement within 2 minutes. Mizuki, sensing the weapons coming, rolled to the side, avoiding 4 of the 5 senbon. The last one, however, was embedded about an inch into his left arm, just below the shoulder. Damn it! Mizuki cursed as he pulled the senbon out of his shoulder. Who the hell did that? Show yourself, damn it! He yelled into the surrounding forest. Shinobi Lesson 1, said a hidden voice in the trees. Never reveal your presence if you don't have to. Suddenly Mizuki had to dodge another salvo of senbon. Mizuki quickly guessed where the weapons had come from and jumped into Naruto's hiding spot and knocked the boy out of the tree and to the ground below. Well, if it isn't the demon brat, he said with a sneer. Ow, damn, that hurt, Naruto said as he looked up at Mizuki. Why are you calling me that anyway? Naruto asked as he prepared for Mizuki's next move. Oh, that's right. No one is allowed to tell you, are they? Mizuki said as he looked down at the boy. Tell me what? Naruto asked as he wondered what Mizuki was talking about. That you're the Kyuubi no Yuko, Mizuki yelled at him with his face twisted by rage. What the hell are you talking about? Naruto questioned as he listened to what the traitor had to say. The Yondaime couldn't kill the Kyuubi the night it attacked the village. So he did the next best thing, he sealed it away into a child. That child was you, Naruto. You are the Kyuubi reborn. Mizuki yelled as he charged towards the boy, intent on punching the boy in the face for the senbon he had been hit with earlier. Naruto was shocked. He had the Kyuubi inside him? Was it true? Why hadn't he been told? Was he really a demon like some of the villagers had claimed? Before he could think anymore, Mizuki's fist impacted his left cheek and he was sent sprawling to the forest floor. How was that demon boy? Mizuki asked as he smiled maliciously at the boy lying on the ground. I'd say that was the second mistake you've made in this fight, Mizuki. Naruto replied as he picked himself up off the ground. What are you babbling about, demon? Mizuki questioned as he looked at the now standing form of Naruto. Your first mistake was getting hit by my senbon. Naruto explained as he looked into Mizuki's eyes. You can't even feel your left arm anymore, can you? He asked. To Mizuki's shocked horror, he found that he couldn't move his left arm at all. What did you do to me, you monster? He yelled at the now grinning Naruto. Oh, just a dose of a certain poison that I coated my senbon with, he said as he stood there with a grin on his face. Your second mistake was punching me, Naruto lectured as he pointed to Mizuki's right fist. Mizuki looked to his own hand and saw it was covered in a thin layer of a sticky green liquid. What is this stuff, you demon brat? Mizuki yelled at Naruto, who was now slowly waking towards him. Oh, that, Naruto replied innocently. That's a highly potent neurotoxin that seeps through the skin and sets off all the pain-receptive nerves it encounters. He explained nonchalantly as he took another couple of steps forward. In fact, it should start working right about now. Naruto said, only to be interrupted as Mizuki began screaming himself hoarse. Ah, you bastard. Aha, you demon brat. Ah. Mizuki tried to speak but couldn't stop the pain that was now spreading up his right arm. Your third and final mistake, Mizuki, was underestimating me, Naruto yelled as he slammed his right hand with all 5 fingers in a claw position into Mizuki's chest hard enough to actually bury the tips of his fingers in Mizuki's skin. As Mizuki laid on the ground trying to cough and scream at the same time, Naruto stood over him and told him one last thing. Before you go into shock and pass out, you traitorous piece of shit, let me tell you one more little tidbit of information. I can turn my own chakra into a poison. With that poison, I can attack or even destroy my opponent's chakra circulatory system. Unfortunately for you, I think Gigi's interrogators will want to have a few words with you about your actions here tonight. So I just crippled your chakra network with my poison. After tonight, you'll never again be able to mold chakra. Your life as a ninja is now over, Mizuki. Reflect on your mistakes and pray for a swift end. With those last words, Mizuki succumbed to shock and passed out on the forest floor. Moments later, 4 Umbu and the Hokage landed in the clearing and surrounded Mizuki. We saw everything, Naruto, the Hokage stated as Naruto knelt before him. You did well to prevent Mizuki from taking the Forbidden Scroll. My Umbu will take him to the interrogation headquarters where they'll extract the information from him that we need. After he said that, the 4 Umbu, carefully avoiding Mizuki's poison-coated right hand, took the traitor away in a swirl of leaves. Now, Naruto, go home and get some rest. I'll explain everything to you tomorrow morning before you go to the academy to meet your team, the Hokage said before he too disappeared in a swirl of leaves. I'll be sure to do that, Hokage-sama, Naruto said before heading home for a good night's sleep. Chapter 2: Explanations and Specialized Teams. Naruto awoke the next day 2 hours before he had to be at the academy for team placements. After taking his morning shower and eating a breakfast of eggs and toast, Naruto brushed his teeth before leaving his apartment and heading for the Hokage Tower. Time for Gigi to explain what Mizuki was yelling about last night, he muttered as he arrived in front of the tower. After being led into the tower and making his way up to the Hokage's office, Naruto greeted the secretary with a small, tired smile. She smiled back at him warmly before allowing him into the office. Ah, Naruto, good to see you, my boy, Sarutobi said as he looked at the young genin that was now sitting before him. He looks like he hasn't slept well since last night, Sarutobi thought as he studied Naruto's tired face from across his desk. What would you like to ask first, Naruto? Sarutobi asked as he filled his pipe with tobacco and lit it with a small application of fire-natured chakra. What I want to know the most, Gigi, is what Mizuki said true. Am I really the Kyuubi? Were the villagers right about me being a demon? Naruto asked evenly as he sighed out tiredly. Of course not, Naruto, the Kyuubi was sealed inside of you, not the other way around. Just as a prisoner is not the prison he sits in, the Kyuubi is not you who he is sealed in. The Hokage explained as he exhaled smoke from his mouth. Naruto visibly relaxed as he slumped down in the chair he was seated in. Thank goodness. He sighed as he smiled at the Hokage with his tired features. Don't let what he said bother you, Naruto. You are the hero that keeps the Kyuubi at bay. Without you, we would all have been destroyed that night 12 years ago. Sarutobi spoke kindly as he smiled at the boy he viewed as a grandson. Thanks, Gigi. I needed to hear that from someone I could trust. Naruto sighed as he stood up from his chair. Well, I need to be heading to the academy now, with your permission, Hokage Gigi. He asked with a bow. Dismissed, my boy, no need to be so formal. Sarutobi replied with a chuckle as Naruto walked out of his office. Oh, and if you've put me with Sasuke team or that shrieking fangirl bitch Sakura, I'll have to come back here and have some words with you, Gigi. Naruto said as he stuck his head back into Sarutobi's office before closing the door and heading to the academy. Oh, don't worry, Naruto. I'm sure you'll enjoy the team I've set up for you. The Hokage thought with a smile as he returned to his work. Meanwhile, Naruto was just arriving at the academy when he suddenly sneezed. Someone must be talking about me, he mumbled as he entered his classroom. Once he entered the classroom, Naruto's ears were assaulted by the sounds of all the students waiting to receive their teams and begin their ninja careers. Sheesh, for future ninja you'd think they'd know when to be quiet. He thought irritably as he took a seat that was still available. Shortly after he sat down, the one person Naruto never wanted to sit beside took the seat next to him. Why are you sitting beside me, Sasuke? Naruto questioned the Uchiha boy while glancing at him. Shut up, Dobe, it's the last seat available that isn't being swarmed by those loser kunoichi who flock to my Uchiha superiority. Sasuke replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. What a pompous dumbass, Naruto thought as he rolled his eyes at Sasuke's statement. Suddenly everyone in the class heard what sounded like two elephants charging through the academy hallways. And here comes the terrible twosome, he thought as he looked towards the door to see both Ino and Sakura trying to shove their way through the door to the classroom. Once both had made it into the room, they stood there panting before they began shouting at each other. I won, forehead. Ino yelled at Sakura, who responded with, No way, Ino pig. My foot crossed the door first. Shortly after, they both noticed the object of their affections was already seated and both rushed to greet him. Good morning, Sasuke-kun. They both chorused as they smiled at the raven-haired boy. HN was the only reply they got from said boy as he didn't even turn to look at them. Naruto baka, screeched Sakura. Move out of that seat so I can sit next to Sasuke-kun. Naruto simply looked at her with a bored expression before replying. What are you gonna do about tea if I don't, Haruno? He questioned her before his gaze turned steely and he began to stare the girl down. I'll beat you out of it, she stuttered out as she raised her shaking fist. Oh really? Naruto replied with a raised eyebrow. Why don't you try it then? Try it and see where you end up. Sakura hesitated for a second before sending her fist at Naruto's head. Before she knew what was happening, Sakura found herself slammed onto the floor and staring up at the ceiling. Naruto hadn't even moved from his chair and was currently holding Sakura by the wrist of the arm she tried to hit him with. Now what did you learn? Naruto questioned her in a bored tone. Ino stood there stunned. Naruto had just put Sakura on the ground with one hand. While sitting down, she quickly rushed towards the back rows and took a seat next to Shikamaru, who was currently dozing. I'm waiting, Haruno. Naruto spoke again as he increased the pressure on Sakura's wrist. I'm sorry, she shouted as the pain was too much for her. Not quite what I was expecting you to learn, but it'll do for now, Naruto replied as he let go of her wrist and pulled her to her feet. Next time try being polite when you want something. Sakura nodded as she quickly went to sit next to Ino in the back of the room. When did the dobe get this strong? Sasuke wondered as he watched Naruto deal with Sakura. I should have that strength. I need it more than he does. I'm an Avenger, damn it. Before Sasuke could question Naruto, Iruka walked into the room with a clipboard in hand and told the class to settle down. Now I'll read off your team assignments. Wait for your name to be called and listen for your team number, Iruka stated as he started going through the list. After waiting about 10 minutes, the first notable name caught Naruto's attention. Team 7 will be Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Sai. Irika announced, much to the dismay of Sasuke's fan club, except Sakura, who screeched loudly about how true love conquers all. Your sensei will be Hatake Kakashi. Irika finished as he read off the next team. Team 8 will be Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. Irika said as he flipped the page to the next team. I'm not on Naruto's team. Hinata thought sadly as she looked forlornly at the boy she had a crush on. Team 10 will be Yamanaka Ino, Akimichi Chuji, and Nara Shikamaru. Irika read off as he flipped to the last page of his clipboard. Your sensei is Sarutobi Asuma. Lastly, Irika called out, Uzumaki Naruto, you've been taken as an apprentice by Mitarashi Anko. Well now, this just got interesting. Naruto thought with a wide grin on his face. What? Sasuke yelled as he stood up so fast his chair toppled over. Why does the dobe get an apprenticeship when I, an Uchiha, am stuck on a deadweight team? He yelled as he glared at Naruto. Abruptly, a large black cloth ball smashed through the room's windows before unfurling with a kunai stuck in each corner, pinning it to the floor and wall. In front of the newly revealed banner was a purple-haired woman that was wearing a fishnet bodysuit that ended at her thighs, an orange mini-skirt, a long tan trench coat, with shin guards over her legs. Behind her the banner read, The Great Mitarashi Anko-sama arrives. In bright red kanji. Which one of you brats is Uzumaki Naruto? Anko questioned as she looked around the room. Anko, you're early again, Irika said as he scratched the back of his head nervously. Well, regardless, which one of you is Naruto? She asked as she scanned the room again. That would be me, Mitarashi-san. Naruto spoke as he raised his hand. So you're my new apprentice, brat? She asked as they locked eyes. I guess so, he replied with a smile. I demand to know why you're taking the dobe as an apprentice and not me? Sasuke shouted at Anko, breaking her from her staring match against Naruto. Because I only train the strongest of the strong, Anko replied dismissively. And in all honesty, you just don't cut it, Uchiha. You wouldn't be able to survive my training. Naruto laughed out loud from beside Sasuke, while Sasuke himself clenched his fists tightly. Let's go, brat, Anko yelled as she jumped back out of the window and started towards the training grounds. Yes, sensei, Naruto replied before jumping over his desk and out the window in 2 leaps. Damn him, Sasuke mentally shouted as he brooded about Naruto getting what he, and Uchiha, should have received. Naruto caught up with his new sensei before she even got outside the academy grounds. Where to, sensei? He asked as they began hopping away from the academy. Straight to training ground 44, of course. Anko replied with a devious smirk on her face as she picked up the pace to challenge Naruto's speed. Straight to the forest of death, huh? Naruto thought with a grin. I think I'm in love already, he mumbled playfully. Anko, however, had heard him and with a smirk she remarked, We'll see how long you're in love with me after training. Naruto bowed his head with a blush burning his cheeks as Anko laughed loudly. Once they had arrived at the training ground, Anko turned around and told Naruto their unique situation. All right, brat. Since the council wants you to advance through the ranks and get strong enough to claim clan status as soon as possible, Hokage-sama has asked me to take you on as my apprentice. She explained as Naruto stood before her and gave her respectful attention. So that's what this is all about, Naruto thought as he remembered the one particular meeting he had with the full council of Konoha. Flashback 1 week after Naruto discovered his bloodline. Naruto had been called by the Hokage to attend a meeting with the council to explain his new situation in the village as well as in the ninja forces. As Naruto was led into the council chambers by the Hokage, he was told to stand in the center of the room and wait to be spoken to. This meeting of the Council of Konoha is now in session, Sarutobi said as he called the meeting to order. What has this meeting been called for, Hokage-sama? The Sandame's old teammate Mitokado Hamura asked as he turned towards his leader. I've called this meeting to announce that a Kekkei Genkai, one that was thought to be extinct for decades now, has reappeared in our very own village. Sarutobi replied as he looked straight ahead at Naruto. You mean this boy has a... The Hokage's other teammate Udatain Koharu tried to say as every one of the council members' faces were frozen eye shock. Yes, that's correct. Uzumaki Naruto has awakened a Kekkei Genkai that hasn't been seen in almost 50 years. Sarutobi explained as the council chambers erupted in noise and exclamations of demands. Silence! He yelled out as the council chambers instantly quieted. If I may ask, Hokage-sama, Danzo said from his seat. What Kekkei Genkai has reawakened in this boy? Sarutobi knew Danzo was already plotting ways to get Naruto under his control, but he answered nonetheless. Naruto here has reawakened the Dokushu bloodline. A bloodline that hasn't been seen since the start of the Third Great Ninja War. This started the councils arguing almost instantly. Shouts about betrothals, breeding, and demands for him to be trained as an obedient weapon were heard throughout the room. I said silence, shouted Sarutobi as he slammed a fist on top of his desk. The council quickly became quiet at the killing intent the old Hokage was releasing. Naruto is under shinobi jurisdiction. Therefore, the civilian representatives on the council have no say in any matters pertaining to the boy. With that said, the civilians quickly became silent. Hokage-sama, might I take the boy and train him in the ninja arts? I can guarantee the boy will be the most powerful shinobi in our ranks within a few short years. Danzo stated calmly as he eyed the boy like a high-quality tool. I have no intention of taking Naruto out of academy for any reason until he graduates. Am I clear, Danzo? Sarutobi asked as he leveled the full brunt of his killing intent on the old war hawk. Hokage-sama, if I may, could I set up a marriage contract with the boy to my daughter? Asked one of the civilians with a greedy gleam in his eyes. No way in hell, you civilian asshole, Naruto thought as he glared at the man. While it is true that Naruto does qualify for the Bloodline clan restoration laws, Sarutobi stated, he will be allowed to choose the woman or women he settles down with to start his family in the future. Naruto smirked at the civilians as they all gained sour looks on their faces. Then Uzumaki-san must be allowed to claim clan head status as soon as possible, Koharu proclaimed as she looked at the other shinobi clan heads. Unfortunately for Uzumaki-san, he must have a bloodline along with a rank of Chunin or higher, not to mention at least one heir or a woman carrying his child, to start the clan he will be head of. Stated Hyuga Hayashi as he read a copy of Konoha's clan laws from a scroll in front of him. I'm sure Naruto will make Chunin shortly after he graduates the academy. However, how long until he has an heir is up to him. Sarutobi remarked as he motioned Naruto to speak. I'll make Chunin as soon as I can after graduation, Hokage-sama. Naruto spoke. However, I'd like to be at least 13 or 14 before I even consider having a child. I'm only 8, I can't be a dad yet, he said as he gained the cute, confused expression of a child his age. End flashback. After that day, Naruto had worked harder than ever towards mastering his bloodline. By the time graduation had rolled around, Naruto had gotten his bloodline to the point of near mastery. He could instinctively activate his Dokusuken 1 at any moment that he sensed a hostile motion towards himself. Not to mention that he could control what type of poison he produced at the same moment. He had also pushed the boundaries of his bloodline into several new techniques that he had created from theories inside the scroll the Sandaime had given him the day he discovered his Kekkei Genkai. All right, brat, Anko called to her new apprentice. I need to test you to see where you stand in the ninja arts. Naruto smiled at her before replying. All right, and how do you plan to test me, sensei? Anko smirked evilly. The best way, of course. By sparring until you drop. With that, she charged at Naruto with a kunai in each hand. Naruto smirked at her before meeting her charge with 2 kunai of his own. Anko made the first swipe with her left kunai before stabbing with her right. Naruto dodged the left swipe and blocked the stab with his own kunai before bringing his own down on Anko's head. She quickly kicked him away and threw both of her kunai at him as she jumped back before launching 4 snakes from her right sleeve. Naruto knocked both kunai away and jumped away from the snakes. To his surprise, the 4 snakes changed course and followed him towards the other side of the clearing. That's surprising, Naruto thought before using both kunai to decapitate all 4 snakes, causing them to disappear in poofs of smoke. Brat's not bad, Anko mused before speeding through hand seals and sending a Katan Gukakyu, 2, at Naruto's location. He looked at the incoming fireball before smirking. Doesn't hold back at all, I like that. He thought before speeding through his own hand seals. Suetun Tepidama. 3. Naruto exclaimed before sending a ball of water of equal size towards the fireball. The two opposing attacks slammed into each other in a large splash of water and steam. So you know how to use more than your bloodline? Huh, brat? Anko questioned as she put a little distance between herself and the dispersing cloud of steam. Of course, sensei. I'm not so arrogant as to think that my bloodline is invincible like most other bloodline clans. Naruto replied before taking up a taijutsu stance and waiting for Anko's next move. I'm starting to like you already, brat. Anko yelled as she disappeared from Naruto's line of sight for an instant before reappearing behind him with a back fist aimed at his left temple. To her shock, Naruto's forearm blocked her attack while his right elbow came around as he spun and nicked her side before she managed to jump away. You're good, brat, I'll give you that. But how about you show me what you can really do? Anko questioned with a smirk. Alright, sensei. But remember, you asked for it. With that, Naruto shed his burnt orange over shirt, leaving him in just his mesh undershirt and ninja pants. He took a deep breath, and when he exhaled, a dark purple mist came from his mouth. Before long, a dark greenish-purple chakra coated his exposed arms, back and chest, with a purple and green mist rising off said areas and lingering around the boy. Impressive, Anko thought as she watched his display. This makes taijutsu all but suicidal. With that thought, Anko sped through another set of hand seals before sending a Suetun Mizurappa 4 at the boy to test his bloodline's defensive capabilities. Naruto quickly sidestepped the high-pressured blast of water before making a punching motion towards Anko on the other side of the clearing. Anko was slightly surprised when a column of greenish smoke came flying at her at the same speed as a punch. She quickly jumped up to the tree branch above herself before looking down at the area she stood in previously. The ground where she once stood was covered in dead grass, and the air around it was filled with the lingering remains of the poisonous smoke the blonde had sent at her. You like it, sensei? Naruto questioned from his position in the clearing. I call it Dokakamori no Jutsu. 5. Naruto explained as he prepared another punch. It lets me launch poison attacks at my opponent from a distance. Anko quickly masked her shock before replying, Not bad, brat. Try this on for size. With that remark, she again disappeared from his sight. Next thing he realized, several kunai and shuriken were heading at him from various directions. Naruto quickly dodged the projectiles before he spun around and launched another punch at Anko, who was rushing up behind him with a kunai out to stab him from behind. The same green smoke launched from his fist and impacted the woman, sending her tumbling back into the ground. To Naruto's slight surprise, the Anko he hit dissolved into mud, while another Anko appeared on top of a tree branch several feet to his right. Tsuchi Bunshin 6. Huh? Naruto questioned as he looked at her. Anko said nothing as several more Anko clones emerged from the surrounding woods. So using clones that can't be poisoned to counteract my bloodline. While it makes taijutsu a possible attack method, the clones will disperse shortly after striking me, Naruto said as he quickly jumped higher and higher into the trees. Then again, for only a little more chakra than you used to make all those clones, I can do this, he exclaimed as he finished a string of hand seals. Miasma no Jutsu. 7. He yelled as he spewed a thick purple, almost black, cloud of poison from his mouth. The jutsu fell almost like water as it was released down into the clearing below. All of the clones were swept away by the jutsu's amazing density, and when it hit the ground, the entire clearing floor was covered in a thick poisonous cloud that was several feet high. Naruto scanned the treetops as he looked for his sensei. He knew she was far too crafty to have been taken down by that attack. Now all he had to do was wait for the counterattack. He didn't have to wait long before a cry of Futon de Tapa 8 sent him face first into the tree in front of him. How do you like that, brat? Anko questioned before she threw several pairs of kunai, with a length of ninja wire connecting each pair, all around Naruto, effectively pinning him to the tree. Not bad at all, sensei. Naruto mumbled with his face still in the tree. But I've still got a jutsu for situations when I can't move to defend myself. He mumbled out before bringing his hands together between him and the tree and going through several hand seals. Yudoku Yuko no Jutsu 9. Naruto yelled as he completed the jutsu. Suddenly the purple and green mist that surrounded Naruto compressed into 5 separate clouds of poison. Each cloud then took on a distinctly vulpine form before opening bright green eyes. All 5 dark purple poison cloud foxes locked their glowing green eyes on Anko before rushing her all at once. "What the hell?" Anko yelled and asked at the same time as she had to duck and weave to avoid these strange poison creatures that Naruto had created. One of the foxes dove down from above Anko as she jumped to avoid another that tried to take a bite out of her side. She saw it coming and sidestepped the fox and watched it fall into the miasma that was still coating the forest floor below. Before she could wonder if that had taken it out, 2 other foxes tried to catch her in a pincer maneuver. She jumped over both of them before grabbing the branch above herself and swinging up onto it. "Damn," she thought with a grimace. "These things are fast and agile as hell. Not to mention I can't touch them without getting poisoned." Anko quickly moved to avoid a fox trying to get the jump on her and landed several feet behind where she had just stood. "All right," she thought excitedly as she saw all 4 foxes directly in front of her. "Now I'll just torch all the bastards and be done with them." She quickly started hand seals for a katan jutsu before she felt a searing pain in her right leg. "Shit, that fucking hurts," Anko yelled as she looked down to find the fox that had fallen into the miasma biting into her leg. "Damn it," she thought as she kicked the fox back towards its companions. "I should have known poison wouldn't destroy these things. They're made of poison." When the one she kicked landed in front of its compatriots, the other 4 that were moving to attack stopped in their tracks. "Katan Karyu Enden, 10. Anko shouted as she unleashed a massive fire dragon at the foxes who, taken by surprise, were instantly torched and incinerated by the flames. "Take that, you bastards," she panted out as she felt the poison beginning to take effect. "My vision's getting blurry," she thought as she felt her strength leaving her. She jumped to the branch Naruto was pinned on and held a kunai to his throat. "I win, you little brat," Anko panted as she cut the wires holding him while she collapsed to the branch they were standing on. "Don't worry, Anko-sensei. I'll remove the toxins from you. You'll be awake and feeling better in a couple minutes," Naruto stated as he began drawing the poison out of her body with a green and purple chakra-covered hand. After having removed the toxins from Anko's body, Naruto couldn't help but stare at her sleeping form. Man, being on missions with her is going to be awkward with how she dresses, he thought with a blush as he couldn't keep his eyes from roaming her body at least once. "Still, I don't think I could ask for a better sensei. Hopefully when she wakes up I'll know where she plans to start my training," he thought as he kept watch over her as she rested from their intense spar. Several minutes later Anko groaned before opening her eyes. "What the hell happened?" she asked before mumbling, "Oh right, I got bitten by one of the brat's foxes." Looking up she saw the smiling face of said brat before he spoke. "Did you sleep well, Anko-sensei?" Naruto asked as he helped her sit up. "I'll be fine, brat. I have to say you've got some rather impressive skills for a genin," she commented before standing up and popping her back. "So what level do you rank me at, sensei?" he questioned with a curious look on his face. "You're a solid Chunin level ninja already, brat," she replied. "Give me until tomorrow and I'll have your rank in all of the aspects you've shown me in this fight." Naruto smiled widely at her assessment before standing up himself. "Well, where to now, sensei?" Naruto asked. "Let's head into the village to celebrate your graduation to genin," Anko replied as she started tree hopping to get out of the forest of death and into the village proper. Naruto nodded before following along behind her. After they had reached the restaurant area of the business district, they had immediately gotten into an argument about what to have to celebrate. "We're having dango, you brat, and that's final," Anko yelled as she stomped her foot on the ground. "Oh come on, sensei. Why can't we have ramen? I always have ramen when I celebrate something," Naruto said as he tried to give her puppy dog eyes. "Sorry, brat. That look only works for us women," Anko said as she smirked at him. "All right. I can be a gentleman when I need to be," Naruto sighed before he straightened up and offered Anko his arm. "Care to lead the way, sensei?" he asked politely. Anko snorted before taking the offered arm and leading him to her favorite dango place. "Just don't try and get fresh, brat. You wouldn't like what happens if you did," she warned as she brought him into the shop. "One order of dango for me and the brat old man," Anko ordered with a smile as she sat at the bar with Naruto to her right. "Coming right up, Anko-san," the old chef said as he began to make her order. "So brat, Now that we have a few minutes, why don't you tell me about yourself? She asked as Naruto took a sip of water from his glass before nodding. All right, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like Hokage, poisons, training, reading, and my new sensei. I dislike Sasuke and all his annoying fangirls, people who judge others, rapists, people that hurt children, and people who look down on women just because they're female. My hobbies are training, reading, gardening, experimenting with my bloodline, and making friends. My dreams for the future are to become a clan head and start a family. And if possible be Hokage for a while, so I can protect Konoha. When he finished, Anko was rather happy about his introduction. Seems we've finally found a bloodline user that doesn't think the world of himself. He even seems to have a rather high respect for women. That's always a plus in a man. Anko thought before she started her own introduction. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I like Dango, Sake, my friends Kurenai, Hana, and Yugao, and the old man Hokage. I dislike arrogant pricks, my former sensei, chauvinist pigs, rapists, child abusers, traitors, and people who judge others based on past associations. My hobbies are training, working in the torture and interrogation department, and hanging out with my friends. My dream is to kill my sensei, or at least know that he's dead. I'd also like to find a man that'll treat me right and have a family. She finished with a small blush as she thought about having a husband and child of her own. Order up, said the old chef as he placed 2 plates loaded with dango in front of Naruto and Anko. You know I never took you for a woman that was into younger men, Anko-san. The old chef giggled perversely. Oh, shut it, Genji-san, she replied with a light blush on her cheeks. He's my student, not a date. Naruto nodded but turned towards the old chef and said, I would be greatly honored if Anko-sensei would take me as her date, though. The old chef laughed loudly while Anko blushed scarlet and quickly put Naruto in a headlock. Don't get cocky, brat. You've got a long way to go before you gain that kind of privilege, she said as she messed up his hair with her free hand. After the two had finished their celebratory meal, they parted ways for the evening. Naruto went to his apartment to tend to his poison garden while Anko went to go write up her preliminary report for the Hokage. After a couple hours, Anko had finished her report and turned it over to the Hokage for his inspection. After she had left, Sarutobi and his former teammates opened the file and perused its contents. Anko's report. As requested by the Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, I, Mitarashi Anko, tested one Uzumaki Naruto's abilities in the ninja arts in a full sparring match with no restrictions. From said match, I've ranked Uzumaki Naruto's skills according to his proficiency as displayed. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Age 12. Status, Active Ninja. Rank, Genin. Ninjutsu rank, C-Class Jounin. Genjutsu rank, Unknown, likely Genin level. Taijutsu rank, A-Class Chunin. Weapons rank, A-Class Chunin. Speed rank, C-Class Chunin. Reaction time rank, B-Class Chunin. Overall ranking, BA-Class Chunin. End Anko's report. This bodes well for Naruto making Chunin on this year's exams. They'll even be held shortly after his birthday if I'm correct, spoke Sarutobi as he finished the report. That is assuming you two also give your support to the boy to participate. Both Hamura and Koharu looked at the Hokage before speaking. Sarutobi, you know neither of us holds anything against the boy, said Koharu as she looked at her former teammate. She's correct, Sarutobi. We hold no ill will for young Naruto. But we fear that beast inside him more than anything else in this world. Hamura finished with a scared tone. The possibility of that beast and its power falling into an enemy's hands is the only reason we would ever deny the boy a chance to participate in anything, Koharu said as she sat down beside Sarutobi. We'll all make sure that such a thing never happens, Sarutobi replied as he rolled up the scroll and placed it in his robes. Now I bid you both good night. It has been a long day and I think we all could use some rest. With a nod, the two advisors parted ways with the Hokage and all three left to their own residences. Chapter 3 Missions and Full Toxicity. Naruto awoke at 7 in the morning the day after testing to meet Anko for their first mission together. As he was going through his morning routine, He began to wonder what his first few missions with his new sensei were going to be like. I doubt it'll be anything incredible, Naruto thought as he locked his apartment and made his way to the mission's office to meet his sensei and receive their first mission. Once Naruto was in sight of the doors to the Hokage Tower, he saw his sensei leaning against the wall beside the doors. When she looked up at him, he gave her a cheerful grin before greeting her. Good morning, Anko-sensei, he said before he gave her a respectful bow. Good morning, brat, Anko replied as she smirked at him. Let's go start the most boring missions of your life, she said with a sigh before leading him into the tower. After receiving a few D-rank missions from the Chunin on duty, both sensei and student left the mission's office and headed for the home of their first client of the day. After arriving at one of the multitudes of small farms on the outskirts of the village walls, the duo knocked on the front door. Moments later, an elderly man answered and after seeing their headbands smiled and let them into his living room. So, you two are the ninja that gonna get rid of those vermin for me? The old man questioned as his equally old wife served them both some tea. Yes, sir, that's what we're here for, Anko answered as she sipped her tea. So what kind of vermin do you need exterminated? Naruto questioned as he also sipped his tea. I need those damn rats out of my fields and out of my chicken coops, the old man complained as he scratched his gray hair in exhaustion as he suddenly looked his full age. Rats, sir? Naruto questioned as he finished his tea. That's right, youngin', but I'm certain these ain't no normal rats. They always escape the traps I use and sometimes they even take the bait without setting the traps off. There ain't no normal rats that can do that, the old farmer said as he sighed tiredly. Don't worry, sir, Anko said kindly. We'll have the whole population taken care of before lunch. The old man's face lit up with a small smile as he showed them the way to the barn where he kept his crops after harvesting them. This is where the monsters do the most damage, he said as he showed them all of the debated traps. Well, I'll leave you youngins to it. Let me know when those monsters are all gone, the old man said before he went back to his house to await the results. All right, brat. Since this is our first mission, I'll be helping you, Anko said as she pulled out a kunai. When you see a rat, you do this. With that, she threw her kunai and impaled a dark gray rat through the head. Seems simple enough, Naruto replied before taking out several of his poison senbon and letting them loose into 6 other rats that had come out from behind one of the many farming tools lining the walls of the barn. Within a second, all 6 rats were completely still and quite obviously dead. They both kept at it for about an hour before deeming the barn cleared out. After moving to the large chicken coop, the two began the process of removing the infestation of rats. About half an hour after the two began, something strange happened with one of the rats Naruto targeted with his senbon. To both Naruto and Anko's shock, the rat not only stood on its hind legs, it also rapidly moved its head out of the path of the senbon and looked at them with an affronted look on its small face. What was that for? The small rodent questioned the two ninja as it sniffed at them from the wall it stood in front of. Anko-sensei, Naruto said. Yeah, brat, Anko questioned. Did that rat just speak to us? He asked. Yes, it did, she replied as she put her kunai away. I believe we may have just stumbled upon the root of our client's problem, she said as she knelt down and looked at the rat. You're a summoned animal, aren't you? When she said that, Naruto's eyes widened and he began to walk over to the rat cautiously. Do you have a human summoner? Anko asked as she let the rat sniff her hand. Nope, can't say I do, snake lady, the rat replied as he sat back down and scratched his side with his back leg. Snake lady? Naruto asked the rat with a pointed look. Yeah, she smells like the snake summons, the rat answered as he began sniffing Naruto. Why are you here if you weren't summoned? Anko questioned as she watched the rat climb up Naruto's arm while continually sniffing the boy. Looking for some good food, of course, the rat replied as he sat in Naruto's hair and looked at Anko lazily. How long have you been here? Naruto asked as he tried to look up at the rat on his head. Just a few weeks, the rat sighed as it rolled around in Naruto's soft blonde hair. Are all these other rats summons? Anko asked as the rat snuggled deeper into Naruto's hair. Nah, they're regular everyday dumbass rats, the rat replied as it curled up for a nap on Naruto's head. So you're the only summon here? You're the rat that's been debating all the traps? Naruto questioned the lazily dozing rat. Yeah, I guess that'd be me, the rat replied tiredly. Now will you let me sleep? The rat asked as it went back to dozing on Naruto's head. Yeah, sure. Have a nice nap, big guy. Naruto replied kindly as he stood up. Alright, brat. I'm sure you could finish this up real quick with a little poison, Anko said as she stepped outside the coop and waited for Naruto's all clear. Shortly after departing, clouds of poison started drifting out of the open door and all the small windows. A few minutes later, Naruto came out with a burlap sack of dead rats. That should be all of them, Anko-sensei, he replied as they headed back to the client's house. After dropping off the sack of dead rats and telling the old farmer that the rat population had been decimated, they got their mission scroll signed by the client and headed off to their next D rank. Their next mission turned out to be the infamous Retrieve Tora mission. After tracking the cat into the forest, Naruto released a poisoned sunbon into its back leg and let it run off. Once they had tracked it down again, the cat was already fast asleep and unable to put up a fight. When Anko and Naruto returned the sleeping cat to its owner and getting the mission signed off on as complete, they went to complete their final task for the day. The last mission of the day was walking the Inuzuka dogs. Once the two had arrived, the clan head, Inuzuka Tsume, led them to the kennels where her daughter, Inuzuka Hana, was waiting with the dogs on leashes. Just walk them around the park, down the street, and bring them back. That'll be enough exercise for today, Tsume told them as Hana gave the leashes to Naruto. Of course, Inuzuka-sama. I'll take good care of them, Inuzuka-heim, Naruto said to Tsume and Hana respectively. After Naruto said that, Tsume gained a feral grin, while Hana smirked with a light blush on her cheeks. What's this about, brat? I thought you were in love with me. Anko teasingly pouted at him. But you said I haven't earned it yet, Naruto replied with a joking smile. Well, if you do this well enough, I'm sure Hana and I could give you a little tip for your services, Tsume said with a grin as Naruto blushed and stuttered out that it wasn't necessary. Shortly afterwards, Naruto was being halfway dragged around the park by the 12 or so dogs that he held by leashes. Would you guys at least go in the same direction? He asked the dogs as they once again went multiple directions. After finally getting the dogs around the park and back to the Inuzuka compound, Hana put the dogs into their kennels while Naruto sat on the back porch of Tsume's house gulping down a bottle of water. Well, looks like you did pretty well, Naruto, Tsume said as she came up to him from the kennels. The dogs looked quite happy with their walk, Hana added as she quickly gave him a small kiss on the cheek before retreating into the house. Naruto was blushing up a storm and trying to talk before Tsume burst out laughing at the embarrassed teenage boy. After Naruto calmed down, he stood before Tsume and asked her to sign the mission scroll. Once she signed it and Naruto put it into his pouch for later delivery, Tsume quickly grasped his jaw and brought his lips to hers in an intense kiss that left Naruto stunned. Naruto's jaw dropped as his mind stalled as he tried to process what was happening. When Naruto's mouth opened, Tsume took her chance, pushed her tongue into his mouth while grabbing his right hand and placing it on her firm ass. Naruto's mind had completely shut down at this point and he just stood there dumbly. Once she'd had her fun, Tsume released the boy, who simply stood there transfixed. Oh, Tsume, I think you broke him, Anko chuckled as she waved her hand in front of Naruto's unblinking face. Tsume chuckled as well before responding. Yeah, he should wake up in a few minutes, she replied. Though I wouldn't mind taking him to my bed at all either, Tsume finished while leering at Naruto. Yeah, he'd probably be a great father, Anko said with a smirk as she watched Naruto continue to stand there unmoving. I bet the pups he'd father would be incredibly strong as well. Makes me want him all the more. Tsume responded with a grin as Naruto finally regained movement before blushing up a storm and practically sprinting out of the Inuzuka compound. Both Anko and Tsume laughed loudly at the teenager's innocence. Maybe he'll be interested in a clan alliance in a couple months once he makes Chunin? Tsume pondered out loud as she sat on her porch. I'll ask him for ya, Anko responded before leaving the compound with a wave and a smile. When Anko caught up to Naruto, he was still blushing and trying to calm down. What's wrong, brat? Not used to the wiles of women? Anko questioned with a laugh as she walked beside him. I know I'm not, he stuttered out as they walked towards the Hokage tower. What did I miss? Questioned the summon rat as he poked his head out of Naruto blonde locks. You're still there? Naruto questioned as he tried to look up at the rat. How did you stay up there this whole time? he asked as the rat stretched out before sitting on top of his head. I wrapped myself in your hair. Makes a great blanket, by the way. The rat explained as he scratched his ear. So what are you still doing here? Anko questioned as she eyed the summon. Well, since Poison Man here was kind enough to let me nap in his hair, I thought I'd put in a good word for him with the boss. The summon rat answered with a shrug. You mean you want to ask your boss to allow me to summon your kind? Naruto questioned in shock while Anko's eyes widened as well. Yep, the rat replied before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Damn brat, you might just be getting a summoning contract before you're even out of the academy for more than a month, Anko said as she continued on towards the Hokage tower. Time skip 1 month later. After a month of D-rank missions, Anko finally snapped. Damn it, old man. Give us at least a C rank. I'm tired of these boring-ass chores. After her outburst, she blushed and recomposed herself. I mean, I believe my apprentice is more than ready for more difficult missions, she said as she bowed to the aged leader. Naruto was simply nodding his head in agreement with his sensei. Very well, Anko. I'll trust your judgment on this matter, Sarutobi replied as he pulled a scroll out of the C-rank stack and gave it to her. There's a gang of bandits on the outskirts of Takiji village that have been causing too much trouble. They've been linked to theft, rape, and murder already. The town elder has commissioned us to get rid of them by any means necessary. I trust you two with resolving this quickly, he said as Anko looked over the mission scroll. Yes, sir, Hokage-sama. Both Anko and Naruto replied with a bow as they left the mission office to prepare for their mission. Once the two met up at the gates of the village, Anko checked Naruto's gear. After deeming it acceptable for a few-day-long C-rank, they took off into the forest and began tree-hopping. After tree-hopping for several hours, the duo came to a stop in a small clearing far from the main pathways. All right, brat. We'll make camp here for the night and arrive in the village tomorrow morning, Anko said as she started setting up a tent for the night. I'll get the firewood for tonight, Anko-sensei, Naruto said before he went into the forest to collect what they'd need. After bringing back an armload of firewood as well as 2 rabbits he had killed with a well-placed kunai each, Naruto and Anko set about cooking their own rabbit over the newly made fire. After dinner, Naruto noticed that Anko hadn't set up the tent he'd brought and asked her about it. I'm not going to hold your hand through this mission, brat. Either set up your own tent or sleep in mine, she responded before going into her tent for the night. Afterwards, Naruto simply set up his own tent before going to bed for the night. Damn, Anko thought with slight disappointment. I was kinda hoping he'd take me up on my offer. With that final thought, she drifted off to sleep for the night. The next morning, after a short breakfast of pre-made food, the two headed towards Takiji at top speed. When they arrived, the two could tell the village had been harassed several times by the bandits they had come to eliminate. After being shown to the village elder and explaining that they were the team sent to rid them of their bandit problem, the elder directed them to the last known camp of the bandits and begged them to get rid of them before their village was attacked again. Anko and Naruto had no trouble tracking the bandits to the camp as the bandits obviously didn't bother covering their tracks. After scouting the camp and determining that all the bandits were there, the two ninja waited for nightfall before they made a move. All right, brat. Show me some of that poison work of yours, Anko told Naruto. He nodded before going through hand seals and whispering, Inbijibiru Dekuso no Jutsu. 1. With that, Naruto inhaled deeply before breathing out a colorless, odorless toxin into the camp. Once he used the jutsu, he told Anko to wait 5 minutes before he'd go down into the camp and make sure everyone was dead. After the 5 minutes had passed, Naruto ventured down into the camp and began checking pulses. Once he'd checked the last pulse of the last bandit, he exited the tent before making his way back to let Anko know she could torch the camp and they could complete their mission. When he reached the center of camp, he sensed incoming projectiles and hit the ground. He heard 3 distinct hits, and when he looked up he saw 3 kunai lodged in a wooden post he had been walking past before he ducked. He looked back to where the kunai came from to see a ninja, from Kusa, if the headband was any indication. The thing that Naruto noticed the most, however, was the slash mark going through the metal plate that denoted the man before him as a missing nin. So you're the little brat that took out all my little minions? He asked as he pulled out more kunai. So you're the leader of these bastards? Naruto questioned as he got ready for combat. Yeah, I am, the Kusa nin replied. I'm also the leader of these guys. he said with a laugh as he snapped his fingers and 20 bandits came out from hiding. Let me guess. Naruto asked. You have a few rebreathers, don't you? The Kusanin and his goons laughed as they showed off their masks that let them survive the poison. Figure scumbags, like you would have stolen something like that, Naruto remarked while slowly circulating massive amounts of chakra through his body. Suddenly Anko landed behind Naruto and pulled out her own kunai while she stared down the thugs. Seems you ran into some trouble, brat, she said with a smirk. No trouble, sensei, just a little unfinished business, he replied with a smile at her. Check out the babe, the Kusa missing Nin called out as he and his men leered at Anko's body. Don't get any ideas, bastard, Anko snarled at him. Don't worry, slut. We'll be having a lot of fun with you once we get rid of the brat. The Kusa missing Nin responded as his men cheered. I'm afraid you and your goons won't get the chance, you dumbass, Naruto said as he started releasing massive amounts of thick poisonous smoke from his body. Anko-sensei, please step back and observe. I'll show you my true full power right now, Naruto said as Anko looked at him questioningly. You sure, brat? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I don't want you to get caught up in my techniques, he replied with a serious tone. All right, brat, take them out. I've wondered what the full extent of your bloodline was since I saw it in action, Anko told him before she leapt backwards and onto the roof of a second-story house about 100 feet behind Naruto. Kill that little shit, the Kusa missing Nin yelled as all of the bandits charged at Naruto with weapons drawn. Foolish Yudoku Futon. Doku de Tapa. 2. Naruto yelled as he unleashed a massive surge of poisonous wind at the bandits that sent them all flying back into several tents. Ha! You stupid punk! Did you forget we all have these rebreathers? The ex-Kusa Nin laughed as the bandits began to get up from the ruined tents. Nope, that was just a test. Here's where this massacre is going to get interesting, Naruto said as he sped through several more hand seals. Yudoku Sui Tun. Dekuso Tepidama. 3. He shouted before firing off 5 spheres of pure liquid poison at the bandits. 5 bandits were hit while 10 more were splashed by poison that flew off the first 5 bandits. Shortly after they were hit, all 15 bandits were on the ground screaming out in intense pain. Before the other bandits could recover, Naruto was moving in with his hands covered in chakra. Ekidoku Sen 2. 4. Naruto yelled as he punched the first bandit in the jaw. The second bandit got a back fist to his throat, while the third got a knife hand to the back of the neck. The fourth and fifth both got palm heels into their chins and were unconscious before they hit the ground. The ex-Kusa Nin was stunned. This kid had just taken out 20 full-grown men in less than a minute. This wasn't some ordinary genin. This kid was some kind of monster. Doton, Tsuchibunshin no Jutsu, the Kusa missing Nin yelled out as he created 20 clones. You can't beat me, you little bastard. All the clones yelled as they charged the boy. Naruto nimbly dodged between the strikes of the Kusa missing Nin and his clones before being surrounded by the clones. Now we've got you, damn it, the ex-Kusa Nin yelled out with a laugh. Not really, now you're all in range, Naruto said as he smirked before unleashing the massive amount of chakra he'd built up inside of his body. Dokushu Hijitsu, Hakayaku no Dokuso. 5. He yelled as a massive explosion of dark green poisonous smoke and purple liquid poison exploded off his body and covered the entire camp in multiple types of poison. Damn it, brat, Anko yelled as she had just barely managed to outrun the boy's jutsu. Shortly after the jutsu was used, Anko saw Naruto walk out of the thick green smoke and stand before her. The poisons should wear off in a couple hours, Anko-sensei. I got that guy's head sealed in this scroll, he said as he showed her a plain sealing scroll. That jutsu takes an ass-load of chakra even for me, but there's no chance of survival for any living thing caught inside the blast radius, Naruto explained before Anko smacked him in the back of the head. If it has a 0% chance of survival, then don't use it when I'm in range, you brat, she yelled at him before she started dragging him back to Takiji village to report a completed mission and to get the elder to sign the mission scroll. Yes, Anko-sensei. Sorry, Anko-sensei, Naruto replied as he started walking beside her. After getting the scroll signed by the elder after showing him the head of the Kusa missing Nin, the two left Takiji village and headed back to Konoha. When night fell, Naruto set up his tent while Anko hunted their dinner. After Anko returned with a small boar, they roasted it and had a large meal as a sort of celebration for Naruto's first completed C-rank mission. Once the meal was completed, Naruto went into his tent to sleep for the night. Just before he fell asleep, he heard the tent flap open. When he shot up to see who it was, he saw Anko entering his tent. What are you doing, sensei?" he questioned as she closed the tent flap. "I'm getting ready to go to sleep." "What's it look like, brat?" she asked as she slipped her trench coat off, giving Naruto an eyeful of her fishnet-clad breasts. "Anko-sensei." Naruto panicked as he used his blanket to block his eyes. "Don't get so excited, brat. I told you I came in here to sleep. I don't plan on having sex with you tonight," she said as she used her trench coat as a blanket and laid down beside him. "Oh, okay. Whatever you say, Anko-sensei," Naruto replied before turning over so that his back was to his sensei. "Good night, sensei," he said as he tried to fall back to sleep. "Night, brat," Anko replied as she snuggled into her trench coat. The next morning, Anko woke up shortly after sunrise. As she sat up and stretched, she noticed that Naruto had twisted himself out of his blankets. "Restless little brat, aren't you?" she thought before looking down to see if she could get out of the tent without waking him. She stopped when she saw that Naruto was sporting his morning problem and stared at it transfixed. The little brat has to be close to 6 inches, and he hasn't even finished growing yet. Anko thought, shocked at Naruto's impressive growth in that certain department. Without really thinking, her hand began to inch towards Naruto's length. Once her fingertips touched it, she instantly wrapped her hand around it. "Shit, he's at least 2 inches wide," she thought as she felt her cheeks warm up in a blush. Naruto mumbled in his sleep as Anko's eyes snapped towards his face. Thankfully, he continued to sleep. Anko went back to looking at Naruto's erection. She began to stroke it at a slow pace with a blush still on her face. Naruto was groaning constantly in his sleep at this point. "That's right, brat, you like that, don't you? You like what Anko-sensei is doing to you. You want her to make you come, right?" Anko thought with her lust-clouded mind. "Whoa, wait, what am I doing? He's only 12 for Kami's sake. I need to get out of this tent and calm down," she mentally screamed before bolting out of the tent to clear her head. Almost half an hour later, Naruto crawled out of the tent and looked around for his sensei. "You finally ready to go, brat?" Anko asked as she stood in the middle of the clearing. "Yes, sensei," Naruto said before he quickly sealed the tent away, and they both began tree-hopping back towards Konoha. As they were making their way back, Anko decided to make some light conversation. "Hey, brat, what kind of jutsu did you use to cause that massive blast of poison that wiped out that camp?" she asked with some curiosity. "Oh, that was one of the hijitsu I've created for my clan. It can only be used by someone that has the dokushu mastered to an instinctual level like I do. It's also a technique that uses my full toxicity," Naruto explained as they continued to jump from tree to tree. "I see, I guess I'll have to start requesting more C ranks like this one then, just so I can see some more of these bloodline techniques of yours," she stated as she pushed off the branch she was on. "By the way, brat, what do you mean by full toxicity?" Anko asked as she looked towards Naruto. "It means I use my full spectrum of poisons in one single jutsu. There is no way to make an antidote for someone that has been poisoned multiple times with various poisons. Anyone hit by a full toxicity attack from any of my future clan members won't be able to survive," he explained as they both could finally see the gates of Konoha through the trees. Once they had arrived and made their way to the Hokage's office, the two stood before the old man and gave him their mission report as well as the signed mission scroll. "I see, so a missing nin from Kusa was controlling the bandits. That would explain why Takiji Village's police force couldn't handle them," Sarutobi stated as he exhaled the smoke from his pipe. "But in any case, I'm sure Kusa will enjoy receiving this man's head. I'll be sure to call you in when they send the bounty money to us, Naruto," he said with a proud grandfatherly smile on his old face. "Thanks, Gigi," Naruto said with a smile as he rubbed the back of his head. "Also, since you did encounter and battle a foreign shinobi, I'll have to mark the mission as a B rank to compensate for the increased risk. Congratulations, Naruto, you're officially the youngest genin to complete a B rank mission in over a decade," the Sandaime said with a grin. "Awesome, Gigi. Now everyone will know how great me and Anko-sensei are as a team," Naruto exclaimed happily while Anko just smirked at him and the old Hokage chuckled at his antics. It was shortly after leaving the mission office that Anko and Naruto went their separate ways. Anko went to catch up with her friends at their favorite hangout while Naruto headed towards his apartment to tend to his poison garden. On the way to his home, Naruto ran into the one team he would rather have avoided by any means possible. Team 7 was walking down the same path as Naruto when they saw him and approached him. "Hey Dobe, have you been dropped out of the ninja forces yet?" Sasuke asked with a smirk on his face. "Yeah, Baka. Have you been kicked out so everyone can see how much better Sasuke-kun is?" Sakura screeched at him. Sai simply stood there with an obviously fake smile adorning his face. Kakashi looked up from his book before hitting Sasuke lightly on the head with it. "You shouldn't say things like that, Sasuke. Naruto's a fellow Leaf Nin and you may have to work with him at some point." Kakashi scolded before smiling at Naruto. "How have you been since graduating, Naruto?" he asked as Sasuke scowled at both Kakashi and Naruto. "I've been well, Kakashi-san," Naruto answered with a small smile. "Anko-sensei and I just got back from a successful B-rank mission," he said as Kakashi's eye widened while Sasuke automatically yelled out, "You lie, Dobe. They wouldn't let a loser like you do a B-rank mission before an elite Uchiha like me." Sakura, ever the faithful bitch lapdog, automatically supported him. "Yeah, you lying baka, you couldn't even complete a B-rank. Only Sasuke-kun could do that kind of mission already," she shrieked at him. Naruto was cleaning out his ears from Sakura's yelling before he sighed and looked at Kakashi. "If you'll approve it, Kakashi-san, I'd like to prove to your team that I'm more than capable of completing a mission that I've already completed," he said as he looked at Kakashi with a bored expression. "Sure. I'm sure it'll be educational for them," Kakashi replied before leading them all to Training Ground 3. When they arrived, Kakashi started to explain the rules of the sparring match. "Alright, this is just a sparring match, so no lethal blows and nothing that'll cripple anyone. Other than that, anything goes. But if I call a match, that means it's over. Now this will be one-on-one sparring." At this point, Naruto interrupted him and asked, "Actually, Kakashi-san, if it's all the same to you, I'd prefer if you'd make it a 3-on-1 match. I have some other things to take care of that doesn't involve beating those weaker than me," he said as he looked at the 3 members of Team 7. "Well, if you're sure, Naruto," Kakashi said while Naruto nodded at him. "Alright then, Hajime," Kakashi yelled while he chopped his hand down between Naruto and Team 7. Sasuke instantly sprang forward at Naruto with a punch. At the same time, Sakura stood in the same place and cheered Sasuke on while Sai jumped back and disappeared into the surrounding forest. Naruto saw Sasuke coming at him and simply sighed before dodging the punch and back-fisting Sasuke's right cheek. Sasuke hit the ground hard and laid there stunned. "Sasuke-kun!" Sakura screeched as she tried to run past Naruto to get to her crush. Naruto, however, didn't let her as he grabbed the back of the collar of her shirt and drug her back in front of him before punching her in the stomach and knocking the wind out of her. "You shouldn't be so focused on the Uchiha, Haruno. You left yourself wide open," Naruto said as he quickly back-fisted the ink lion that had tried to pounce on him from behind. Naruto turned around and saw 9 more ink lions preparing to attack him. "Come on then," he said with a smile. All 9 lions charged at him and he quickly dodged Sasuke's sucker punch from behind. "Predictable, Uchiha." He smirked before grabbing Sasuke's arm and tossing him into 3 of the ink lions, causing them to disperse. Naruto quickly ducked another lion before punching it in the stomach, causing it to disperse, and then charging another lion before dispersing it with a roundhouse kick to the left side of its head. 5 down, 4 to go. Naruto mumbled before flinging 5 senbon at them while he mule-kicked Sasuke, who had tried to sneak up on him. By the time Sasuke had hit the ground, the 4 remaining ink lions had been dispersed by the senbon, and Sai had fallen out of the tree behind the lions with the 5th senbon stuck in the left side of his chest. "You lose, Uchiha," Naruto said as he stepped on Sasuke's back to keep him from getting up. "Winner, Naruto," Kakashi said, slightly shocked as Naruto removed his foot from Sasuke's back. While Naruto was walking away from the sparring area, Sasuke stood up in a rage and flew through hand seals before screaming, "Daiyu Dobe, Katan! Gukakyu no Jutsu!" Sasuke unleashed a large fireball at Naruto's back. "Sasuke, the match is over," Kakashi yelled out while staring at the fireball heading for Naruto's back. Before Sasuke even noticed, Naruto had disappeared from his technique's line of fire and reappeared beside him. Naruto quickly smashed Sasuke in the face and sent him several feet back across the clearing. Why did you have to be so stupid? Naruto sighed before throwing 3 senbon into each one of Sasuke's arms and legs. After that, Naruto simply walked away from the beaten Team 7. After beating Team 7, Naruto quickly made his way to his apartment and went to his poison garden to calm down. Several hours later, Naruto had cared for his garden and even made a few vials of poisons. He then decided to go have some Ichiraka ramen to end his day on a good note. When he arrived, Naruto greeted Tsuchi and Ayam with a smile and told them to keep the ramen coming. After having several bowls of ramen, Naruto paid his bill and left with a wave to the 2 ramen chefs. When he got back to his apartment, he was in a better mood and more than ready to head to bed. After finishing his shower, Naruto put his pajamas on before slipping into bed with a content smile on his face. Several hours earlier with Anko. After Anko had separated from Naruto for the day, she went to meet up with her friends at their favorite bar. When she entered the bar, she quickly spotted Kurenai, Hana, and Yugao in their usual booth waiting for her. "Hey girls, how's everything been going with you?" Anko asked as she sat down with them. Kurenai was the first to respond. "Training with my team has been going well. I'm planning on requesting a C-rank mission tomorrow," she said while sipping her drink. "Work at the vet has been going well. No serious injuries or diseases have come in, so my works has been rather easy." Hana replied with a sigh as she stirred her drink. "I've been training a lot with my squad. Other than that, I've been doing the normal patrols," Yugao said as she finished off her sake with a content sigh. "So what have you been up to, Anko?" Kurenai asked. "Yeah, how has that cutie Naruto been?" Hana questioned with a raised eyebrow. "Naruto? Oh, you mean the genin with the rare bloodline, right?" Yugao asked as she refilled her glass. "Yeah, that's him, Yugao. He's been fine, Hana. We just returned from a C-rank turned B-rank mission," Anko answered with a smile. The brat actually handled the mission perfectly. He took out an entire camp of bandits without making a sound. He even did it with 1 jutsu. She boasted with a smile. "Seriously?" All 3 kunoichi questioned incredulously. "Yep, and when 20 more came out being led by a missing nin from Kusa, he actually asked me to step back," Anko said with a laugh at her friends' shocked faces. "Why would he ask you to step back?" questioned Hana. "Well, the Kusa pig and his bandit followers made remarks about using me to please them, and that seemed to piss the brat off. Next thing I know, I'm watching him dispatch 15 bandits with a poison Suetun jutsu, while taking out the last 5 with taijutsu and a bloodline technique," Anko explained with a slight smile and blush adorning her face. "Seems like he respects women quite a bit," remarked Kurenai with an approving nod. "Oh, believe me, he does," Anko responded with a smirk. "How did he deal with the missing nin?" Yugao asked curiously. "Believe it or not, he not only beat the asshole, he also beat 20 Tsuchi Bunshins before finishing them all off with a hijitsu he created. I'm telling you girls, that jutsu covered that entire camp in so many poisons I don't think an entire team of medic nin could identify them all." Anko gushed slightly while smiling fondly at the memory. "Does Snake Mistress Anko have a crush on her genin apprentice?" Hana questioned with a teasing tone. "No," Anko shouted with a blush. "Well, maybe a little. I kind of saw his morning problem when we shared a tent on the way back to the village," she explained as she got a faraway look on her face. "Oh really? Well, how well endowed is the boy?" Yugao asked with a raised eyebrow. About 6 inches long and 2 inches thick," Anko replied in a small voice. "He was also hard as a rock," she mumbled out. "Honestly, Anko, you sound like you touched it," Kurenai exclaimed shocked. "I kind of did," Anko replied in the same small voice. "I practically gave him a hand job while he was asleep before I regained control of myself," she mumbled out as she downed her entire bottle of sake. "Geez, Anko, you're lucky he stayed asleep," Kurenai admonished as she too downed the rest of her drink. "Well, you won't have to wait long, Anko-chan," Hana stated. "Once he turns 13 and becomes a Chunin, he'll need a woman to carry his child, so he can claim clan head status. Maybe if you two work out a relationship, you'll be the one who gets to be the lucky woman." She finished with a smirk. "That's true enough, Anko. I say you should give it a shot. Where else are you going to find a man as sweet as this Naruto sounds?" Yugao asked as she smiled at Anko. While I would normally be against this, it does sound like you two would get along well. That might even become love if you let it happen. Kurenai said as she too gave her support. I just hope you'll be willing to share him, Hana stated with a grin. I wouldn't mind being with a guy that'll actually care about me. Plus I know he's strong and that means we'd have strong pups together. The dog-like girl finished with a blush of her own. I might consider letting you share him with me, Hana-chan, Anko said with a devious smile. But I get him first, including his first kiss, first date, first blowjob and his first child. She finished with a glazed expression and a little blood running down from her nose. I'd take that deal. Hana giggled out while Kurenai and Yugao looked back and forth between them with wide eyes. Well, it's getting late and I gotta torture the brat some more tomorrow and see if we can't get another C-rank mission, Anko stated as she left the bar and headed home for a good night's sleep. I think I'll tease Naruto-kun a bit tomorrow, she thought with a grin as she slipped into bed and fell asleep to dreams of her with a child of her own that had very familiar blue eyes. Chapter 4 Missions, Training, Summons, and Poison Animation. Naruto woke up the day after his first C-rank turned B-rank mission and headed towards the bathroom to begin his morning routine. After showering and eating breakfast, he brushed his teeth before heading out to meet his sensei at the training grounds. Wonder what kind of training Anko-sensei has planned for today? He wondered as he walked down the street towards the training grounds. Across the village, Anko was awaiting Naruto for morning training. I think I'll see everything the brat can do with his bloodline today. I don't want to be surprised by one of his techniques again, she thought as she leaned against a tree and munched on a stick of dango she had bought on the way there. After waiting for a few more minutes, Anko spotted Naruto entering the training ground with his hands in his pockets. Good morning, Anko-sensei, he greeted with a smile as he gave her a respectful bow. Morning, brat, she responded with a grin as she roamed his body with her eyes. Yep, still a fine young man. With his respectful attitude, he'll make a great husband and a perfect father, she thought with a slight blush that Naruto barely noticed. Is Anko blushing? Naruto thought before shrugging it off. So what are we doing today, Anko-sensei? He asked her as he stood in front of Anko. Today you're going to show me all of your bloodline techniques, so I don't get caught off guard like I did on our last mission, she replied as she gave him a playful glare. I said I was sorry, Naruto replied as he rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Regardless, you're going to show me so I know what to expect from you, she said as she motioned towards the center of the training ground. Yes, Anko-sensei, he replied before he moved to the center of the field and began producing a purple smoke from both his hands. Naruto completed a sequence of hand seals before speaking his jutsu's name. Dokusadu no Jutsu. 1. He said as the poison smoke began to move and twist into various shapes. What does this do, brat? Anko asked as she watched the poison move around Naruto's body. This jutsu is the basis of several of my jutsu that move, like my Yudoku Yuko no Jutsu, without me moving them. By using this technique as the base of another technique, I can give it both a form and a more solid density. That's how my poison demon foxes are able to bite and actually pierce flesh. Any jutsu that uses this technique as a base is part of what I call my poison animation collection, he explained as he shifted the poison smoke into the kanji for, see Anko-sensei, as he smiled at her. Impressive, brat, Anko remarked with a smirk. What else can you do? I know that can't be it, she stated with a grin. How about this? Naruto questioned as he went through several hand seals before calling out, Dokuryuden no Jutsu, 2, and exhaling a dragon of pure liquid poison towards a group of bushes and trees. The poison dragon splashed over the plants. Within moments, the plants were all withering and dying under the poison's power. You created a Ryuden Jutsu with your bloodline? Anko asked, slightly awed. It was no secret that the Ryuden Jutsu, such as the Suiton, Suryuden no Jutsu, or the Keton, Karyuenden no Jutsu, were highly powerful jutsu that could potentially destroy entire enemy encampments when controlled properly. Yeah, it takes a lot of chakra though, but I've heard that's common among the Ryuden Jutsu, Naruto replied as he prepared his next jutsu. Here's another one I created, Anko-sensei, Naruto said as he called out, Saruigasu no Jutsu, 3, before exhaling an oddly colored gas towards Anko. You brat! She yelled before her eyes started to burn and she started sneezing, hacking, and coughing. When the gas cleared, Anko stumbled towards Naruto and took a swing at him. You damn cough brat. I'm going to cough. Beat the shit out of you. Naruto dodged her wild swings before grabbing both of her hands and trapping them between both of their bodies in a hug. What are you doing, cough brat? Anko questioned while trying to focus on him. Just showing you another technique I came up with, Anko-sensei. Naruto answered before capturing her lips in a kiss. The brat's actually kissing me. Why am I getting so drowsy? Was the last thought she had before falling unconscious. I call that my Kururu Horomu Seppun for Anko-sensei. Naruto said as he set her down against a tree and began removing the poisons from her body with a chakra-covered hand. What the hell hit me? Anko mentally questioned as she regained consciousness. Oh yeah, that brat gassed me, and when I tried to kick his ass he kissed me. She thought before bringing her hand to her lips and blushing. Are you alright, Anko-sensei? She heard a familiar voice ask. Quickly snapping her eyes open, she had Naruto pinned against the tree with a kunai to his throat. Yeah brat, I'm just fine, she said with a smirk as she saw him pale and begin to sweat. Now is that all the jutsu you have created with your bloodline? She asked him flatly. Yeah, that's all of them so far. The other few I have are still in the planning stages. He stuttered out as she began to lower her kunai. I see, Anko said while she lowered the kunai all the way down to his crotch. Anko-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto questioned nervously as he tried to back away. Oh, nothing, but I'd like to know what you plan to do now that you've stolen a kiss from me. I expect some kind of compensation, she said with a smirk as she pressed the kunai closer to his crotch. What do you want? I'll do anything if you'll promise not to use that kunai right now, Naruto said as he looked down at the blade she had pressed to his crotch. I think a date is in order. You'll take me somewhere nice and treat me to dinner. Then you'll pay for the meal and walk me home like a gentleman. Yes, I think that'll just about make up for you stealing that kiss from me, Anko stated with a devious grin on her face. Sure, Anko-sensei. I'd be more than happy to do that for you, Naruto replied as he gave her his best smile. Well, his best smile while she had a sharp kunai pressed against his crotch anyway. I expected no less than that from you, she replied with a grin as she put her kunai away. Now I want to see how far you've come with your summoning jutsu, Anko told him as she pushed him back towards the center of the clearing. Yes, Anko-sensei, Naruto responded as he thought back to the day he'd gotten approval to summon the Rat Clan. Flashback the day after Naruto met the Rat Summon. Naruto and Anko had just completed another day's worth of D-rank missions and were heading to the training grounds to get in some afternoon training. Once they'd gotten to the training ground they planned on using, they started a light warm-up before getting to the serious training. Suddenly a puff of ninja smoke appeared in the middle of the clearing. Both Anko and Naruto were instantly on guard in case it was some kind of attack. To both of their surprise, the rat that had taken a nap in Naruto's hair the day before was sitting on top of the largest rat both of them had ever seen. Hey Poison Man, how are you doing today? The small rat asked with a wave. Oh, it's just you, Anko said dismissively as she put her kunai away. Hey, what do you mean, just me? That's not nice, snake lady. The small rat whined as he pouted on top of the large rat's head. Hush now, Soki. We are here to present your poison friend with the contract per boss's orders, the large rat stated. Not that I'm unhappy about receiving a summoning contract or anything, but could you tell me why a rat that's almost as big as a horse is needed to allow me to sign it? Naruto asked as he stared at the giant rat. I'm the keeper of the contract, human. The large rat responded before lifting its head and showing them the scroll that was hanging from its neck like a necklace. The large rat removed the scroll from its neck before laying it on the ground and unrolling it. Naruto looked at the scroll and noticed that there had only been 5 previous contract holders and all of their names were black, meaning they had died. When was the last time the Rat Clan had a human contract holder? Anko asked curiously as she peered over Naruto's shoulder. About 130 years ago. He died in the massive wars that ravaged the lands at the time, before the hidden villages brought a measure of order to the chaos of the land. The large rat answered as he showed Naruto how to sign the contract. After signing the contract in blood and leaving his right hand print on the scroll, the large rat rolled up the scroll and nodded to Naruto before disappearing in another puff of ninja smoke. So, Your name is Naruto, right, Poison Man? Soki, the small rat, asked him as he sat before Naruto and looked him over. Yeah, that's me, Uzumaki Naruto, at your service. Naruto replied with a grin as he held out his hand and let Soki climb up to his shoulder. Well, Naruto, my name is Soki. I'll be your main partner for the Rat Clan. Feel free to call on me whenever you need my abilities. Soki responded as he scratched behind his ear with his back paw. What kind of abilities does the Rat Clan possess? Anko asked as she watched Naruto and Soki interact. Oh, we can do lots of things, Soki stated before hopping off Naruto's shoulder and landing on top of a training post nearby. For example, rats about my size are good for infiltration and subtle attacks, while larger rats like the one I came with are excellent frontline fighters. Other rats are gigantic and can smash through whole enemy encampments and fortresses. And our boss, well, he's about the size of a bijou. He can take on entire armies of humans or several battalions of ninja, Soki explained as he looked at both Anko and Naruto. I see. So what should I do with the contract now that I've signed it? Naruto questioned as he looked between Anko and Soki. You need to train in summoning jutsu, brat. Once you're able to summon the boss, you'll need to work on summoning specific members of the clan. Some contracts even allow you to summon multiple members of the clan at one time, Anko explained as she looked to Soki for confirmation. Snake Lady is right, Naruto. Soki confirmed. Our contract can summon entire hordes of rats in one summoning, but you can't fully use the contract without the boss's approval. The only way to get the boss's approval, though, is to summon him and pass whatever test he decides to give you. Naruto nodded in understanding before asking if he should try to summon the boss. Not a good idea, brat. If you summon a boss animal this close to the residential area of the village, you'll cause a massive panic amongst the civilians. Not to mention that every ninja in the village would quickly surround the area and seal it off with multiple forms of barrier jutsu, Anko cautioned as Naruto quickly separated his hands from each other. Not to mention the fact that most people don't know about my clan's summoning contract. They might think they're being attacked by a bijou if the boss suddenly appeared in the middle of your village, Soki replied as he sat on the training post. Alright, so no summoning near the residential area of the village. Got it, Naruto said as he stood beside Anko. Well, I'd suggest summoning the boss soon. He doesn't like to be kept waiting, Soki told him while lying down on top of the training post. Alright then, brat, we're gonna see the Hokage about your new summoning contract. I'm sure he'll give you authorization to summon the rat boss once he designates a proper area for it, Anko stated as she started towards the Hokage tower. Hop on, Soki, Naruto said as his new rat summon jumped onto his shoulder before Naruto followed after Anko. After getting to the Hokage tower and making their way up to the Hokage's office, the trio were ushered into the office where Sarutobi was meeting with Koharu and Hamura. Ah, Anko and Naruto, what is it can I do for you today? I'm afraid you'll have to make it quick, though, as I'm currently in a meeting, Sarutobi said as he gestured to his former teammates. Hokage-sama, my apprentice recently came into possession of a summoning contract for the Rat Clan, and I've come to you seeking authorization to use one of the large training grounds as the area for his first attempt to summon the contract's boss rat, Anko stated with a bow towards the aged leader. Is this true, Naruto? Hamura asked the boy with a speculative look. Yes, it is, Counselor Mitokado. I now hold the contract for the Rat Clan, but I need to summon the boss before I can fully utilize the contract, Naruto replied while scratching Soki behind the ears. Is that a member of your new contract, Naruto? Koharu questioned as she looked at the rat. Yes, he is Counselor Udatane. His name is Soki, he answered as he set Soki on the Hokage's desk for the three elder ninja to examine. Hey, how are you old people doing? Soki questioned the Hokage and his two advisors. Naruto and Anko both face-palmed at the rat's disrespectful greeting. Not much for respect, are you? The Sandame asked as he looked at the rat. Nah, not really, Soki replied before scratching his neck with his back paw. Well, I'm sure we can get an area set up for you to try your hand at summoning Naruto. Just give me an hour or two, and we'll let you know where you can begin your attempts, Sarutobi told him as Anko and Naruto both bowed respectfully to their leader before leaving the office to grab lunch together. 2 hours later, Naruto and Anko were standing on a cliff overlooking a large forested valley that was several square miles in size. I believe this training ground will suit your summoning needs, Naruto. Sarutobi stated as he, Koharu and Hamura walked up to the sensei and apprentice duo. Yeah, the boss should be more than capable of moving around here. That's already a plus for you, Poison Man. Soki remarked from atop Naruto's head. Alright, brat. Go down there and summon the boss so we can start missions again. Anko said with a smirk as she shoved Naruto over the cliff and down towards the training ground. Yes, Anko-sensei. Naruto replied as he landed on the ground safely and started tree-hopping towards the large clearing in the center of the area. So, what do you believe are the boys' chances of summoning the boss today? Koharu questioned as she looked to her old teammates and Anko. I'd give the boy a 50-50 chance of actually summoning the boss today. Hamura answered as they watched the boy arrive in the center of the valley training ground. I can guarantee the brat will summon the boss on his first attempt. Anko declared with a grin. Care to explain your confidence in Naruto's abilities? Sarutobi asked her while watching the boy go through the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. Just what I've seen him do. Not to mention what I've read from his files about his chakra capacity. Anko replied before they all heard the shout of Kuchios no Jutsu and directed their attention to the area where Naruto had just vanished inside a massive cloud of summoning smoke. When the smoke cleared, a rat almost 200 feet tall stood in the center of the training field with a curious look on its face as it took in its new surroundings. The boss rat was covered in dark gray, almost black, fur and had what appeared to be armor covering his back, underbelly, and his four legs. From under the dull metal armor dirty cloth bandages could be seen. The rat also had similar bandages wrapped around its head and covering the space between its eyes. Who the hell summoned me? The giant rat boomed out as it observed its surroundings warily. I'll be damned. Hamura breathed out in shock. I told you so, counselor, Anko said with a grin. Sarutobi looked on fondly as he watched his surrogate grandson try to get the boss rat's attention. The boy is truly impressive, Koharu stated as she too watched on as Naruto finally seemed to get the rat's attention. I summoned you, boss, Naruto said as the rat tried to look up at the small human on top of its head. Come down onto my snout, little one, the rat boss ordered with a twitch of its nose. Sure thing, boss, Naruto replied before leaping down onto the rat's snout. So you summoned me, human? The boss asked as he stared down at Naruto. Yes, I did. I'm hoping to gain your approval to summon your clan. Naruto answered with a bow of respect to the great beast before him. Your manners are excellent, boy. Let's check your scent to see what you're truly like, the giant rat said as he inhaled Naruto's scent and closed his eyes briefly. You smell of various poisons, sweat, the forest, and if I'm not mistaken, multiple flavors of ramen, the rat boss said as he opened his eyes again. Wow, Naruto stated with shock. You can tell all that with just a sniff? The rat boss gave a slight nod, so as not to displace Naruto, before replying. Yes, and your scent and the smells that come from you tell me much more about you. For example, the fact that you smell so heavily of sweat and the forest tells me you spend most of your time training. While the smell of poisons tells me what kind of weapons and techniques you specialize in. The ramen, however, I can only guess that it's your favorite food, the rat boss said while Naruto just nodded in amazement at the rat's sharp nose. So, boss, what test are you going to give me, so I can gain your approval? Naruto asked as he stared into the rat boss's eyes eagerly. Well, you've already passed 3 of my normal requirements. The first being that you summon me in an area I'd be comfortable in. This valley provides me ample space to move around and is full of wonderful scenery. The second requirement was your manners upon summoning me. Showing respect to me by bowing when we met proved that you're respectful when you need to be. The third requirement was your scent. The smells that prove you train day after day for hours on end allows me to know that my contract holder is strong enough to show the true strength of my clan. In truth, you've only one more requirement to meet before I give you my approval, the boss rat explained to the now grinning Naruto. What is it? I'll do my best to pass, boss, he stated as he practically shook in anticipation. Bring me a bottle of sake that's big enough to sate a being of my size, the rat boss said as Naruto, and all the other humans watching, face faulted. Are you serious, boss? Naruto questioned as he rubbed the back of his head. Of course, my final requirement is that you know how to properly reward a member of my clan for a job well done, the boss rat replied as he stared at the genin. Well, I guess that makes sense, Naruto said before looking back towards the boss. I'll be back in about an hour, boss. Can you wait that long? The rat boss simply lowered himself down until he was lying on the ground before replying. Sure thing. I'll enjoy the scenery and maybe get in a bit of a nap. By the way, child, my name is Soikuja. I'm Soki-kun's father. Naruto quickly reached into his hair and pulled Soki out. You're this guy's father? He asked, surprised. Hey, old man, Soki said with a wave to his father. I expect you to assist young Naruto in his last test, Soki. Soikuja told his son with a pointed look. No problem, Dad, Soki replied with a grin. With that, both Naruto and Soki ran back to Anko, Sarutobi, Hamura, and Koharu. After telling them his plan to get the acceptable amount of sake, and getting a loan from the Hokage, Naruto quickly ran to the sake brewery near the edge of the village. After telling them he wanted to buy 100 gallons of sake, and showing them the money the Hokage loaned him, the brewmaster was more than happy to lead him to a tank containing 100 gallons of sake that was about to be bottled and distributed to various parts of the village. Naruto quickly paid the brewmaster before using a sealing scroll and sealing all 100 gallons inside. After thanking the brewmaster for the sake, Naruto and Soki headed back to the training ground to find that Sarutobi had come through on his end of the bargain and used one of the Doton jutsu he'd mastered over his many years as a shinobi to create a giant sake bottle out of clay. After unsealing the sake and letting it fill the newly created bottle, Soki jumped onto his father's nose and woke him up. I see you've gotten the sake. You've even had a bottle made for me. I must admit I'm impressed. Soikuja said as he picked up the massive bottle and took several sips. Ah, not bad at all. All right, Naruto. You've met all my expectations, so I grant you full use of the Rat Clan's summoning contract. With that statement, both Soikuja and the giant sake bottle disappeared in a giant poof of ninja smoke. End flashback. After that day, Naruto had practiced his summoning jutsu several days out of every week. Kuchios no jutsu, he called out as he slammed his hand onto the ground. When the smoke cleared, Soki sat in the training ground and looked up at Naruto. Hey Naruto, how've you been? Soki asked as he climbed up Naruto's outstretched arm. I'm good, Soki. How about you? Naruto replied as he scratched behind Soki's ears and gave him a small bread roll he kept on him for when he had to summon any of the small rats. I'm good, Soki replied as he started nibbling away on the roll. What am I? Not here or something? Anko asked as she stared at the rat. Oh hey Anko, when did you get here? Soki asked with a grin as he kept eating his roll. Yeah. Good to see you, to rodent, she replied with a smirk as she looked at Naruto. Alright brat, you seem to be able to control exactly how many rats you summon and how big they are. So how about we get another C rank? She asked with a grin. Yeah sure. Sounds like fun, Anko-sensei, Naruto replied as Soki climbed into his hair and started dozing. With that, both sensei and student made their way to the Hokage Tower to pick up a new mission. When the duo entered the mission office, they came across Team 7, Team 8, and Team 10 waiting to pick up mission of their own. It seemed, however, that Sasuke was arguing about the mission he had received and was currently holding up the other two teams' attempts to get a mission for themselves. Damn it! I'm an elite Uchiha and I demand a B-rank mission. If the dobe can do one, then it should be easy for a ninja of my caliber. Sasuke yelled at the Chunin that was distributing the missions. To save the Chunin from having to explain why Sasuke couldn't have a B-rank mission yet, Naruto made himself known by answering for the Chunin. It doesn't matter who you are, Sasuke team. You haven't done enough D-rank missions to even qualify for a C rank, much less a B rank, Naruto stated as he and Anko walked towards the desk. That's what I've been trying to tell you for the last few minutes, Sasuke. Kakashi sighed as he partially looked up from his Ika book to admonish Sasuke. You can't talk to Sasuke-kun like that. Both Ino and Sakura yelled at Naruto. Naruto simply started cleaning out his ear with his pinky, trying to get them to stop ringing. Shut your mouths, you wannabe kunoichi, Anko shouted at the two fangirls. Sakura and Ino instantly shrunk back behind their teams to get away from Anko. Sheesh, try and tell some emo Avenger the truth, and you have to deal with his rabid howler monkey fangirls. Naruto sighed as he put his hands back in his pockets. I must admit, I was surprised by your completion of a B-rank mission, Naruto-san. Asuma stated as he exhaled smoke from his cigarette. It was a bit challenging. But with Anko-sensei there it wasn't anything to really worry about. Naruto said humbly while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. From what Anko told me, you're the one who actually took out the entire bandit camp. You even took the head of a Kusagakure missing nin that was leading them if I heard correctly. Kurenai stated as she looked at the boy with a grin. Come on now Kurenai-san. You're embarrassing me. Naruto said as he looked at the ground while scratching his right cheek. Besides he was only a C-rank missing nin. A rouge chunin that had knowledge of some of Kusagakure's private jutsu. He wasn't really all that strong. All the other genin, besides Sasuke of course, had wide eyes at what they were hearing. But it was because he had said knowledge that Kusagakure has sent you the money to cover that man's bounty Naruto. Sarutobi stated as everyone turned to look at the desk to see that the chunin had been relieved by the Hokage himself. Still as sneaky as ever, right Hokage-jiji? Naruto remarked as Sarutobi smiled and handed him a scroll with the word bounty written in kanji on it, as well as a letter with Kusagakure's insignia on it. Naruto quickly opened the letter and absent-mindedly started reading it out loud. Letter from Kusagakure. Dear Uzumaki Naruto, we in Kusa would like to thank you for ridding us of one of our more annoying missing nin. Bokusuchi Tunso, the missing nin you eliminated, held knowledge that could have been disastrous in the wrong hands. We as a village commend you for getting rid of him and his traitorous ways. If you would like, feel free to visit Kusagakure no Sato sometime in the future. We would enjoy meeting the man who helped our village maintain its secrecy. Enclosed in the scroll, which should be with this letter, is Tansu's bounty. His head was worth approximately 250,000 ryo and it is all there for you to do with as you please. In the future please feel free to take out any and all Kusa missing nin you come across. You will be given their bounties and free reign to any weapons they have on them. We hope to see more impressive feats from you in the future young Uzumaki. Sincerely, Tahata Saishu, leader of Kusagakure. End letter. Holy crap, Naruto just got a major payday, Kiba shouted as Naruto looked up from the scroll. I read out loud, didn't I? He asked as Anko nodded with a grin on her face. Very impressive Naruto-san. Shino complimented from beside his sensei. Yeah, way to go Naruto, Choji said with a grin as he reached for more chips. You're so troublesome, Shikamaru stated with a sigh as he looked around bored. Gigi, good job, Naruto-kun. Hinata stuttered out while poking her fingers together. Thanks you guys. Looks like I can pay back that loan now, right Hokage-jiji? Naruto replied with a grin as he stowed away both the letter and the scroll. Yes it does Naruto, but we can deal with that at a later time. Now on to the reason everyone is here. Sarutobi stated as he exhaled smoke from his pipe and picked out several mission scrolls. Team 7 will receive a D rank, he stated as he handed Kakashi a mission scroll with a large on it. Thank you Hokage-sama, Kakashi said with a bow before ushering his team out the door. Team 8 has requested 2 D-rank missions for today, Sarutobi said as he handed Kurenai 2 mission scrolls. Thank you Hokage-sama, Kurenai said with a bow as she and her team left the mission office. Finally, Team 10 has a D-rank mission as well, he said as he gave Asuma a mission scroll. Thanks Pops, Asuma said with a slight bow as he led his team away. Now Naruto and Anko, I assume you two would like a C rank, correct? Sarutobi asked while thumbing through the mission scrolls. Yes sir, Hokage-sama, Anko stated with a smile as she gave a slight bow. I'm glad those two seem to be getting along so well, Sarutobi thought with a smile while looking through the missions he had available. Very well, I believe this mission will suit the two of you quite well. You'll be going to Haimori village west of Konoha. It seems their police force is having some trouble getting rid of a local gang of thugs that have been plaguing the villagers. The police want the gang brought in alive so that they can be arrested and properly sentenced to imprisonment, Sarutobi explained while handing the scroll to Anko. Mission accepted, Hokage-sama. My apprentice and I will be back within a week. With that said, both Naruto and Anko bowed to the sandaime and left the office. Time skip 1 day later. After tree hopping for several hours and making camp for the night, which involved Anko teasing Naruto with a brief glimpse at her breasts inside the tent they shared. The two had made it to Himori the next morning. After meeting with both the village elder and the police chief and getting what info they could on the gang, which mainly involved the fact that the gang members seemingly disappeared when they were about to be caught, Anko and Naruto set out to complete their mission. It seems to me that these thugs have some way of escaping from the police that doesn't involve just running and hoping to get away. It wouldn't be wise to try and chase them all over town if we could just find their hiding place and flood the little punks with police officers. Anko mused as she and Naruto sat on top of the roof of the police station. Actually, I think I know a way we could do that. Naruto replied with a grin as he jumped off the roof and landed in the alleyway below. Anko quickly followed after him before he could get too far. So what's your big plan, brat? Anko asked as she and Naruto stood in an alley shielded from the view of the passing villagers. Well, I was thinking, wouldn't it be possible for these thugs to use the city's sewers as an escape route? I mean, every manhole leads to another one somewhere else, so if we could track one of them through the sewers, when they try and outrun the police sometime tonight, we could find their hideout and shut them inside with one of your Doton jutsu. Naruto explained as he went through several hand seals. I see what you mean. Civilians rarely think about looking down when they're chasing someone. If these punks had the manholes set up beforehand, they could slip down them and cover them back up before the police noticed. Anko nodded in approval as she watched her apprentice finish his hand seals. Too bad for these thugs, I have the ultimate sewer dwellers on our side. Kuchios no jutsu. Naruto said with a smirk as almost 100 average-sized rats appeared out of the cloud of ninja smoke. What do you need, Naruto? Soki asked from in front of the horde of rats. I need you guys to patrol the sewer systems around here and follow anyone that's using them. When you find out where they're going with them, come back and report to me or Anko. He said as all the rats, except Soki, saluted before scurrying down the currently open manhole between Naruto and Anko's feet. Now we just have to sit back and wait, right, brat? Anko asked with a grin while Naruto nodded. Yep, Soki and the others will know the entire layout of the sewer system in roughly an hour or so, and the thugs don't usually cause trouble until about an hour after sundown. Which, by my estimation, isn't for another 3 hours. So I say we just hang out in the restaurant outside this alley until one of my furry friends reports in. He stated before walking out of the alley with Anko by his side. Sounds like a plan, brat. Besides, a good meal sounds nice right about now. She replied as they both entered the restaurant to get some food. Almost 3.5 hours later, Soki climbed into Naruto's lap under the table he and Anko were sharing and whispered to him. Naruto, we found a guy running through the sewers a few minutes ago. He left the sewers and entered a house near the outskirts of the village. I'll show you where he is. From the sounds of it, there are a lot of other people in the house as well. Soki reported as Naruto smiled before slipping Soki a large roll with a slice of cheese between the two halves Naruto had cut it in. Excellent work, Soki. Tell the others that they can assemble back in the alleyway for their reward. Naruto whispered as he felt Soki hop off his lap before he stood up and told Anko to follow Soki. After several minutes of roof hopping, the two ninja found the house Soki and the other rats had designated as the thugs' hideout. So this is where the little punks are hiding? Anko asked with a raised eyebrow. Yep. About 70 people are currently inside from what the others have told me. Soki responded while finishing off his cheese roll. Well, I leave the entrapment up to you, Anko-sensei. Naruto said with an exaggerated bow. Humph, flattery will get you nowhere, brat. She responded before she leapt down to the street and went through several hand seals. Doton, Kabamatu no Jutsu. 5. Anko whispered before putting her hands on the ground. Suddenly the ground around the house rose up into a hollow cylinder almost 40 feet high and 2 feet thick. The surprised shouts from the now trapped group of thugs filled the air as they tried in vain to find a way out of the giant earthen structure they found themselves in. Well, that takes care of them, Anko said with a smirk as Naruto landed beside her. Now we just wait for the police to arrive, he said with a smile as he stood beside her. It only took the entire police force a few minutes to assemble around the large earthen tower that had suddenly appeared on the outskirts of their village. When they got there, Anko was quick to explain the situation. After the police were up to date on the situation, they quickly surrounded the area Anko told them she was going to make a hole in and prepared to arrest the thugs that had been giving their village such a hard time. When Anko made the doorway, several thugs predictably ran straight out. The police had no trouble catching them and starting the arrests. Several thugs tried to resist, which made both Anko and Naruto smile, but were quickly subdued when the policemen pulled out their standard-issue jutty and hit them in the back of the head with the bottom of the handle. Shortly after, both Anko and Naruto were getting their mission scroll signed and started their way back to Konoha. They had spent a total of 3 days in Himori village and were both glad that they were ahead of schedule. After setting up for another night of camping, and Anko teased Naruto again, this time by giving him a brief view of her ass with nothing but her fishnet panties on. They both settled down to sleep. The next morning, both Anko and Naruto broke camp and made it back to Konoha. After turning in their mission scroll and collecting their share of the payment, they both left the mission office. "So brat, how about you take me on that date you owe me tomorrow night?" Anko asked with a slight blush as she walked beside Naruto. "Sure, Anko-sensei. I'd love to." Naruto answered nervously with his whole face red. "Sounds like a plan to me. Pick me up at 7 and find a nice place for dinner. All right?" she asked with a smile and a light blush on her cheeks. "Of course, Anko-sensei. I'll make this DD date as enjoyable as possible for you," he replied with a nervous chuckle. "Then I'll see you tomorrow night, my little stud," she whispered into his ear seductively. Naruto's response was to have a dark red blush, babble like an idiot, and finally have to pinch his nose to prevent himself from passing out from a nosebleed. Anko watched all this before bursting out laughing and walking away to tell her friends about her date tomorrow night. "She's going to be the death of me one day, I'm sure of it," Naruto thought as he made his way home to plan out his date for tomorrow night. Chapter 5: Dates, Teaching, and Reinforcement. Naruto was incredibly nervous. He had spent his entire day planning out every aspect of his date tonight. He had woken up at 7 in the morning and gone through his morning rituals before getting dressed and heading out into the village to prepare for the date he had with Anko. After several hours of searching, he found a restaurant with a menu that would suit both Anko's tastes and his own. He quickly made reservations for 2 at 7 that night before going to a tailor shop in the merchant section of the village. Naruto spent several minutes getting his measurements taken for his new dress clothes and paid the tailor, with some of the leftover bounty money, to have them ready by 6 o'clock that night. At exactly 6, Naruto picked up his new dress clothes and dashed back to his apartment to shower and change. Now he stood before his only full-length mirror, smoothing out the sleeves and trying to calm himself down. "Okay, I can do this. It's just a date. Just a date with my beautiful sensei that takes every opportunity to tease me with her body and could take me out in an instant if I piss her off," Naruto said to himself with a sigh as he left his apartment and headed for Anko's place. It wasn't long before Naruto found himself standing in front of Anko's door, and he had to swallow the lump in his throat. Okay, just keep it together. Show Anko a good time tonight. Be a gentleman and make it back. That's all there is to this. Okay, here we go," he thought before knocking on her door. A few seconds later, Anko opened her door and Naruto's mind went blank. Standing before him in a dark lavender dress that went down to just above her knees and showed off a bit of cleavage, while accentuating her curves, while her hair was let down and wearing black heels, stood his sensei with a smile on her face as she gauged his reaction. "Brat doesn't look too bad himself," Anko commented mentally as her eyes roamed over Naruto's attire. Naruto stood before her wearing a white undershirt with a dark green haori over it. His pants were also a dark green and stopped a few inches above his ankles. He had a dark purple obi tied around his waist, and there were several orange diamond shapes on the bottom of the haori near the hem. "Do you like what you see, brat?" Anko asked with a teasing grin as Naruto finally shook himself out of his stupor. He quickly smiled back at her while rubbing the back of his head before replying. "Yes, Anko-sensei. I think you look very beautiful," Naruto complimented while Anko's cheeks reddened in a blush. "Shall we go now, sensei? I made reservations for 7 and we have enough time to enjoy a leisurely stroll to the restaurant before we get there," he said with a grin as he offered his arm to her. "That sounds nice, brat," Anko replied after she'd gotten her blush under control. With that, she looped her arm with his and they set off for the restaurant. Once they had arrived in front of the restaurant, Anko broke out into a grin. "The Yuan Shikuji, huh? You sure know how to spoil a girl, don't you, brat?" she said with a grin as Naruto opened the door to the 4-star restaurant for her. "Quite the gentleman as well. I'm seriously going to make you my husband if you keep this up, brat," Anko thought with a grin. "Only the best for you, Anko-sensei," Naruto replied with a gentle smile. as Anko walked into the restaurant. He quickly followed after her as they made their way to the host's podium. "Good evening, sir and madam. Welcome to Yuan Shikuji. Do you have a reservation?" The host asked with a professional air as he opened his reservations book. "Yes, sir, we do. A table for 2 under Uzumaki." Naruto answered as the host looked down at his book for confirmation. "Yes, it's right here. Table for 2 at 7. Please follow me and I'll show you to your table," the host stated as he led them through the beautifully decorated restaurant and towards their table. After going up a flight of stairs to the upper level and being led across the elegant floor, they finally arrived at their table. "Here you are, sir," the host said as he stopped at a table by the windows. "Please enjoy your evening with us and have a wonderful meal," the host stated before walking back the way they'd come. "Very nice so far," Anko said with a smile as Naruto pulled her chair out for her. "And you just keep on impressing me, Mr. Gentleman," she stated with a grin as she sat down and let Naruto push her chair closer to the table. "I aim to please, Anko-sensei," Naruto replied as he seated himself and began perusing the menu. Shortly after they began to look through their menus, a server came up to their table and asked them what they'd like to drink. "Ladies first, Anko-sensei," Naruto said with a grin. "I'll have some of your Hagyurdu sake, please," Anko told the server, who nodded while writing it down and then turning towards Naruto for his drink order. "I'll have some Gyokuro tea, sir," Naruto said while the server nodded as he wrote down Naruto's order. After the server left to get their drinks, both Anko and Naruto continued looking through their menus for a dish that appealed to them. The server returned with their drinks a minute later and asked them what they'd like to have for the evening. "I'll have your beef kushiyaki with a side of fried rice, if you would," Anko stated as the server nodded and complimented her on her choice. He then turned to Naruto and asked for his order. "I'd like your motoyaki shrimp meal, sir," Naruto said as the server once again nodded and complimented his choice. After the server took their orders to the kitchen, the two made light small talk and traded humorous tales about their past experiences that had both of them cracking up by the time their food arrived. As their meals were placed in front of them, Naruto and Anko couldn't help but to breathe in the delectable aromas the food produced. After thanking the server and being left to their meals, Naruto and Anko quickly began devouring their food as quickly as possible while still maintaining their manners. When the two had finished, the server returned to take their used dishware back to the kitchen and asked them if they'd like any dessert. "If you want something, feel free to order it, Anko-sensei," Naruto told her with a smile as she quickly looked through the dessert menu. After several seconds, Anko had decided what she wanted and looked towards the server. "I'd like an order of your chichi dango, please," Anko ordered as the server nodded his head before taking their used dishware back to the kitchen to be washed. Anko sighed happily as she looked over at her date with a smile. "You've completely blown away all my expectations, brat," she said as Naruto smiled at her. "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Anko-sensei," Naruto replied as he sipped his tea. Shortly after that, the server returned with Anko's dessert and refilled both Anko's sake and Naruto's tea. Once he'd left, Anko picked out one of the dumplings and put it in her mouth to eat. "Oh yes, that's dango perfection," Anko sighed contentedly as she took another dumpling off the plate. "Here, brat, try one," she said as Naruto reached out to take it. Anko moved it away. "Nope, you just open up, brat," she stated with a devious grin as Naruto's eyes widened. "Are you sure, Anko-sensei?" Naruto asked, shocked at what she was hinting at. When she nodded, Naruto simply complied and opened his mouth and let Anko feed him the dumpling. You're right, Anko-sensei. These are good," he said with a smile as the sweet dumpling assaulted his taste buds with flavor. "Told you, brat. Now it's your turn," Anko replied with a seductive smirk as Naruto blushed before picking up a dumpling and holding it in front of Anko's mouth. With a wink at Naruto, she opened her mouth and ran her tongue over the dumpling before taking the bite-sized sweet into her mouth and chewing it with a grin. At this point, Naruto had a heavy blush on his face at his sensei's rather suggestive way of eating and was close to a nosebleed like never before. This continued on until they had finished the dessert entirely, at which point the server returned with their check and thanked them for their business. "A good meal, if I do say so myself," Naruto said with a grin as Anko nodded. Naruto quickly paid the bill and left a nice tip for the server before pulling Anko's chair back and helping her up. "Shall we go, Anko-sensei?" he asked as he offered her his arm, which she took with a grin. As they left the restaurant and headed back towards Anko's apartment, they both talked quietly about various topics, while they strolled down the street arm in arm. When they stopped in front of Anko's door, she turned towards him and thanked him for the evening. "Thank you for this wonderful date tonight," Anko said with a smile as Naruto smiled back. "I don't think I've ever been treated as well, or spoiled as much, as you did for me tonight," she said with a grin as he rubbed the back of his head with a grin. "You don't have to thank me, Anko-sensei. It was my pleasure. I really enjoyed tonight too," Naruto replied as he smiled. Before he saw it coming, Anko had captured his lips in a gentle kiss. After realizing what was happening, Naruto slowly closed his eyes and enjoyed the kiss the two were now sharing. When Anko pulled away, Naruto slowly opened his eyes before a small contented smile appeared on his face. "That was nice," he said with a happy sigh. "I'm glad you liked it." Anko giggled as she looked at Naruto's dazed expression. "Maybe I should let you have one more for being such a gentleman tonight?" she asked in a teasing tone before giggling again when Naruto began to nod his head with a silly grin on his face. "All right, I guess I wouldn't mind," she said playfully before their lips met again in a gentle kiss. Shortly after the kiss began, Naruto felt Anko's tongue at his lips and instinctively opened his mouth to deepen the kiss. After several seconds, the two broke apart for air. With a content smile on both of their faces, the two embraced and simply held each other for a moment. "Have a good night, Naruto-kun," Anko whispered to him with a smile. "You too, Anko-chan," Naruto said quietly as they separated from each other's embrace. "You know, I think this is the first time you've called me by my name," he said with a grin as Anko smiled at him. "I think you've more than proven to me that you're not a brat," Anko said with a wink as she gave him a chaste kiss on the cheek. "Good night, Naruto-kun," she said as she entered her apartment. "Good night, Anko-chan. Sweet dreams," Naruto replied before he began to walk back to his place in a happy daze. Anko watched him walk away with a smile before closing her door and heading to bed. Time skip the next morning. Naruto awoke with a smile still plastered to his face as he recalled his successful date last night. "I'm glad that worked out. I think me and Anko-chan could really have a future together," he thought with a happy sigh as he went through his morning ritual. Once he was finished, he left his apartment and headed towards the training grounds that he and Anko regularly used. When he arrived, Anko was already there and sitting on a tree branch watching him. "She looks as beautiful as ever," Naruto thought as he waved to her. "Good morning, Naruto. Sleep well?" Anko asked with a grin that told him she already knew the answer. He also thought it made her look sexy, but she had enough tricks to use on him already and he didn't think she needed any more. "Best sleep I've had so far, Anko-sensei," Naruto replied as he stood beside the tree she was sitting in. With a smile, Anko jumped down beside him and told him their plans for the day. "All right, Naruto, today I'm going to teach you some taijutsu to help polish up your overall form. You're proficient in the art, but I want you to have the basis of a few different styles that you can use or fall back on if you need to," Anko explained while Naruto nodded and followed her as they moved towards the center of the clearing. "Today, I'll show you the basis of 3 different taijutsu styles and we'll practice them every day until you're proficient in their combat application," she said as they stopped in the center of the clearing. "The 3 styles you'll be learning from me are called Hebita-jiki Ryu 1, Tetsugoi Ryu 2, and Reikumudiai Ryu 3. Once you become proficient in these 3 styles and are able to transition between them in the heat of battle, you'll be almost unbeatable in terms of taijutsu. However, learning these styles to that degree can take several months, and to actually master them takes many years longer than that. So for now, we'll just get you up to proficiency," Anko explained as she took the first stance and Naruto began mimicking her stances and movement. Time skip 3 months later. Naruto woke up at his usual time of 7 in the morning. After the last 3 months of Anko drilling 3 taijutsu styles into his head and kicking the crap out of him during their taijutsu spars, Naruto had reached proficiency in all 3 styles. Between the constant training and missions for the village, Naruto and Anko had gone on several dates over the last 3 months, and the two were closer to each other now than ever before. To say Naruto was happy was an understatement. He had a sensei that was devoted to making him stronger, and a loving girlfriend that had promised him a wild first time once he turned 13. Just thinking of that certain promise of Anko's had Naruto blushing up a storm. After locking his door and heading to the training grounds to meet Anko, Naruto began to wonder what kind of mission they'd get today. Anko was currently waiting for her boyfriend/apprentice to meet her at their usual training grounds, so they could head to the missions office to get another C-rank mission. She was actually contemplating requesting a B-rank mission just to see how far Naruto had come since his last B-rank, not to mention the fact that she loved to watch him fight strong opponents. It gave her a sense of pride to see her apprentice/boyfriend use the skills she taught him to complete their missions. She'd also started counting down the weeks until his 13th birthday when he became a legal adult in the eyes of the village's laws. She'd already promised him a wild night and she couldn't help but to be slightly impatient for it. After all, if things went according to the plans she'd made, Naruto would be able to claim clan head status soon after he passed the Chunin selection exams, and she'd get to marry the man she loved and have a child with him all in a relatively short amount of time after his birthday. Those thoughts alone made Anko want to drag Naruto to her house, throw him onto her bed, and have her way with him until she was sure they were parents. "Good morning, Anko-sensei," Naruto called, breaking Anko from her love-filled lusty thoughts. She quickly looked up at him with a bright smile and waved at him from across the clearing. "Morning, Naruto. Are you ready for another mission?" Anko asked as they met in the middle of the clearing. "Yes, Anko-sensei, I believe I am," Naruto said while he smiled at her. "I'm also ready for another date with you," he remarked as she blushed before playfully pushing his shoulder. "We had a date 3 nights ago. Are you already missing my loving company?" Anko asked with a smirk as she gave him a little pose and a sexy look with her eyes half-lidded. "I miss your company as soon as we separate each day," Naruto replied with a grin as he rubbed his neck. "You're what makes me keep going after all," he said playfully when she blushed. Deciding to get him back for making her blush, Anko came up with a devious plan. "Then I suppose this will keep you going all day, right?" she said as she quickly pulled her trench coat completely open, showing him her fishnet-clad breasts for a full 3 seconds before covering them again. What were we talking about?" Naruto asked as he stuttered and blushed profusely while trying to stop a nosebleed from happening. All the while Anko was giggling at her boyfriend's antics. "All right, Naruto-kun, let's get going before we both get completely sidetracked," Anko said as she started walking towards the mission office. Naruto was still trying to prevent his nosebleed, so he simply followed along behind her until he got himself back under control. Once they'd arrived at the mission office, they entered to find the Sandaime reading an average-looking scroll with a troubled look on his face. "Hokage-sama, Mitarashi Anko and Uzumaki Naruto reporting for mission assignment," Anko said while she and Naruto both bowed to their leader. "Ah, Anko and Naruto, you two will be perfect for this situation," the Sandaime stated as he looked the two over. Naruto and Anko both looked at each other before returning their gazes back to the Hokage. "What situation do you require us to undertake, sir?" Anko asked as she and Naruto looked towards the Hokage for further details. "It seems that Team 7's first C-rank mission has been falsified somewhat. The actual mission rank is at least B rank with a possibility of ascending into the A rank. As such, to prevent the deaths of several genin, I'm assigning you to the task of being the reinforcements that Kakashi requested. Since the both of you have successfully completed a B rank before, I have complete faith that you'll be able to make sure this mission is completed," the Hokage explained as he lit his pipe and exhaled a cloud of smoke from his lips. "When you two meet with Team 7, I want Anko to take the position of second in command and Naruto to take control of third in command above the genin. Here are your orders." The Hokage handed Anko a scroll sealed with his personal mark. "Show Kakashi that scroll and he'll fill you in on the current situation. You'll be headed for Nami no Kuni Sopak for an extended mission. Dismissed." With that, both Anko and Naruto bowed to the Hokage and left the mission office to go prepare for their new mission. The two met back at the village gates 20 minutes later and quickly began tree-hopping towards Nami no Kuni. "You know, I somehow knew that Uchiha boy wouldn't amount to what the villagers thought he would," Anko stated as she and Naruto leapt from branch to branch. "I could have told you that," Naruto replied as he leapt from another branch. "If you listen to what some of the villagers said about him, you'd think he was the best thing to happen to shinobi since the Shodaime Hokage," he stated while Anko chuckled at the audacity of the statement. "Oh well, that's why they're civilians and we're ninja. We know the truth about this kind of thing," Just because you're from a famous clan doesn't mean you'll amount to shit without some hard work. Anko said with a shrug as Naruto nodded in agreement. It was about 3 hours later when the duo reached the shores of Hai no Kuni. Alright, Naruto, do you think you can water walk the whole way? It's a long walk from here to Nami no Kuni. Anko explained as Naruto thought back to the day Anko had taught him water walking. Flashback 2 days after Anko's and Naruto's first date. Naruto, today I'm going to teach you a new chakra control exercise. It's called water walking and it allows you to do exactly what it says, walk on water. Once you learn this, you'll have a much better control over your chakra, and you'll probably be able to use some of your more powerful jutsu without tiring yourself out as much. Anko said as Naruto stood before her listening to her explanation. Now watch while I demonstrate, she said as she stepped onto the surface of the pond that was near their normal training grounds. Naruto watched as Anko walked on top of the water before stopping and staring at him. Well, hurry up and try it out. All you have to do is find the right amount of chakra that'll keep you above the water. Too much and the water will fly away from your feet and you'll fall in. Not enough and you'll do what you do normally and sink. She explained as Naruto nodded before putting his right foot on the water surface and focusing his chakra into his foot to get a feel for how much he'd need. Surprisingly, to Anko at least, Naruto had managed to keep all but his feet and ankles above the water on his first try. As he unsteadily moved around on the water's surface trying to find the right amount of chakra to keep himself afloat, Anko had moved closer to help him. However, since she hadn't made a sound when she walked over to him, her sudden voice behind him caused him to lose his concentration and sink into the water. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on how you look at it, Naruto had tried to grab onto the nearest thing he could to keep from falling into the water. In this case, it was Anko's trench coat and he ended up pulling her into the water with him. When they both came up for air, Naruto was treated to the sight of his beautiful sensei pulling herself back onto the surface of the water. Anko's body was soaked and her trench coat had come open so Naruto could see the water as it slid off her large breasts and down her flat and toned stomach. Needless to say, Naruto's nose had erupted into a fountain of blood and he had to quickly swim to shore. When Anko realized what Naruto had seen and saw his reaction to it, she decided to torture the boy a little more and walked back to shore with her trench coat still open. So, Naruto-kun, did you enjoy the view? She asked as Naruto looked up and quickly rocketed backwards with another nosebleed at the up-close view he'd just gotten of his sensei's amazing body. I'll take that as a yes. Anko giggled as she closed her trench coat and proceeded to wake Naruto up. In all, it took Naruto until nightfall to actually learn water walking. By the end of the next week, he had mastered it to the point that could do it instinctively. End flashback. Naruto quickly snapped out of his reminiscing before nodding to Anko that he could make the journey. Both of them quickly bolted across the water and started their way to Nami no Kuni. Shortly after they began their run, Anko and Naruto came across a massive bridge that was still incomplete. Both of them marveled at the sheer size of the bridge before deciding it would be easier to run on the bridge than it would be to waste their chakra running on the water. So with a quick application of chakra to their feet, they both ran up the pillar support nearest them and arrived on top of the bridge. After they landed on top of the bridge, it was an easy sprint straight to Nami no Kuni, which only took them about 20 minutes to make. After arriving on the island of Nami no Kuni, Anko and Naruto both tried to feel out the chakra of anyone nearby. However, since neither of them were sensor-type shinobi, they weren't able to get a definite reading. They were, however, able to feel the closest chakra signatures to themselves and quickly dashed towards the area via the rooftops. When the duo spotted the house that held the chakra signatures, they both dropped down onto the pier in front of the house before quickly moving to either side of the door. Anko knocked on the door softly, and they both waited for the door to be opened. When they heard footsteps behind the door and saw it open, they both moved in front of the now open door and locked eyes with the woman who had answered their knock. She appeared to be in her mid to late 20s and had long blue hair and wore a pink shirt with a blue skirt and a white apron around her waist. "Who are you two?" the woman asked with wide eyes as she saw their obvious ninja attire. "Pardon our intrusion," Anko said with a nod towards the woman. "But we're the reinforcements sent by Konoha on request of Hatake Kakashi." After her introduction for the two of them, the woman's eyes returned to normal and Sai came out from behind the doorframe. "Well, at least one of you brats is actually protecting the client by coming to answer the door with her." Anko stated with a sigh as the woman invited them in. After introductions were over, the woman, Tsunami, took them to the room Kakashi was using to recover. "Hey Kakashi, heard you got into a bit of trouble. The old man sent us to help you out," Anko said with a smirk as she walked into the room followed by Naruto. "Oh hello Anko, how nice to see you," Kakashi replied with his patented eye smile. Kakashi was currently sitting up in a futon and had Sakura and Sasuke on either side of him. "What are you doing here, Dobe?" Sasuke questioned as he glared at Naruto. When Sakura saw Sasuke's reaction, she instantly glared at Naruto as well. Naruto, seeing their looks, simply sighed before answering them both. "Anko-sensei and I were sent here on orders from the Sandaime Hokage to provide reinforcement for Team 7 on their C-rank turn B-rank mission. With the possibility of this mission ascending to A-rank status, the Hokage chose our team to handle it, as we are currently the team with the highest number of high-level missions successfully completed for my graduating class," Naruto explained as Anko smirked while Kakashi smiled at the explanation. Sasuke and Sakura just continued to glare at the blonde. "Anyway, Kakashi, the old man told me to give you this scroll to explain our new orders," Anko stated as she tossed the scroll to Kakashi, who caught it and quickly opened it. After reading the scroll, Kakashi nodded to Anko and told Sakura to go and bring Sai into the room. When she returned with Sai in tow, Kakashi started his explanation of the events that lead up to his team's current situation. "Now, as per Hokage-sama's orders, Anko will be in charge while I recover, and when I'm back up to strength I'll return to command of the mission overall. However, Anko is always second in command and Naruto is third. There will be no complaints about this, or I'll be forced to write up the offender for insubordination." Kakashi finished as he saw both Sasuke and Sakura about to comment on Naruto's placement. With that, Kakashi laid back down and resumed actually resting. "There's one thing that's been bothering me since you explained the whole situation to Anko and I, Kakashi-san," Naruto said with a look of contemplation on his face. "You said this hunter Nin took Zabuza out with 2 senbon to the neck, correct?" At Kakashi's nod, Naruto continued. "Being a user of senbon myself, I know for a fact that the only way to kill someone with a senbon to the neck is to pierce one of the veins or arteries. If well aimed, you could also kill them by severing a key point along the spine that connects to the brain. However, from what you described to us, neither senbon hit the spine and you didn't see any large blood loss that normally accompanies a vein or artery puncture. From what I can deduce, your hunter Nin put Zabuza in what is known as a false death state, meaning he wasn't a hunter Nin but an accomplice." Naruto finished while both Kakashi and Anko's eyes narrowed in realization. The genin, except for Sai, had looks of shock on their faces. "I believe you're right, Naruto. This means Zabuza will be back. That's bad news for us," Kakashi replied while thinking of ways to get better faster. Naruto and Anko quickly looked at the other 3 genin to see that they had varying degrees of shock on their faces, except for Sai, who was as emotionless as ever. "Alright brats. From now until Kakashi gets better, you'll be constantly training in whatever he tells you to. Naruto and I will be doing the actual protecting of the client and scouting of enemy forces," Anko ordered as Kakashi was helped up and started using a pair of crutches to walk around. "You heard her. Sasuke, Sakura, and Sai, you 3 come with me, it's time for some training," Kakashi said as he hobbled out of the room and down the stairs. He was shortly followed by a brooding Sasuke, a fawning Sakura, and an emotionless Sai. "Go with them, Naruto-kun. Kakashi needs to rest if he's going to get better in time. So you'll watch over his brats while he heals and I protect the client," Anko stated as Naruto nodded and followed Team 7 out into the woods. After Kakashi had explained tree walking to his team, he demonstrated it and gave each of his charges a kunai to mark their progress. "Why didn't you give the dobe a kunai, Kakashi? I'm sure he can't do this," Sasuke said with a condescending tone as he glared at the blonde. Naruto simply smiled at Sasuke before walking up the tree as if was as normal as a stroll down the street. "You were saying, Sasuke-chan?" Naruto questioned as he stood upside down on a tree branch a few feet away from Kakashi. Sasuke seethed at the fact the dobe was so far ahead of him. "So what, baka? If you can do it, I bet Sasuke-kun can do it on his first try," Sakura screeched at him while he simply stared at her before responding in a menacing tone. "Didn't I tell you last time? Focus on yourself more than the Uchiha or you're going to get yourself killed," Naruto admonished her with a cold voice that sent chills down Sakura's spine. I believe I can handle your team, Kakashi-san. Please return to the client's house and continue your recuperation, Naruto said with a wave of his hand towards Tsunami's house. I think I'll take you up on that offer, Naruto, Kakashi said before turning towards his team. You three remember, Naruto is in command when Anko and I aren't around. If I hear even one negative remark about any of you, consider yourself written up for insubordination, Kakashi told them in a serious tone before he hobbled his way back to the house to rest. Well, what are you three waiting for? An invitation? Start the training, Naruto said as Sasuke and Sakura both glared at him before doing as told, while Sai simply took his kunai and began to slowly scale the tree. This is going to be a long mission, Naruto thought as he watched Team 7 work. Hey, this isn't so hard, Sakura shouted as Naruto turned his head from the branch he was sitting on to look at her. Sakura was 20 feet off the ground and sitting on a limb, 10 feet below Naruto's current resting place, on her own tree. Sasuke glared at the fact that even his useless female teammate was already better at this than he was before trying again. That's good, Sakura-san, Naruto said with a gentle tone. Now walk down the tree and do it again. He finished with a grin. Sakura stared at him with an questioning look. Why? I'm already up here. Doesn't that mean I'm finished? Sakura asked while Naruto simply shook his head no. Nope. To truly master this exercise means you can do it without thinking about it and for as long as you need to, Naruto explained while he laid against his tree 30 feet off the ground. I think another 5 will do, he said to her as he relaxed. 5 more times up and down the tree? Sakura asked for confirmation as she thought about how she'd impress Sasuke with her quick mastery of the skill. No, Naruto said with a wave of his hand. 5 more hours of you walking up and down the tree. He finished with a devious grin. What? Sakura shrieked so loud all the birds in the area took flight to escape the noise. This is going to be a really long mission, Naruto thought with a sigh as he told Sakura to hurry up. Chapter 6 Meetings, Curiosity, and Preparing for Battle. It was several hours later that Naruto, and an exhausted Team 7, returned to Tsunami's home. Upon their arrival, Naruto met the actual client, Tazuna, and they all sat down for a dinner prepared by Tsunami. Shortly after the meal began, Kakashi asked Naruto about the progress his team had made on the tree walking exercise. So, how are my students doing on tree walking, Naruto? Kakashi asked as he looked at his worn-out students. They're progressing, Naruto replied with a shrug as he took a sip of tea. Though Haruno has good control, it's only because her reserves are so small that some academy students have more chakra than she does. I'm having her run up and down the tree continuously to build up her reserves, Naruto continued as he finished a piece of fish and picked up his bowl of rice. The other two have an average amount of chakra and about average control of it. I believe Sai will finish the exercise tomorrow. Sasuke, however, probably won't finish the exercise until late tomorrow night at the earliest. Naruto finished as he started to eat his rice. I see. That was a very informative report on their progress, Naruto, Kakashi stated with his patented eye smile. Yeah. Naruto here will make a great Jounin sensei someday, Anko praised while winking at Naruto flirtatiously. That's probably a couple years away, Anko-sensei, Naruto replied as he set his empty rice bowl down and took another sip of tea. Yeah, right. Everyone knows the Dobe won't make it to Jounin. He'll be lucky if he ever gets promoted to Chunin, Sasuke mumbled while glaring at Naruto from across the table. Naruto merely locked eyes with Sasuke before an evil grin appeared on his face. Well then, Sasuke-chan, I hope you enjoyed today's training session because tomorrow you're going to be doing it for twice as long, Naruto said with a smile at the paling Uchiha. You can't do that to Sasuke-kun, you baka? Sakura tried to yell, but it came out more as a tired mumble. Naruto simply turned his eyes on Sakura, causing her to shrink down in her seat. Would you like to join him, Haruno? Naruto questioned as Sakura shook her head in the negative while sending an apologetic gaze at Sasuke. I didn't think so. Please, refrain from bringing punishment on yourself by trying to defend someone who is clearly in the wrong, Naruto told her as he went back to his tea. Naruto's right, Sakura. Sasuke was in the wrong to say that to a superior, especially on a mission. Naruto, as the one overseeing your training, has the authority to apply any punishment he deems necessary to you three if you step out of line. Kakashi stated as he got out his Ika Paradise and began reading at the table. Time skip the next day. After everyone was up and breakfast had been finished, Naruto and Team 7 headed back into the forest to continue the training. Sakura was told to continuously run up and down the tree to build her reserves, while Sai and Sasuke were told to make it to the top of their trees. It was around dinner time when Naruto sent Sakura and Sai back to the house while telling them that their training was over for the day. When Sasuke tried to follow, Naruto spoke up. "Where are you going, Sasuke? Did you forget? You still have your punishment training to do," Naruto said with a pointed look at Sasuke. Sasuke turned towards Naruto and glared heatedly. "Why should I have to follow your punishment, dope? I plan on going to eat and then I might humor you and come back to train some more," Sasuke stated with an arrogant smirk on his face as he started walking towards the house again. "Well, I must admit I saw this coming," Naruto sighed before taking a vial of poison out of his left belt pouch and a senbon out of his back belt pouch. After spreading a dose of the poison onto the needle, Naruto threw the needle at Sasuke, striking him in the left ass cheek. Sasuke's pained yelp was the last thing he was able to get out before he reached behind himself and pulled the senbon out. "What the hell are you doing, dope?" Sasuke snarled as he glared at the blonde with rage. "Just administering a counter-punishment, Sasuke-chan," Naruto responded as Sasuke felt his limbs getting harder to move. "I've just given you a dose of Mahishiken 1 poison. It paralyzes the limbs of the victim, making movement impossible. Now on to your new punishment," Naruto said with a grin as he dragged Sasuke by his shirt back up the tree and put him near the top. "Now, Sasuke-chan, since the poison I hit you with doesn't restrict chakra flow at all, I'm going to leave you up here for another few hours. If you lose your concentration and fall, your paralyzed limbs won't be able to save you. But if you keep your chakra control steady, you won't have any problems," Naruto explained as he walked back down the tree while Sasuke stuck himself firmly to the bark. About 2 hours later, Kakashi, Sakura, and Anko entered the clearing to see Naruto sitting on a branch about 30 feet off the ground in a meditative position, while Sasuke was near the top of the tree sweating from the strain of keeping himself from falling. "What did you do to Sasuke-kun, Naruto?" Sakura screeched as she started to walk up the tree to get to Sasuke. "I'm curious myself, Naruto. It doesn't look like Sasuke is able to get down on his own," Kakashi said while looking at his student's sweating and exhausted appearance. "He back-talked you again, right, Naruto?" Anko asked with a sigh as Naruto opened his eyes. "Got it in one, Anko-sensei," Naruto replied as he flicked Sakura's forehead when she tried to walk past his branch on her way to Sasuke. The flick was more than enough to break Sakura's focus as she fell back to the ground and landed unsteadily on her feet. "So, what did you administer as punishment, Naruto?" Kakashi asked as he saw Sasuke start to shake from the strain of holding himself up. "I temporarily paralyzed Sasuke's limbs and made him hold himself up there until I believe he's learned his lesson," Naruto answered as he stood up on his branch and stretched. Sakura suddenly screamed and Naruto sighed before holding out his right arm and catching Sasuke's ankle as he fell from the treetop. "So, Sasuke, have you learned your lesson?" Naruto asked as he stared into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke's eyes glared at Naruto but also showed that he didn't want to go through that punishment again. "I'll accept that as a yes for now," Naruto sighed as he walked back down the tree with Sasuke still suspended upside down by his ankle in Naruto's hand. Naruto laid Sasuke on the ground before taking out a vial from his right belt pouch and making Sasuke swallow its contents. "That was the antidote. Sasuke will be fine in a few minutes," Naruto told everyone as he and Anko walked back to the house, as Sakura rushed to Sasuke's side and Kakashi waited for his student to be able to walk on his own. Time skip 2 days before Zabuza's return. After Sasuke's punishment, Naruto hadn't had any trouble from any member of Team 7 during training. After letting the exhausted Team 7 have dinner and retire for the night, Naruto told Anko and Kakashi that he was going to do some training of his own for a couple hours. After getting confirmation from Kakashi and Anko sneaking him a kiss, Naruto left the house and went into the forest to train. Several hours later found Naruto still training to perfect a new combination ninjutsu and taijutsu move for his Reiku Mudiai Ryu. called Reshu Kokyuha 2. The main idea of the technique was to gather chakra into your palm and stabilize it in a spherical form before basically kicking it at your opponent. Once the chakra made contact with a physical object or another source of chakra, it would explode to cause damage. However, Naruto had yet to complete the technique, which frustrated him to no end. Damn it! What am I not doing right? Naruto sighed in annoyance. Alright, one more time, he said before focusing chakra to his right hand. His chakra quickly formed into a semi-visible sphere which Naruto took the time to study. Okay, now what's wrong with you? Why doesn't the technique work? Naruto questioned as he stared at the sphere of chakra. Naruto decided to try the technique again and tossed the chakra sphere into the air before bringing his leg around and trying to kick it towards a cluster of trees. But when his foot made contact, the chakra simply dispersed and disappeared. Shit, what am I doing wrong? Naruto questioned himself as he started pacing back and forth across the clearing. Maybe it's not the sphere itself? Maybe I'm not putting out enough chakra? The sphere might not be dense enough for physical contact. Naruto mused as he continued pacing. Another hour passed before Naruto had an epiphany. That might just be it, he said as he stood up from his position against a tree. I need to combine the idea of the sphere being dense with chakra's natural intangibility. With that, Naruto once again brought up his hand and gathered his chakra into a sphere. This time, however, he kept gathering more and more chakra until the sphere went from semi-visible to a bright blue, almost solid mass of chakra. Alright, now let's see if this works. Naruto mumbled before focusing chakra to his right foot until a barely visible aura of blue surrounded his foot. Naruto tossed the chakra sphere into the air again before bringing his chakra-covered foot around and kicking the sphere. To Naruto's joy, the sphere made contact with the chakra surrounding his foot and was launched towards his target trees. When the sphere hit the first tree, it exploded in a massive burst of chakra that decimated the tree trunk and the trunks of the trees around it while kicking up a large dust cloud. Hell yeah! Naruto yelled happily as he watched 5 trees topple over onto the forest floor. It was probably a good thing I didn't try kicking that dense sphere with just my foot. Most likely that would have ended up with me not having my right foot anymore. The chakra surrounding it made a buffer that let me kick the chakra sphere without it actually touching my foot. Damn, I wish I'd known this earlier. But Anko-sensei isn't a master of the Reikamudiai, so I guess there are some things she won't know about the higher level techniques since she doesn't use them. Naruto said to himself as another idea came to his mind. I wonder if this could work? He questioned out loud before concentrating on his Dokusuken, causing it to start producing large quantities of a thick purple sludge-like poison. Using chakra manipulation, he shaped the sludge into a sphere and condensed it into a smaller sphere before adding more poison and repeating the process about 5 times. Alright, the poison is compressed into a high-pressure sphere. I've coated the sphere in a case of chakra so it stays together. Now let's see if this works, Naruto said before he tossed the poison sphere into the air and then kicked it towards another group of trees. When the sphere made contact with a tree, the chakra coating dispersed, allowing the poisonous sludge to explode outward from the impact point, causing several trees to get coated in poison. Awesome. Now I have 2 versions of a high-level technique. Naruto panted out before going over to the nearest non-damaged tree and lying against it. Probably shouldn't have pushed it with that second technique, Naruto thought as he rested against the tree. Actually, I should name that technique. What would be good? Reshu Hiderokyuha 3? Sounds good to me, Naruto thought before he drifted off to sleep. Time skipped the next morning. Shortly after dawn, Naruto was shaken awake by a girl with long black hair wearing a pink kimono and carrying a small basket. Once his eyes had adjusted to the early morning light, Naruto sat up and looked at the girl that had awakened him. You shouldn't sleep outside like this, you'll catch a cold, she stated with a small smile. Thank you for your concern, but I'll be alright. I don't recall ever being sick before. Strong immune system, I guess, Naruto responded as he fully stood up. What's a nice girl like you doing out here, especially at this time of the morning? He questioned as he looked the girl over. I'm picking medicinal herbs for a friend of mine that's been injured, she stated as she showed him her basket that had several herbs already inside. Would you like some help with that? Naruto asked politely while looking at the various herbs inside the basket. If you'd like to. Thank you for the help, The girl faltered as she didn't know Naruto's name. Oh, sorry. Forgot to introduce myself, Naruto said while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, shinobi of Konoha no Sato, he stated with a small bow. Might I have your name, miss? He asked. My name is Haku, Naruto-san. The now identified Haku replied with a smile. With introductions out of the way, the two set about gathering the herbs Haku sought after. The two made small talk until Naruto noticed a trend in the herbs they were picking. Haku-san, all these herbs are normally used during the end stages of recovery from various injuries. Would I be correct in assuming that your friend is almost completely healed? Naruto questioned while Haku nodded in reply. Yes, Naruto-san. My friend should be back to normal in a couple more days with these herbs helping him along. Haku replied as she finished filling her basket. May I ask you a question, Naruto-san? She asked as she stood back up. Sure, Haku-san. What would you like to know? Naruto answered with a smile. Well, in regards to those trees over there, she started as she pointed to the trees covered in purple sludge. What happened to them? She finished with a curious look on her face. Oh, that's the result of a jutsu I was testing. I finally got it to work last night before I fell asleep, Naruto told her as he too stood back up. I see, if you don't mind my asking, is that poison that is on the trees? It looks toxic to me, Haku said as she glanced warily at the trees. Yeah, it is. But that sludge is made up of mostly hemotoxins, poisons that affect the blood of animals, but can't really cause much harm to trees. I didn't want to kill a lot of trees after I knocked down those other 5. Naruto answered as he pointed to the trees he had knocked to the ground. I see, you must be quite strong, Naruto-san, Haku said as she stared at the trees lying on the forest floor. Do you have any precious people, Naruto-san? She asked as she turned to look at him. Yeah. I have a few people like that, Naruto replied with a smile as he thought about Anko, Sarutobi, and Irika. I believe that people become strong by protecting their precious people, Naruto-san. I'm sure you'll become even stronger than you are now, Haku explained as she turned to leave. I hope we can meet again sometime, Naruto-san. Yeah, me too, Haku-san, Naruto replied as he bowed slightly. By the way, Naruto-san, I'm a boy, Haku stated with a grin as he turned around to watch Naruto's reaction. I call bullshit on that, a new voice yelled out as Anko suddenly appeared behind Haku and wrapped her arms around the boy. See, Naruto? Anko said while groping Haku's chest and massaging her lower regions. All girl here, Anko laughed as Haku blushed a million shades of red in just a few seconds. Stop, don't touch me there, Haku half moaned out as she tried to get away from Anko's exploring hands. So, do you want to keep her, Naruto-kun? Anko asked with a sexy purr in her voice that had Naruto near a nosebleed. You can't just keep someone, Anko-sensei, Naruto exclaimed as he watched Anko finally release Haku. Are you sure, Naruto-kun? I bet she wouldn't mind having a go with you, after I get my first 10 or 15 turns of course, Anko replied with a lecherous leer at Naruto. Haku was blushing up a storm as she listened to the conversation around her. First she was groped by another girl, then said girl wanted to keep her. After that she was basically offered a chance to sleep with Naruto-san, and now his apparent sensei was talking about having her way with Naruto-san 10 or 15 times. She didn't know how much more she could hear before she fainted at this rate. Don't worry about Anko-sensei, Haku-san. She's a good person once you get to know her, Naruto assured her with a smile as Anko smiled at her while looking at her huskily. I see. Well, I best be on my way, Naruto-san, Anko-san. Haku bowed before quickly walking away through the trees. I think you scared her a bit, Anko-sensei, Naruto told her with a sigh as Anko wrapped her arms around Naruto's shoulders from behind. Maybe, but I think you could still hit that after you finish satisfying me, Anko whispered into his ear before flicking the lobe with her tongue. Naruto was pretty sure he was deep red in the face now if the heat from his cheeks was anything to go by. So what were you working on that kept you out here all night? She asked as she released him from her arms. I finally got the Reshu Kokuha down. I was even able to make a variation of it with my bloodline. But using both took too much chakra and I ended up almost passing out, Naruto answered her as he pointed to the 2 areas he'd targeted last night. That's great, Naruto-kun. I knew you'd be able to use the high-level Reikamudiai techniques, even though they usually take as much chakra as an A-rank jutsu. Anko congratulated and praised him while shoving his face into her chest as a reward. Naruto was pretty sure he was in heaven at this point and was trying to prevent a nosebleed to prolong the experience. Well, we should probably get back. The others will be up soon and you need to finish their training by tomorrow so they'll have a chance to survive against Zabuza, she said as the two separated and headed back to the house. Once the two had made it back, they discovered that Kakashi and Team 7 were all sitting around the breakfast table and eating with Tazuna and his family. Naruto and Anko took a seat next to each other at the table while Tsunami set a plate of food in front of both of them. After thanking her, the two began eating in the comfortable silence of the morning atmosphere, only for said atmosphere to be completely destroyed when Tsunami's son, Inari, made an outburst at the ninja sitting around the table. Why do you all try so hard? Don't you know you're just going to die? Nobody can beat Gato. He'll just kill you all. Inari yelled at them while all the ninjas stared back at him. Why do you say that, Inari-san? Naruto questioned while turning to look at the boy. Because there's no such thing as heroes in this world. People like Gato will just kill you if you get in their way. So there's no point in trying to fight against them, Inari exclaimed as his eyes began to water. Gato isn't that strong, Inari-san. It's his money that hires people to do things for him that makes him appear strong. Take away that money and you'll find out just how pathetic Gato really is. Regarding heroes though, that depends on who you classify as a hero. We Konoha ninja look up to our Hokage, both past and present, as heroes because they're our strongest ninja. Not to mention they also brought prosperity to our village through their actions both on and off the battlefield. I can guarantee you none of our Hokage would even slow down if it came to taking Gato out. He's just that insignificant compared to their strength. Naruto explained as he took a sip of the morning tea while both Kakashi and Anko nodded at his explanation. Seriously? Are they really that strong? Inari asked with awe written across his face. They are, Inari-san. Kakashi replied with an eye smile. Our current Hokage could walk into Gato's base of operations and kill every one of his thugs without even using his full strength. Yep, if our Nidaime was still alive, he'd be able to wash them away like the dirt they are. Anko stated with a grin at the thought of Senju Tobarama using one of his many Suetun ninjutsu to destroy the corrupt businessman. Yeah, I can just imagine what Shodaime-sama, Senju Hashirama, would do to Gato's base. He'd probably turn it into the botanical garden from hell. Naruto chuckled as he thought back to some of the things he'd read about the Shodaime Hokage. How would he do that? Inari asked, his curiosity piqued at hearing about these incredibly powerful ninja. I'll let you explain that one, Kakashi-san. You probably know more about it than I could explain, Naruto said as he motioned for Kakashi to take the speaking role. Well, you see, Inari-san, our Shodaime Hokage was a man named Senju Hashirama. He had the ability to grow massive trees and other wooden constructs with his Mokuton ninjutsu. When he seriously used those abilities in combat, he could turn an entire battlefield into a forest in mere seconds. The forest he created would then attack anyone he commanded that was inside it. Using this Mokuton ability, he could destroy entire enemy strongholds with a single technique. I'm told that he also grew a substantial part of the giant forest that now surrounds Konohagakure. Kakashi explained as Inari's eyes widened in amazement. Even civilians had heard about the massive forest that stretched across a majority of Haino Kuni. To think a single man had grown most of it with ninjutsu was almost beyond his scope of comprehension. Are all Kaga-level ninja that strong? Tazuna asked as he stared at the shinobi sitting at his table. Mostly, some are a little weaker than Shodaime-sama, but most of them could put most civilian armies to shame by themselves. Anko replied as she finished her breakfast. How so? If you don't mind me asking? Tsunami inquired as she was also interested in these apparently superhuman ninja. Well, from what I've heard of the man, mostly from Sandaime-sama, the Shodaime Tsuchikage was able to turn the very ground beneath his opponent's feet into a weapon with barely any effort. Kakashi stated as he tried to recall what the Hokage had told him many years ago. Some say he could change the form of the ground from dirt to mud, or from stone to sand in an instant. He was also said to cause huge fissures to break open the ground to cause massive damage to encampments and fortresses. He finished as he pulled out his Ika and stuck his nose in it. That sounds rather terrifying if you ask me, Tazuna stated as he imagined his whole house falling into the ocean because the ground it stood on was turned into sand. Yeah, it's kind of hard to defend against an earthquake, Anko commented as she leaned on the table. What about the, what do they call the Kage of Kaminari no Kuni? Inari questioned as his young imagination ran wild with the thoughts of all these superpowered ninja. Oh, they call him the Raikage. I know a little about the Shodame Raikage from a history book I read a while back, Naruto said while sipping tea. Apparently, when the 5 great shinobi nations were first being formed, the man who became the Shodame Raikage established Kumogakure no Sato's supremacy as one of the 5 great nations by stabilizing Kaminari no Kuni's southern borders. From what I read, he used a jutsu, called Kurin no Reikagami, 4, to control an actual thunderstorm and rain lightning down upon the enemy's army. Very few were said to have survived. Also of note is that it was using this jutsu in the first great ninja war that led to the Shodame Raikage's death. Naruto finished as Inari quickly spoke up. If he could use the jutsu, then why did he die from it? Inari questioned with a puzzled look on his young face. Well, Inari-san, it wasn't so much the jutsu that killed him. It was using it for too long. Controlling an actual thunderstorm, which is a force of nature in and of itself, takes a massive amount of chakra. The Shodame Raikage had massive amounts of chakra, but not enough to continuously control a thunderstorm. Eventually, he drained himself of his chakra supply, and the strain from using the jutsu for so long had destroyed his body from the inside out. That's the risk of using high-level jutsu like that, Kakashi explained for Naruto, who nodded at the Jounin's explanation. If it's not too secret, I've always wondered about the abilities that shinobi call Kekkei Genkai. Tsunami said, somewhat nervously, hoping she wasn't asking more than she should from the Konoha ninja her father had hired. Should we explain a few, Kakashi-san? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as he stared at the silver-haired Jounin. I don't see the harm in telling them some of the basics. As long as we don't divulge any unknown weaknesses, I think it's all right, Kakashi replied before motioning for Tsunami to ask her questions. Well, to start, I guess what I really want to know is, what is a Kekkei Genkai? Tsunami asked as she looked towards Kakashi and Anko for answers. A good first question, Tsunami-san, Kakashi said before beginning his explanation. A Kekkei Genkai, also known as a bloodline limit, is a genetic trait passed down from parent to child along shinobi lineages. They have a wide range of effects and can usually be classified into one of 3 types: chakra-based, body-based, or eye-based. Each type of bloodline gives the carrier of the trait some kind of advantage in battle, making a bloodline carrier an extremely difficult opponent in combat. Kakashi finished before turning a page in his Ika. That's amazing. Tsunami breathed out as she thought about her next question. Are any of you, carriers? She asked while looking between each of the ninja at her table. In response, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke raised their hands slightly to indicate that they were. If I can ask, could you show me your traits? Tsunami halfway mumbled out as she looked down slightly. I don't mind if you don't, Kakashi-san, Naruto said as he stretched out his back until it popped before leaning against the table. All right, there's no harm, I guess, Kakashi said before closing his Ika and putting it away. Which one of us would you like to see first, Tsunami-san? He asked while turning to face the woman. How about yourself, Kakashi-san? Tsunami asked as she focused her attention on the Jounin. All right, if that's what you'd like, Kakashi said before pulling up his headband to show his Sharingan eye. This is called the Sharingan. It's an eye-based bloodline, also called a Dojutsu, that gives its wielder improved perception, the ability to cast Genjutsu by making eye contact, and can even copy any ninjutsu it gazes upon, Kakashi said while Tsunami leaned forward slightly to see the strange eye. Upon gazing at the Sharingan's red color and 3 slowly revolving tomo, Tsunami sat back and commented. It's a strange-looking eye. Do all of these Dojutsu look so different from a normal eye? Tsunami questioned while Kakashi covered his Sharingan back up. Most of them look a bit different than normal eyes, but that's what gives them their power, Anko explained while pouring herself more tea. You should see the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Their eyes are solid white with veins distending around the eyes. They look like they're blind or sick if you don't know about them. She finished while sipping her tea. What about your bloodline, Naruto-san? Tsunami asked curiously while Naruto turned to look at her. All right, but I must warn you, don't try and get too close to me while it's active. It could be a very unpleasant experience. Naruto told her. Tsunami nodded while still looking incredibly curious. Naruto raised his right hand, palm up, in front of his face. To Tsunami, Inari, and to Zuna's shock, a light purple smoke began to emanate from his palm, while a thick purple liquid began to drip from his palm as well. This is my Dokushu bloodline. It allows me to create various poisons from my body, grants me immunity to all poisons, and gives me the ability to turn even my chakra into poison. It's classified as a hybrid-type bloodline because it affects both my chakra and my body, meaning it has characteristics of both a body-based bloodline and a chakra-based bloodline. Naruto explained while Tsunami and her family watched in awe as Naruto made the poison gas swirl around his hand. What about Sasuke-san's bloodline? Tsunami asked while Naruto absorbed all of the poison he produced to keep anyone from touching it. My bloodline is the Sharingan, but it has yet to activate. Sasuke grumbled out while looking down at the table. So you'll have a Sharingan in your left eye too? Tsunami asked curiously. Not quite, Tsunami-san. You see, my Sharingan is transplanted, making it an artificial Kekkei Genkai. Kakashi explained while Tsunami's eyes widened. When Sasuke's Sharingan awakens, he'll have it in both eyes. It also won't be fully matured like mine is. His Sharingan will have 1 or 2 tomo in them at most. Kakashi explained before Inari shouted out. You mean you can transfer bloodlines to people who don't have them naturally? Inari shouted while getting starry-eyed at the thought of having a ninja bloodline of his own. Not really, brat. For Kakashi to get that Sharingan, someone else had to die. Plus, most body-based and chakra-based bloodlines can't be transferred at all. They usually end up killing the person trying to receive them. Anko explained while Kakashi nodded his head sadly at the memories of his friend Obito's death. Oh, I'm sorry, Inari stated with his head bowed. Time skipped the night before Zabuza's return. All right, I'm back up to strength. Tomorrow will be the day Zabuza attacks. According to Naruto, all 3 of you can now tree walk, so your control should help you last longer in battle. Kakashi said as his team, plus Anko and Naruto, sat around the kitchen table preparing for tomorrow's battle. I'll leave several Doku Bunshin at the house in case anything goes wrong here, Kakashi-san. I may also leave a big group of rat summons as extra backup too, Naruto stated as Kakashi nodded at him. Good idea, Naruto. That'll keep Tsunami and Inari safe while we confront Zabuza. Kakashi replied while everyone was checking their supplies one last time before they headed to bed for the night. Worst case scenario, Kakashi, me and Naruto summon a large summon animal each and let them destroy Zabuza and whoever he is helping him, Anko stated seriously while Kakashi agreed. All right, but only as a last resort. We want to avoid damaging the bridge as much as possible. We don't want to do Gato's work for him. Kakashi sighed before telling everyone to head to bed so they'd be rested for tomorrow's battle. Chapter 7 Battle on the Bridge, New Friend, and the End of a Tyrant. The morning mists of Nami no Kuni had only recently cleared when Tazuna and the Konoha ninja exited the bridge builder's home. I'll make the security detail now, Naruto stated before going through a few hand seals and calling out, Dokubunshin no Jutsu. Poison smoke emanated from Naruto's skin before forming into 20 clones. All 20 stood at attention awaiting orders. Surround the house and guard Tsunami-san and Inari-san from any of Gato's men, Naruto ordered before going through another set of hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu. He called before a puff of ninja smoke obscured everyone's view. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw the massive horde of average-sized rats the blonde had summoned. What are our orders, Naruto? Soki asked while the other rats waited behind him. Security detail, Soki. I need you and the others to hide yourselves all over the property and keep any of Gato's thugs from harming the 2 people inside, Naruto explained while Soki listened. No problem, Naruto, we'll keep them safe, Soki replied. I know you will, but I want you guys to arm yourselves with these. Naruto said as he quickly unsealed a large group of senbon. They've already been poisoned, so anyone you stab with them will go down shortly afterwards. Naruto told him while Soki picked up one of the senbon and held it like a spear. You heard the boss, guys. Everyone grab a senbon and get in position for guard duty. Soki called out to the other rats. Within moments, every rat had a senbon and were crawling away to various points around the house, both inside and out. When Tsunami-san comes to the kitchen, introduce yourself to her, Soki. Let her know that you're with me. She shouldn't have a problem with you being there after that. Naruto told Soki, who nodded before running back into the house through the still open door. Now that security is taken care of, let's head to the bridge, Kakashi said while leading the rest of the ninja towards the bridge with Tazuna in the center of their formation. Once the group of Konoha ninja had arrived at the bridge, they all noticed the workers had been beaten severely and were left lying on the ground. Who did this to you all? Tazuna asked as he helped one of his workers sit up slightly. A monster. The worker struggled to get out before passing out. Suddenly, a thick, blinding mist began blanketing the area, causing the ninja to go on guard. Well now, what's this, Kakashi? Seems you called for reinforcements. A gruff voice called out from the mist before two figures became visible to the Konoha ninja. On the right stood Zabuza with his zanbato slung across his shoulders, while on the left stood the false hunter Nin that had helped Zabuza escape last time. Zabuza looks a lot like his last bingo book picture, but I can't tell who the hunter Nin is, Anko said aloud while Naruto nodded in agreement. Enough with the pleasantries, Zabuza. We both know neither of us is going to back down, so we might as well start this battle, Kakashi stated while Zabuza laughed at the Kapinin's remark. True enough, Kakashi. The fact that you have more allies only means you're going to need more body bags, Zabuza exclaimed before blasting the Konoha Nin with his killing intent. Reminds me of Anko's killing intent, Naruto thought as he kept his eyes on both of their enemies. Not bad. This guy might just put up a fight, Anko stated with a grin as she pulled out two kunai and shifted into her taijutsu stance. Both Sasuke and Sakura were struggling to keep from shaking, which Zabuza quickly noticed. It seems two of your brats can't stop shaking, Kakashi, Zabuza mocked as he created 6 Mizu Bunshin that quickly headed for the group of Konoha Nin. I'm shaking with excitement, Sasuke stated before he launched himself at the Mizu Bunshin and quickly took out all 6. Seems the brat has gotten a little faster. You may have found a rival in speed, Zabuza stated to the false hunter Nin. So it seems. I'll defeat him quickly, because I believe that there is a far more powerful opponent amongst the genin, the hunter Nin stated before dashing towards Sasuke at high speed. Well, since our brats are ripping each other's throats out, how about us adults do the same? Zabuza questioned before he jumped back into the mist and pumped more chakra into the Kirigakure no Jutsu. Sounds good to me, Anko stated before she and Kakashi became enshrouded in the mist. Haku versus Team 7 and Naruto. Haku quickly closed the distance between Sasuke and herself and launched a kick at the Uchiha. Sasuke ducked the kick and retaliated with an uppercut. Haku sidestepped the uppercut and hit Sasuke in the ribs with a punch. Sasuke gasped as he felt his ribs compress slightly from the force of the strike before he tried to back away and gain some distance. Haku didn't let him get away before she pulled out 3 senbon and launched them at Sasuke. He looked up just in time to dodge the 3 needles and jump back from the false hunter Nin. You're a little better than I thought, Haku stated as she readied her next attack. Just wait. I'll show you the true power of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke said with an arrogant smirk as he straightened up and grabbed a kunai with each hand, before rushing at Haku and making several swipes and stabs with both blades. Haku kept sidestepping and backing away from Sasuke's attacks before pulling out 2 senbon and blocking both of Sasuke's kunai. You're decent, Uchiha-san, but you're not strong enough to truly challenge me, Haku stated before kicking Sasuke in the chest and launching both senbon at the off-balance Uchiha. The 2 senbon struck Sasuke in both sides of his chest, causing him to cry out in pain before falling backwards. Before Sasuke could get back to his feet, Haku completed a series of one-handed seals and stomped on the ground, causing water on the ground to rise into the air. Suetun Hijitsu, Sensatsu Sueisho, she called out before all of the newly formed needles launched at Sasuke's prone form. Before the needles struck the Uchiha, a blast of high-pressured water knocked a majority of the needles away. Sorry, but I can't let you kill a Konoha nin when I can stop you, Naruto told her as he stepped forward and got into his taijutsu stance. You saved the Uchiha's life, but you didn't prevent my attack from hitting its target, Haku replied as she pointed towards Sasuke's body. Naruto looked towards Sasuke and saw that several of the needles had managed to pierce the Uchiha's body in various places. I see. Then this will be a bit harder than I thought, Naruto responded before he put himself between Haku and Sasuke. Sakura, take Sasuke and Tazuna and move them away from the battlefield. Protect both of them until the battle is over. That's an order, Naruto called out before he launched several poisoned senbon at Haku, who quickly dodged out of the senbon's path. You'll have to do much better than that, Haku stated before launching her own senbon at Naruto and going through more one-handed seals. Hayutan Hijitsu, Makio Hayushu, Haku called out as multiple sheets of ice formed from the ambient water in the air and surrounded Naruto in a dome of ice mirrors. Interesting jutsu. I'm assuming this is a bloodline, correct? Naruto surmised as he watched Haku merge with one of the mirrors. You're correct. My Hayutan jutsu is my Kekkei Genkai. Unfortunately, in my homeland of Mizu no Kuni, bloodline limits are seen as the cause of war and strife, and carriers are hunted down and killed on sight. When my father found out both my mother and myself were carriers, he killed my mother and tried to kill me as well. To save my life, I accidentally lashed out with my bloodline and killed my father. I spent the next few months living alone on the streets, until the day Zabuza-sama found me. He didn't care that I had this ability, in fact, he wanted to use it. He gave me a purpose and a reason to live, and for that I'll gladly fight and die for his cause, Haku explained as her reflection suddenly appeared in all the mirrors simultaneously. I'm sorry to hear that, Hunter-san. However, you are currently trying to kill myself, my sensei, my allies, and the only hope this country has of saving itself from Gado's tyranny. To protect my sensei, my allies, my mission, and my life, I'll take your life without hesitation, Naruto said seriously, as he began to produce a thick poisonous smoke from his body. I see you are also a carrier of a Kekkei Genkai. This battle has just become much harder, Haku stated before she attacked. Before Naruto could react, he was hit from every direction by Haku's senbon. Naruto tried to follow her movements, but before he could even turn around, he was hit from all directions again. Alright, that really hurts. It seems this guy's bloodline lets him move from mirror to mirror at high speed. This is going to be a little bit more difficult, Naruto muttered to himself before going through a set of hand seals. In the instant Naruto finished his seals, he was again struck from all directions. This is odd. This Hunter-nin isn't aiming for any of my vitals. Why would this guy hold back in a battle like this? Naruto questioned mentally. Regardless, I'm ending your technique now. Miasma no jutsu, Naruto exclaimed as he exhaled an incredibly dense cloud of black and purple poison that quickly filled the inside of the ice dome and started seeping out between the mirrors. No, with this toxic cloud between all my mirrors, I can't move from one to the next without getting poisoned. I can't even leave the mirror I'm in. But the worst part is that boy has completely blocked my field of vision. I can't tell where he is at all. Haku spoke in shock as she tried to find Naruto's location through the toxic jutsu. Unknown to Haku, Naruto had used the cover of his jutsu to leave Haku's mirrors and head towards the battle between the Jounin. Now that the Hunter-nin is trapped, I can help Anko and Kakashi. If I can even touch Zabuza once with one of my lethal poisons, it'll make the battle a lot easier for Anko and Kakashi, Naruto thought as he stopped at the edge of the mist. But first I need to get these senbon out of me, he spoke as he began removing the needles the Hunter-nin had hit him with. At Tazuna's home, two of Gado's thugs had just emerged from the forest near Tazuna's home with an arrogant swagger. Both had swords at their waists and headed towards Tazuna's home. As soon as the first thug had set foot on the pier, 5 of the Doku Bunshin hidden around the house landed in front of the 2 thugs. Sorry, but there's no one allowed past this point, said the lead Doku Bunshin as the 5 clones stared down the 2 thugs. Shut your mouth and move out of the way, you little brat, unless you want to die, said the tattooed thug as he unsheathed his sword and swung it at the lead Dokubunshin. Before he could complete his swing, all 5 Dokubunshin had moved and subdued the thug with several body holds and joint locks. Before he could try to retaliate, all 5 Dokubunshin exploded in a thick toxic cloud of poison, which he inhaled and began hacking and coughing. While the tattooed thug was taken down, the bandana-wearing thug ran towards the front door of Tezuna's house. The bandana thug dodged 3 more Dokubunshin that had jumped down from the roof in an attempt to take him down before he reached the front door and kicked it down. When he fully entered the room, he saw no one inside and drew his sword to prepare for any more surprise attacks. Suddenly he heard a scratching sound and looked to his left and right, trying to find the source. "What the hell is that sound?" the bandana-wearing thug yelled as he looked all over the room. He looked up when he heard the scratching get louder directly over his head. "What in the hell?" he muttered as he saw at least 100 rats perched in the rafters of the room. Before he knew it, the rats began jumping down from the rafters and landing on him. "Shit! Get off me!" he yelled before he felt several stabs all over his shoulders and arms. More and more rats jumped from the rafters and stabbed the thug with their poison senbon. By the time the last rat had stabbed the thug and crawled away from him, the thug was dead on his feet and slowly fell backwards with roughly 100 senbons sticking out of his shoulders, arms, and torso. "Well, that takes care of that," said a Dokubunshin as it came in from outside and dragged the body away and disposed of it along with the body of the tattooed thug. Back at the bridge, Zabuza versus Kakashi and Anko. The fight between the 3 jounin had been going on for several minutes already, and neither side had a distinct advantage yet. Zabuza's Muon Satsujin, 1, allowed him to get close, but Anko and Kakashi were constantly guarding each other's back, making it difficult to get a strike in. While Kakashi and Anko weren't hit yet, they also hadn't been able to land an attack of their own against Zabuza. Every time one of them would try an attack, Zabuza would slip back into the mist and disappear from view. "This is really getting annoying, Kakashi," Anko remarked as the two waited for Zabuza's next strike. "I agree, but there's little we can do about it at the moment. Even if I start using my Sharingan, I won't be able to see through this mist. I'll just be wasting chakra," Kakashi replied before both of the jounin jumped away from each other as Zabuza's Kubikiri Hocho came down where the two were just standing. "You both talk a lot considering you're in a life and death battle," Zabuza taunted before he disappeared into the mist again. "We've got to find a way to end this, Kakashi. I don't know the overall level of that false hunter Nin. He may be too strong for our students to handle," Anko whispered to Kakashi, who nodded in agreement. "If we could just pin him down for a few moments, I might be able to take him out with my Raikiri. But we'd have to be sure he couldn't get away before I connected, otherwise we'd be right back where we are now," Kakashi responded as he scanned the mist for any sign of Zabuza. "It seems someone else has entered my Kirigakure no Jutsu," Zabuza stated suddenly before he chuckled slightly. "It's more than likely one of your brats. Haku knows better than to enter my mist while I'm fighting," he finished before taking a swing at Anko and Kakashi. Both of the jounin ducked the horizontal slash aimed at their midsections before launching a kunai each at Zabuza's location. Zabuza simply blocked with the flat of his blade before disappearing back into the mist. "Who do you think entered our battleground?" Kakashi questioned as he and Anko got back to back again. "Possibly Naruto. If he was able to take down the hunter Nin, he'd come to try and help us next and leave your full team to protect Tezuna," Anko answered him while waiting for Naruto to get to their location. "Anko-sensei, Kakashi-san, I'm here to assist you in battle," Naruto stated as he got back to back with the two jounin. "What do you plan to do, Naruto?" Kakashi questioned as he looked at the blonde genin. Naruto looked back at him with a grin before responding. "I'm going to force Zabuza to abandon this mist of his," Naruto answered with determination. "But to do it, I'll need you two outside of the mist to ambush Zabuza when he leaves its cover," he finished while both jounin looked at him as if he was crazy. "Naruto, this is an A-class jounin we're talking about. You can't handle an opponent of Zabuza's caliber yet," Anko told him with a stern look. "She's correct, Naruto. Zabuza is a master of Muon Satsujin. You'll be killed before you even see him," Kakashi stated while looking around for Zabuza's next attack. "I know I can't handle him alone. That's why I'm only flushing him out for you two to take down," Naruto replied before all three Konoha had to jump away from Zabuza's sword aimed at their heads. You two get outside of the mist. I've got this. Naruto yelled towards Kakashi and Anko before dark green poisonous smoke exploded off his body and formed around his arms and legs. Both Jounin could only nod and head for the edge of the mist before Zabuza could block their path again. You must be suicidal, kid. You're 10 years too early to be challenging me to a fight. Zabuza remarked as he opened his eyes to look at Naruto's smoke-covered form. I'm all too aware of that, Zabuza-san, but I'm only here to take out your mist. Anko and Kakashi are the ones who are going to finish you off, Naruto replied before cocking back his right fist. Doka Kamuri no Jutsu, Naruto yelled as he punched in Zabuza's direction, sending the thick dark green smoke towards the missing nin. Zabuza quickly dodged the incoming poisonous smoke only to have to dodge again as Naruto punched at him with his left hand and launched another column of smoke at him with a kick. Not bad, kid, but your jutsu is a bit too slow to hit me, Zabuza stated as he readied his sword to cut the genin down. That's true, but it's doing its job of filling your mist with my poison quite well, Naruto responded as he gestured to the half of the mist where his poisonous smoke was hanging in the water-saturated air. It seems like you're a smart little brat, aren't you, kid? Zabuza questioned before Naruto went through several hand seals. Yudoku Suetun, Dakuso Teppadama no Jutsu, Naruto called out as he shot 3 spheres of liquid poison at Zabuza, who went through his own hand seals. Suetun, Suijin Hiki no Jutsu, 2. Zabuza called out as part of his non-poison mist turned into a wall of water and blocked all 3 poison spheres. You'll have to do better than that, kid, he called out before rushing the blonde with his sword in an attempt to cleave the boy in half. Doka Kamuri no Jutsu, Naruto called again as he punched several times at Zabuza, who quickly brought up another Suijin Hiki no Jutsu to block all the poisonous smoke coming at him. When the smoke cleared, Zabuza found Naruto rushing through a long series of hand seals for what appeared to be a high-level jutsu of some type. So you want to play with high-level jutsu, kid? I've got one for you, Zabuza yelled before he stuck his sword into the bridge and sped through hand seals of his own. Dokuryuden no Jutsu, Naruto announced as a massive amount of purple sludge-like poison rose from his back and formed into a large dragon that quickly sped towards Zabuza. Not bad, brat. However, this is how you perform a Ryuden Jutsu. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, 3. Zabuza yelled as the water beneath the bridge rose up and formed a massive dragon that launched itself at Naruto's smaller poison dragon. When the two jutsu met, the water dragon tore through Naruto's poison dragon and headed towards the blonde genin. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Kakashi called out as his own water dragon rose up from under the bridge and slammed into Zabuza's weakened jutsu, causing both dragons to disperse back into water. What? How could Kakashi see through this mist? Zabuza questioned before he looked around and noticed that his mist had dissipated from his lack of concentration. That brat actually made me lose focus on my jutsu, he muttered before he dodged Anko Senijashu no Jutsu, 4, and decapitated all 4 snakes in one swing of his sword. Suddenly everyone heard clapping coming from the unfinished portion of the bridge. When they all turned their attention towards the person clapping, they found Gato himself, along with roughly 100 mercenaries, standing at the end of the bridge. I really expected more from you, Zabuza, Gato mocked while staring at the 4 shinobi in front of him. You're being matched by a child and his teachers. How pathetic for the so-called Kirigakure no Kijin, 5, to be matched by such people. The fat little businessman laughed as he surveyed the scene with his army of mercenaries. When his eyes landed on Anko, he grinned perversely and began roaming her body with his eyes. I'll pay double to the man that brings me the exotic-looking bitch in the fishnet. She'd make a great personal sex toy for me, Gato proclaimed as he and his mercenaries laughed. Meanwhile, Anko was quickly turning red with rage while Kakashi and Zabuza continued to stare each other down. So tell me, Gato, why are you here? Questioned Zabuza as he looked away from Kakashi. Isn't it obvious, you failure? I don't intend to pay you. It's much cheaper to hire mercenaries like these and let them finish you expensive ninja off after you've worn yourselves out, Gato explained as the mercenaries began to move forward towards the ninja. I see. Well, Kakashi, It appears I no longer have a reason to fight you and your group. I do need to have a chat with my former employer though, Zabuza said while readying his sword and dropping into his kenjutsu stance. My mission will be completed much sooner if I help you take out your former employer, so you'll have my support. Kakashi responded as he lifted his headband and revealed his Sharingan eye. What the fuck did that little bastard say about Anko-sensei? Naruto roared out as he came stomping up towards the front of the ninja group with murder in his eyes. I was really hoping not to do this today, but that little bastard deserves this. Naruto seethed as he held up his right hand and began gathering chakra into his palm. After a few seconds, a semi-visible sphere of chakra had formed in the boy's hand before quickly growing denser and brighter as Naruto added and compressed more chakra into the sphere. Eat this, you fucking asshole. Reshu Kokyuha. Naruto yelled before tossing the sphere of chakra into the air and roundhouse kicking it towards Gato and his mercenaries. Kill them all except the bitch, Gato yelled as he saw the sphere heading towards him and his army. The sphere of chakra smashed straight through the stomach of the mercenary directly in front of Gato and impacted Gato's head. Directly after impact, the sphere exploded, taking out Gato and the 9 thugs surrounding him. The only thing left of the 10 people was a large bloodstain on the bridge and a small crater from the force of the explosion. My hero, Anko said dramatically as she hugged Naruto's head into her breasts. You're welcome, Anko, sensei. Naruto panted out as he felt the drain on his chakra. It's still exhausting to use that technique after any other high-level jutsu, he muttered out as he fell asleep in Anko's arms. Don't worry, Naruto-koi. I'll kill a few more for you. Anko whispered lovingly so only she and Naruto could hear. Anko quickly made a Tsuchibunshin and had it carry Naruto back to Tazuna and continue to protect him. All right. Which one of you maggots wants to die next? Anko questioned as she stepped forward, walking towards the thugs while cracking her knuckles. That little brat killed our paycheck. Let's kill these fuckers and take the women and everything of value from the town in compensation. One of the remaining mercenaries yelled out as the rest of the group cheered before charging forward, planning to kill Zabuza and Kakashi, while taking Anko as a prize before ransacking the town. These guys aren't too bright, are they? Zabuza questioned as he charged towards the mercenaries. Apparently not, Kakashi responded while charging beside Zabuza. That just makes it more fun, Anko called before she threw several kunai towards the charging thugs, taking out 3 of them with vital shots. Agreed, Zabuza stated before he quickly swung his sword and bisected 4 people. No way, he got 4 guys with 1 swing. He can't be human. One thug yelled before Zabuza punched him in the face so hard his skull fractured and killed him instantly. Raikiri, Kakashi yelled as he charged straight through the crowd of mercenaries, leaving several people with parts of their bodies missing and one guy who had Kakashi's arm through his chest. I got 20 with that one. You 2 need to hurry up so we can check on the genin, Kakashi called out as he threw the man he impaled off his arm. All right, Anko called out before she snapped a guy's neck and went through a few hand seals. Katan. Gukaku no Jutsu, she called out before launching a large fireball towards the mercenaries and torched another 15. Got it, Zabuza replied before speeding through several hand seals. Suetun. Daibakufu no Jutsu. 6. He announced as water from the ocean below rose up and began rotating at high speeds before speeding through 17 more thugs. Run away. They'll kill us all. One of the remaining mercenaries screamed as he and the others tried to make it to the boat they arrived in. Oh no. That just won't do, Anko called out as she started going through hand seals. Kuchios no Jutsu, she yelled as she placed her hand on the ground in front of herself. In a large puff of ninja smoke, a giant snake 50 feet long and 7 feet in diameter, thick with dark gray scales, appeared stretched out across the bridge. The snake looked towards Anko for orders while flicking its tongue out and tasting the air. You see that boat out there? Anko asked as she pointed to the boat slowly sailing away from the bridge. The snake gave a small nod and flicked its tongue again. There are about 30 people on that boat. You can eat every last one of them, Anko said with a grin. The snake gave its equivalent of a smile before slithering over the edge of the bridge, around the support column near it and down into the ocean water. What kind of snake was that, Anko? Kakashi asked as he watched the snake's shadow move quickly towards the fleeing mercenaries' boat. Oh, just a venomous sea snake. He'll enjoy a nice meal. Anko replied nonchalantly while watching the snake break the surface of the water beside the boat and consume 3 guys in one bite. That seems apparent, Zabuza stated as he watched the giant snake tear the boat apart looking for more people to eat. Well, we should be attending to our genin now, Kakashi stated as he headed towards the other end of the bridge with Anko and Zabuza in tow. Once the 3 jounin reached the place where Naruto and Haku fought, they found a large cloud of toxic gas surrounding what looked like a single mirror made of ice. Anko, recognizing Naruto's jutsu, told the other 2 jounin that she'd take care of it, and with 3 consecutive futon Daitapa no jutsu, she'd pushed the miasma over the edge of the bridge where it fell to the ocean's surface and began to dissipate. Once the miasma was gone, the ice mirror shattered and a panting, exhausted Haku was on the ground trying to remain conscious. Zabuza quickly walked over, picked the girl up, and began carrying her towards the other genin and Tazuna, much to Haku's complaint that she could still walk on her own. Once the trio of jounin reached the genin and Tazuna, Haku had fallen asleep and Sakura had instantly started asking questions. Kakashi-sensei, why are those 2 with you? Why did Anko-sensei's Tsuchi Bunshin carry Naruto back here unconscious? Is the mission complete now? What's going on? Sakura shouted out the rapid-fire questions. In order, Gato betrayed Zabuza and his companion, so they have no reason to be hostile to us now. Naruto fought Zabuza and took out Gato with high-level techniques and jutsu that left him drained of chakra, so he passed out. The mission isn't actually complete until Tazuna-san finishes building the bridge. As for what's going on, we're heading back to Tazuna's house to rest and recuperate. Kakashi answered as he told Sai and Sakura to help Sasuke walk back to the house, while Anko carried Naruto and Tazuna followed them. Time skip 2 days later. Naruto awoke in a warm futon and blinked the sleep from his eyes. After he sat up and stretched out, he looked around the room he was in and recognized it as his room in Tazuna's house. The door to the room quickly opened and Anko rushed in and smothered his face into her breasts. I'm so glad you're awake, Naruto, Anko said while hugging Naruto tighter. Thank you, Anko-sensei, Naruto replied after Anko let him go. How long have I been asleep? He questioned as Anko sat beside his futon. About 2 days now. You really used a lot of chakra on the bridge, Anko answered while Naruto's eyes widened slightly. The door to Naruto's room was opened again, and this time Haku came in carrying a tray of food for the blonde. I'm glad to see you're finally up, Naruto-san, Haku said as she set the tray across Naruto's lap. Please eat something, it'll help you get your strength back, she told him as she sat beside Anko. What are you doing here, Haku? Naruto questioned the girl while taking a sip of the tea she'd brought with the food. Believe it or not, but Haku-chan here was actually the false hunter Nin you fought, Naruto, Anko answered for Haku while grinning widely at the girl who was now looking at the floor. Really? Well, I did notice the hunter Nin wasn't aiming at my vitals during our fight. That would explain why, Naruto mused while emptying his cup of tea and starting to eat the fish and rice Haku brought in. I'm sorry that I caused you so much trouble, Naruto-san, Haku said while bowing low. Don't worry about it, you had your mission and I had mine. It's as simple as that. Besides, it was a fun battle and you're really strong, Haku-san, Naruto said while waving her concerns away. Haku smiled softly at Naruto's kindness while blushing lightly at how he eased her mind so easily. So what's been going on since I've been asleep? Naruto asked as he finished his meal. Well, Zabuza and Haku are coming with us to Konoha. Me and Kakashi worked out a deal with the Hokage via Messenger Hawk and he's agreed to hear them out. If he accepts them into our village, they'll both be required to serve probation and the Hokage will have to contact the Mizuki about the change in Zabuza's status. That'll be a political nightmare for a month or so, but the old man has a way with words, so it should work out. Other than that, Tazuna estimates the bridge should be finished in about a week, and once it's finished we'll be heading back to Konoha. So you rest up and let Anko-sensei and Haku-chan pamper you until you feel better. Anko finished sultrily with half-lidded eyes while Haku blushed up a storm at Anko's suggestive tone. Yes, Anko-sensei, Naruto responded with a grin as he laid back, sighed while Anko moved the empty tray off his lap, and snuggled into his chest with a sigh. Haku was about to get up and walk out of the room when Anko's hand reached out and pulled her down onto the futon with them. I said Anko-sensei and Haku-chan. Don't make me a fibber now, Haku-chan. Anko told her as Haku blushed brightly while Naruto chuckled at Anko's antics. She's only kidding, Haku-chan. She won't force you to do anything you don't want to, Naruto said as Anko let go of Haku's arm. Haku slowly stood up from the futon and bowed while keeping her blush. I'll take the tray down to the kitchen. I'll do what I can to make sure no one bothers you too, Naruto-san, Anko-san. Haku said as she picked up the tray and walked out of the room with her blush never leaving her face. Once the door was closed, Anko looked up from Naruto's chest and spoke. You know she'd totally sleep with you if you asked her, right? Anko asked with a grin as Naruto looked at her surprised. Why would I sleep with her when I'm with you? Naruto asked her perplexed. Oh, I'm sure you'll be able to satisfy multiple women when we're done getting you trained up in the sexual arts. Anko purred out as Naruto blushed and stuttered slightly. Besides, I wouldn't mind playing around with a couple other women. It'd be very fun for me, and it seems you like the idea yourself. Anko giggled while sneaking her hand under Naruto's blanket and grasping his rather stiff friend. Anko-sensei, Naruto gasped out as Anko slowly moved her hand up and down his arousal. What? Don't you like it, Naruto-koi? Anko whispered in his ear huskily before she let him go and pulled her hand out from under the blanket. Naruto was panting from Anko's teasing and couldn't talk without stuttering like an idiot. Don't worry, Naruto-koi. You don't have to wait much longer. Your birthday is only a few weeks away, and I plan on being the mother of your child that very night, Anko stated while lightly licking Naruto's earlobe. Anko looked at Naruto's face only to find out that her teasing had made Naruto pass out again. Oh, Naruto-koi, you're so innocent. I can't wait to completely corrupt you. Anko giggled out as she went back to snuggling Naruto's chest lovingly. Chapter 8, Returning Home and Chunin Exams. Naruto and Anko, along with Team 7, were standing in front of the people of Nami no Kuni at the beginning of the newly completed bridge. Zabuza and Haku were standing a bit farther back down the bridge to ease the civilians' fears. We can't thank you all enough for freeing us from Gado's tyranny. We don't know what we could ever do to pay you all back for this, Tazuna stated as the citizens of Nami no Kuni nodded in agreement. Tsunami and Inari stood beside Tazuna with smiles on their faces, while Inari also had tears of joy occasionally falling from his eyes. Don't worry about it, Tazuna-san. We were just completing our mission and doing what was right, Naruto stated with a grin as Anko and Kakashi smiled at the explanation. We should be on our way. It'll take all day to get back to the village even if we run at top speed, Kakashi stated as he and Team 7 started heading down the bridge towards the end that connected to the mainland. You guys take care of yourselves now, all right? Anko told the citizens as she and Naruto turned to start walking away. We'll make sure of it. We won't ever let a monster like Gado take over our home again, the citizens called out as Anko and Naruto grinned before walking away with a wave. After the citizens couldn't see the shinobi anymore, Inari turned towards Tazuna before speaking. Hey, Grandpa, what are you going to name the bridge? Inari asked Tazuna as Tsunami and the rest of the citizens looked towards the old bridge builder. I've been thinking about it for a few days now, and I've decided to name the bridge the Great Naruto Bridge, in honor of the ninja that killed Gado and gave us our freedom back, Tazuna stated with a smile while Tsunami, Inari, and all the citizens called out their approval of the name. With the Konoha, the walk across the bridge was relatively uneventful. As soon as the group reached the end of the bridge, they all jumped into the trees and started tree hopping in the direction of Konoha. Zabuza and Haku were jumping alongside the Konoha as they raced through the forest towards Konohagakure no Sato. Throughout the journey, Haku kept stealing glances at Naruto. Anko noticed and couldn't help but grin devilishly at Haku every time she caught the younger girl doing it. After several hours of travel, the group was within sight of the gates of Konoha. When they got to the gate itself, they were stopped by the Chunin gate guards. Halt! State your name and reason for coming to Konoha, said the Chunin on the right. Hatake Kakashi, with Genin Team 7, returning from our mission to Nami no Kuni, Kakashi stated as he produced Team 7's mission scroll and handed it to the Chunin to examine, without looking up from his Ika paradise. After looking over the scroll and confirming its authenticity, the Chunin looked towards Anko. Mitarashi Anko, with apprentice Uzumaki Naruto, returning from our reinforcement mission, Anko said while handing the scroll over to the Chunin to inspect. After confirming the scroll as legitimate, the Chunin nodded and spoke again. Alright, everything checks out. The Hokage is expecting you and your guests, Momochi Zabuza and Haku-san, for their appeal for citizenship. The Chunin stated before letting the group through the gates. As soon as the group made it through the gates, Naruto was tackled to the ground amidst dual calls of Naruto-kun. Once the dust had cleared, everyone was able to see who had tackled Naruto to the ground. Hello, Naruto-kun, did you miss me? Inuzuka Hana asked with a grin as she held onto Naruto's left arm. You didn't tell us you were leaving, Naruto-kun. I'd have given you a special goodbye if you had. Inuzuka Tsum stated with a seductive grin as she held onto Naruto's right arm. If you two are done snuggling with my boyfriend, we need to report in to the Hokage, Anko stated with a pout on her face. Oh, alright. You want to meet up after your report? Hana asked as she and Tsum stood up and pulled Naruto to his feet. We might be able to do that. What do you think, Naruto-kun? Anko asked as Naruto stood between the two Inuzuka women. As soon as Haku-san and Zabuza-san are taken care of and we've reported in, then I wouldn't mind spending time with my girlfriend and two other beautiful women. Naruto replied with a grin. Still the little charmer? Aren't you, Naruto-kun? Tsum questioned with a grin while Anko nodded in agreement. He's such a gentleman too, Anko stated with a smile as she pulled Naruto into a hug. Anko, sorry to interrupt, but we all need to head to the tower to report to Hokage-sama, Kakashi stated while Sakura stood beside him with her eyes wide in shock. Sasuke just glared at Naruto, while Sai didn't react at all to the romantic display between Anko and Naruto. It only took a few minutes for the group to reach the tower. After checking in with the secretary, the group of 7 shinobi entered the Hokage's office. Ah, Team 7, Anko, Naruto. Sarutobi acknowledged each of them with a nod. Kakashi, report. Sarutobi ordered as he became completely serious. Yes, sir. My team initially accepted a C-rank escort mission, protecting Tazuna the bridge builder, and we departed 3 weeks ago from the North Gate. Kakashi started his report. Several minutes later, Kakashi had recounted the group's mission to the aged Hokage. I see, so that's what happened. Very well. I'll hear your case. Momochi Zabuza, Haku-san. Sarutobi stated as Haku and Zabuza stepped forward. Well, Hokage-sama, in my case I was never a kunoichi for Kirigakure no Sato. My mother took me from Kirigakure and hid our bloodline from everyone during the bloodline purges. After it was discovered that my mother and I had a bloodline, my father killed my mother and I accidentally killed him with my bloodline. After that, Zabuza-sama found me, took me in, and trained me in the shinobi arts. Haku recounted to the old leader before awaiting his judgment. That is indeed an unfortunate past you have, Haku-san. But as you were never a kunoichi for Kirigakure, I can grant you citizenship and induction into our shinobi ranks after you serve a month-long probationary period. Sarutobi explained, causing Haku to nod and thank the old Hokage repeatedly. Now, Zabuza-san, I'll need to hear your story. The Sandaime stated, to which Zabuza nodded before recounting his own story. After a few minutes of speaking, Zabuza finished his history and Sarutobi was in deep thought about the situation. Momochi Zabuza, as you have no outstanding crimes against Konoha no Sato, I will allow you to gain citizenship and induction into our shinobi ranks after you serve 3 months of probation, and our interrogation experts confirm that you have no ulterior motives for coming to Konoha no Sato, Sarutobi said as Zabuza nodded in acceptance. Now I'll grant you both an apartment each. You'll be placed under conditions similar to house arrest until your probationary period is up. If you want to go anywhere, you'll have to be escorted by a shinobi of your current rank or higher. In your case, Zabuza, you'll be escorted by a platoon of Umbu. Sarutobi explained to the 2 former Mizu no Kuni residents. That's perfectly acceptable. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Haku stated with a bow to the aged leader. I can deal with it. It's better than being hunted down by Hunter Nin. Zabuza replied with a nod. Very well. These umbu will escort you to your places of residence, Sarutobi said while snapping his fingers. For umbu quickly appeared in the room and the leader motioned for Zabuza and Haku to follow them. After the two former Mizu no Kuni residents had left with their escort, the Hokage dismissed the rest of the Konoha after thanking them all for a job well done. With their dismissal, Team 7 went their separate ways out of the office while Anko and Naruto headed down to the front entrance. After the two had made it out of the tower, they both headed in the direction of the Inuzuka compound to spend some time with Hana and Tsum. I'll have to be on guard while we hang out with these two. You know that, Naruto-kun? Anko asked him with a grin. What do you mean by that? Naruto questioned, though the slight blush on his cheeks made it obvious he knew what she was talking about. Oh, I'm sure you know, my little Naruto-koi, Anko stated with a sexy grin as she walked beside the flustered young genin. I don't know what you're talking about, Ankoheim, Naruto stated as he looked away from her with a blush staining his cheeks. I'm just talking about the fact that both Tsum and Hana-chan want you to fuck them, Anko stated casually as Naruto practically choked on air. Anko-chan, don't just say that so casually, Naruto stuttered out as he quickly looked around the street to see if anyone heard his girlfriend say that, only to find the street completely empty of people. But it's true. Tsum and Hana-chan want you to fuck them, get them pregnant, and be the father of their child. Well, next child in Tsum's case. Anko commented with a grin as she watched Naruto cover his face to hide his blush and, she noticed, he started walking strangely. Oh, now what is this? Is Narukoi getting turned on at the thought of getting Tsum and Hana-chan pregnant? Anko teased while Naruto tried to hide even more of his face in his hands. No, I'm not, came Naruto's muffled reply from behind his hands. What about the thought of getting me pregnant? Anko questioned with a smirk. Naruto's head quickly shot up to meet Anko's gaze with an intense blush on his face as he quickly pulled her into his arms and buried his face into her neck. Yes, that does it, Naruto admitted in a muffled voice as he nuzzled Anko's neck affectionately. Well, I'm glad you like the thought so much, Anko replied with a loving smile as she pulled Naruto closer to her body. Seems you're eager to get started too, she teased as she felt Naruto's arousal poking her lower stomach. Not my fault, was Naruto's muffled reply. Well, you might want to get your little friend under control, Naruto-koi. We're here and I'm sure Tsum and Hana-chan would love to put it to good use, Anko whispered into his ear seductively, furthering Naruto's current excitement. Naruto looked up at where they were and, sure enough, the couple stood before the entrance to the Inuzuka compound. You said all that just to get me excited, didn't you? Naruto accused as Anko looked at him innocently. Who, me? Why would I do that? Anko questioned with a sexy drawl as she ground herself against Naruto's arousal. Stop that. Do you want them to tie me to a bed and have their way with me for the rest of the night? Naruto questioned her with a suppressed moan. I see what's going on here, Anko said with a grin. Naruto-koi, tell me, what day do you think it is? She asked while increasing the strength of her grinding. Friday? Naruto stuttered out as he shuddered in pleasure. Yes, but what about the number? Anko questioned as she began to sway her hips from side to side. I think it's the 9th? Naruto finally got out amidst his groans of pleasure. That's right. Now what month is it? Anko asked as she came to a complete halt. Why'd you stop? Naruto questioned as he was enjoying Anko's grinding. Answer the question, Naruto-koi, Anko said with a grin. It's October. Why is this all so important? Naruto replied while trying to get himself back under control. It's important because you're turning 13 at 12:01 tonight. You know what that means, right? Anko answered as she resumed her grinding against Naruto's arousal. That means I'm a legal adult by the village laws regarding shinobi and kunoichi, Naruto stated before a wide smile spread across his face. Are you catching on now, Narukoi? Anko questioned with sexy smirk as she slowly ground herself against Naruto's arousal. I believe so, Ankoheim, Naruto replied while pulling Anko closer to himself before kissing her gently. This is sweet and all, but if you're going to fuck each other, at least come inside first. You two having sex in front of our compound wouldn't be the most romantic of first times. Sum stated with a smirk as she leaned against the, now open, front gate of the Inuzuka compound. Anko and Naruto simply turned towards the Inuzuka clan head before shrugging and entering the compound. After Tsum closed and locked the gate, she led the two into her large home, where they all met up with Hana sitting on the couch in the living room. Naruto-kun, how nice of you to join us, Hana stated with a husky tone as her eyes roamed up and down his body. Nice to see you again too, Hana-chan, Naruto replied using the same suffix Anko used on her. Soon after, all four of them were talking and sharing stories of past missions with each other. After about 2 hours, the clock in the living room began to chime loudly 12 times. My, how time flies. I hope you're ready, Naruto-kun, Tsum stated with a seductive grin as she stood up from her chair while Hana stood up from hers as well. So you two have everything set up like I asked? Anko questioned the two Inuzuka women. Of course, Anko-chan. We want your first time with Naruto-kun to be everything you want it to be, Hana stated with a grin as she walked towards the stairs leading to the basement of the house. Thank you, Hana-chan. Tsum, this really means a lot to me. Anko thanked the two as she pulled Naruto off the couch and led him to the basement following after Hana and Tsum. Why do I get the feeling that I've just been part of a plan that I knew nothing about? Naruto questioned as he followed after Anko. Don't worry about that, Narukoi. Just focus on what you and I are about to do, Anko replied with a loving smile. Naruto simply smiled back while he walked down the steps. Inuzuka Tsum and Inuzuka Hana present, Anko and Naruto's love den. Tsum and Hana announced as they opened the door at the bottom of the basement stairs, revealing a large king-sized bed covered in soft cotton sheets, candles along the walls giving off a faint glow, and a sweet-smelling incense burning in the four corners of the room. It's absolutely perfect. Thank you so much, Tsum, Hana-chan, Anko said while holding Naruto tighter. This is impressive. How long were you three planning this without me knowing? Naruto questioned as he took in the romantic atmosphere of the room. Just while you were gone and about 2 weeks before that, Hana answered with a grin at Naruto's stunned look. Well, we'll leave you two alone. Don't worry about the noise or anything. This room is soundproofed, so you can make all the noise you want, Tsum called out as she and Hana walked back up the stairs before closing the door at the top of the basement steps. Lemon. You heard them, Narukoi. Tonight is just for us, Anko stated huskily as she closed and locked the door at the bottom of the basement stairs before looking at Naruto lovingly. I guess it is, Ankoheim, Naruto replied before the two met in a soft kiss as they made their way to the bed. As the two lovers sat on the bed, they broke their kiss and began to undress each other. Naruto slowly removed Anko's trench coat, revealing her fishnet-clad skin, as he kissed her neck lightly, causing Anko to sigh happily at her lover's tenderness. Anko quickly pulled Naruto's burnt orange overshirt off of him before running her hands across his fishnet undershirt and feeling his developed muscles underneath. Naruto sighed at the feeling before he pulled Anko's fishnet shirt over her head and kissed his way down from her neck to her newly exposed breasts. Narukoi, that feels good, Anko moaned out as Naruto continued kissing her large breasts before beginning to lightly flick her nipples with his tongue. Anko quickly wrapped her arms around Naruto's head to keep him from leaving her breasts while moaning out her pleasure at his ministrations. Naruto moved his hands down Anko's waist, getting another shudder of pleasure from her, before resting his hands on her hips and working her miniskirt off of her body. Anko, not to be outdone, reached down and pulled Naruto's fishnet shirt off of him, causing Naruto to leave her breasts and sit straight up again. Anko was quick to start trailing kisses all over Naruto's chest and abs while her hands went down to his pants and started working them off of her lover. Naruto groaned at the feeling of Anko's soft lips against his skin before he was pushed onto his back as Anko pulled his pants off of him. Anko threw Naruto's pants to the floor before staring at the large tent in her lover's boxers. You like Ankoheim? Naruto questioned with a grin as Anko continued to stare. Oh yes, mommy likes, Anko responded before letting Naruto sit up and pull off her fishnet shorts, leaving both of them in nothing but their final undergarments. Anko motioned for Naruto to remove her panties as she stood in front of him with a loving smile. Naruto quickly brought his hands to Anko's hips before pulling her panties down her long, sexy legs and revealing her most sacred area to Naruto's eyes for the first time. "You're so beautiful, Anko-hime," Naruto breathed out as Anko stepped out of her panties. "Thank you, Narukoi. Now it's your turn," Anko stated huskily as she pulled Naruto to his feet before removing his boxers quickly and revealing his 7-inch erection to her eyes. Naruto smiled happily as Anko stared at his arousal with lust before she pushed him back onto the bed and crawled on top of him. Naruto, thinking quickly, flipped them over so that Anko's head was resting on the pillows at the head of the bed while he was holding himself above her. "Your pleasure comes first, Anko-hime," Naruto stated in a husky voice before capturing Anko's lips in a passionate kiss. After the two lovers broke apart, Naruto quickly kissed his way down Anko's body, placing a kiss on both of her nipples and running his tongue over her belly button, causing Anko to giggle. Naruto finally came to Anko's sex as she spread her legs apart to allow him access to her sacred area. "Go ahead, Narukoi. I want it so much," Anko breathed out huskily as he locked eyes with her before gently parting her soft folds and lightly licking her sex. Anko's reaction was immediate as she gripped the blankets beneath her and arched her back upwards, trying to get Naruto's tongue deeper inside of her. Naruto fulfilled Anko's wish as he continued to lick her moistening sex while occasionally thrusting his tongue inside to further her pleasure. It wasn't long before Anko's body arched up and she screamed out her release for the world to hear. Naruto was quickly lapping up Anko's release as she came down from her orgasm-induced high. "You taste incredible, Anko-hime. We might have to make this a regular thing," Naruto breathed out huskily before Anko's legs quickly wrapped around his waist and flipped their positions. "You're going to spoil me rotten, Naruto-koi, so I'm going to return the favor," Anko remarked as she passionately kissed him and dominated his mouth with her tongue. After breaking their kiss, which left a thin trail of saliva between the two lovers' lips, Anko moved down to Naruto's erection and quickly began to stroke it like she had back in the tent on their first C-rank mission. Naruto was groaning at the pleasure Anko's soft hands brought him. "Anko-hime, that feels great," Naruto panted out as he began thrusting his hips in time to Anko's strokes. "It's about to feel a lot better, Narukoi," Anko replied with a seductive purr before she lightly licked Naruto's erection from base to the head. Naruto groaned loudly at the feeling Anko's hot tongue had brought to his erection and the pleasure that it sent throughout his body. "Anko-hime, more. It feels too good," Naruto panted out, which caused Anko to smirk sexily before wrapping her lips around the head and slowly taking more and more of Naruto's erection into her warm mouth. Naruto's groans increasing in volume was all the indication Anko needed to know she was succeeding in pleasuring her lover. Anko began a steady pace of bobbing her head up and down while sucking on Naruto, causing him to place his hands on her head and run his fingers through her soft locks. A few minutes later, and Naruto groaned loudly before coming inside of Anko's mouth. After getting a taste of Naruto's seed, Anko quickly drank down the rest of his load before licking his erection clean. "I'm glad you enjoyed that, Narukoi," Anko said with a sexy grin as she crawled up his body before wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. "Now, let's move on to the finale," she said while flipping them over so that Naruto rested above her while her back was against the mattress. Naruto was quickly back to full length at Anko's forwardness and brought his erection to the lips of her sex. "Are you ready, Anko-hime?" Naruto questioned as he gently moved his erection across her sex. "Yes, Narukoi. I want you so much. Please, give it to me," Anko answered with a loving smile, which Naruto returned before pushing himself inside of her until he reached a barrier inside of Anko. "Anko-hime, you're a virgin?" Naruto asked curiously as he tried to keep himself under control from the immense pleasure being inside of Anko brought. "Yes, Narukoi. I wanted the man I fell in love with to be the one who took my virginity, and I fell in love with you," Anko responded lovingly as she gave him a nod to let him know that he could continue. Naruto kissed her lovingly as he pushed past her hymen and buried himself to the hilt inside of her. Anko grit her teeth at the stab of pain that came from the loss of her virginity, only to have Naruto wrap his arms around her and whisper loving words into her ear until the pain subsided. After the pain had passed, Anko rolled her hips to let Naruto know she was ready. The pleasure this action brought to both of them caused the two lovers to moan out each other's name in bliss. Naruto quickly built up a rhythm as he moved inside of Anko's warm, wet, sex causing him to moan her name when she started thrusting her hips in time to his thrusts inside of her. The two lovers stayed locked in their positions as they cried out their pleasure to the world. Naruto and Anko were lost in bliss, pleasure echoing through them as they gave in to their most primitive and basic of instincts. All too soon for the young lovers their climaxes approached, and with a final passionate yell of their lover's name the two collapsed in a mass of intense pleasure and sensation. Lemon end. That was amazing, Ankoheim? Naruto sighed lovingly as he pulled her closer to him. It was incredible, Narukoi. I love you, Naruto-koi. Anko sighed contentedly as she snuggled into Naruto's chest. I love you too, Ankoheim, Naruto replied as he held her in his arms. I can't wait to be the mother of your child, Narukoi, Anko said with a smile as they basked in their afterglow. You'll make a perfect mother, Ankoheim, though it might take more than once, Naruto replied with a sleepy smile. Actually, I used the Hyokashikyu no Jutsu, fertile womb technique, so pregnancy is almost guaranteed, Narukoi, especially after how much of your seed you released inside of me, Anko stated with a grin as she held her hand against her stomach. When did you use that jutsu? Naruto asked. He hadn't seen her use a jutsu all day. Yesterday morning, before we left Nami no Kuni, just so I could make sure you'd give me our first child. Anko grinned at him lovingly. Tricky little minx, aren't you, Ankoheim? Naruto asked as he placed his hand on Anko's stomach too. Only for you, Narukoi, Anko replied with a smile before the two lovers fell into a content sleep. The next morning Anko and Naruto woke up in each other's arms. Both smiled at the fact that they had finally made love and that Anko was more than likely pregnant. After a little morning groping, the two lovers put their clothes back on and walked up the basement stairs hand in hand. I take it you two had a pleasurable night? Sum grinned at them as the two closed the top basement door. Very much so. Thank you for all your help, Sum, Anko stated while lightly rubbing her stomach, a move that didn't go unnoticed by Tsum. Already working on that clan of yours, right, Naruto? Tsum smirked while Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a grin. Yep, Ankoheim doesn't want to wait and I can't deny her something she wants this much, Naruto replied while pulling Anko closer to himself. Well, feel free to stay for breakfast. Hana just finished making it, so help yourselves. Besides, Anko-chan is eating for two now, Tsum said with grin as she led the two lovers to her kitchen. After a breakfast of eggs, bacon, toast, and milk, Naruto and Anko departed from the Inuzuka compound to take care of their shinobi duties for the day. Anko went to the pre-scheduled Jounin Sensei meeting at the Hokage Tower while Naruto went to his apartment to tend to his poison garden. At the Jounin Sensei meeting, Anko sat next to Kurenai while awaiting the Sandame's arrival. While they waited, the two Jounin women made small conversation. Welcome back, Anko-chan. How was your mission? Kurenai asked her friend as she noticed Anko's happy expression. It went well. Just had to save Kakashi's brats from being killed. Nothing big, Anko replied with a grin. So what have you and your team been up to, Kurenai-chan? Anko asked with a smile. Just some extra training and a few C-rank missions. Nothing spectacular, Kurenai responded before asking her next question. So, why are you in such a good mood today? Kurenai questioned. Because me and Naruto-koi finally made love last night. It was romantic and I'm almost positive that I'm pregnant. What's not to be happy about? Anko whispered as she smiled happily. Seriously? You two are finally sleeping together? That's so adorable, Anko-chan. How was your Naruto-koi in bed? Was he rough and wild or soft and slow? Kurenai asked in a whisper as she stifled a giggle. He was just perfect. Slow and romantic with a good dose of passion and strength that made my toes curl and my back arch like a bow. He gave me the most powerful orgasm I've ever had. I don't know if I can wait the week it'll take before I can have a mednine check to see if I'm pregnant. Anko whispered back with a grin. Before Kurenai could respond, Sarutobi walked into the room and took his place behind the desk at the front of the room. This meeting of Jounin Sensei has been called to nominate participants for the upcoming Chunin exams held in our village next Friday, October 17th. We will start with the Jounin Sensei of the rookie teams. If any of you believe your team is ready for the exam, step forward and nominate them now. Sarutobi said as he looked upon all the assembled jounin. None of the rookies are ready for the exams yet. It's way too soon for them to worry about advancing in rank. Iruka thought from his place beside the Hokage. I, Mitarashi Anko, nominate my apprentice, Uzumaki Naruto, for the Chunin selection exam. Anko stated as she stood before the Hokage, who nodded while writing down Naruto's name as an applicant. Is she insane? Naruto isn't ready to take that exam. Iruka thought while watching 3 more jounin rise from the group. I, Yuhi Kurenai, nominate Team 8 consisting of Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inuzuka Kiba for the Chunin selection exam. Kurenai said to Sarutobi, who nodded and wrote down the 3 as applicants. I, Sarutobi Asuma, nominate Team 10 consisting of Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Chuji, and Yamanaka Ino for the Chunin selection exam. Asuma said to Sarutobi, who nodded and marked down the 3 as applicants. I, Hatake Kakashi, nominate Team 7 consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Sai for the Chunin selection exam. Kakashi said to Sarutobi, who nodded and put the 3 down as applicants. Kakashi quickly went back to reading his Ika Paradise. Hokage-sama, I must protest. Iruka exclaimed as he stood up from his seat. I had all of the rookies in my class, so I know that they are not ready for these exams. They all need more experience before they try and move up the ranks. Iruka finished while Sarutobi thought about what Iruka had said. He might have a point with your group, Kakashi. Naruto and I did just have to save you on your last mission. Anko stated with a grin at Kakashi, who merely looked at Anko from behind his book before replying. True enough, but I believe these exams will be educational for my team, so I'll allow them to participate and have the chance to advance like the rest of the teams. Kakashi explained while Anko just shook her head at Kakashi's nonchalant response. Actually, Anko-san, what about Naruto? If you put him in these exams now, he'll be outnumbered in every part of the exams. Why not wait until Naruto can be placed on a team before taking the exams? Iruka questioned while looking at Anko. That won't be a problem for Naruto. I've personally trained him and I know for a fact that there aren't any genin capable of taking him down. No offense to the other jounin sensei, but Naruto can easily pass these exams by himself. Anko explained while staring Iruka down. Enough, the rookies will be allowed to participate in this year's Chunin selection exam. Give these applications to your teams and have them meet at the academy on the 17th if they want to compete. Now on to the older genin teams. Sarutobi stated as several jounin stood up and made their way to his desk. This is gonna be one hell of a Chunin selection exam. Let's hope Daddy enjoys it. Right, baby? Anko mumbled to herself while rubbing her stomach softly. Chapter 9. I'm a father? Chunin exams begin. Naruto arrived at his and Anko's normal training grounds at 7 am to the sight of Anko smiling at him with pride, joy, and love in her eyes while holding a piece of paper in her hand. Good morning, Anko-sensei. What has you in such a good mood this morning? Naruto asked as he eyed the paper in his sensei/lover's hand. Morning, Naruto-kun. I'm happy because I've gotten you approved for the Chunin exams that are being held in Konoha on the 17th. Once you pass them and gain your promotion to Chunin rank, you'll be granted clan head status as soon as a medic nin confirms my pregnancy. Anko stated with a smile as she lightly rubbed her stomach. I'll do whatever it takes to get promoted, Ankoheim. Our baby will be the heir to our clan. I'll make sure of it. Naruto stated with a determined smile as he pulled Anko into his arms and held her lovingly. I know you will, Narukoi, so let's go through a few warm-ups before we start some light combat training. We'll get your taijutsu as close to perfect as possible in the week we have before the exams. Anko replied with a smile as she hugged Naruto tight. Sounds good, Anko-sensei. Let's get started. Naruto said with a grin as the two moved to the center clearing of the training grounds. Time skip day before the exams, Thursday the 16th. Naruto was currently walking back towards his apartment after having lunch with Anko at Ichiraku's. Anko had given him the day off from training so that he could rest and be at his best for the exams tomorrow. As he was walking, he couldn't help but notice that he was being followed by a perfectly square rock. Konohamaru, how many times do I have to tell you? Rocks aren't perfect squares? Naruto asked the rock with a sigh. Not bad, boss. That's just what I'd expect from my rival. A young boy's voice shouted from inside the rock, before the poorly disguised camouflage exploded in a large cloud of smoke. Too many smoke bombs. Came the same voice through a fit of coughing. After the smoke had cleared, 3 children could be seen coughing on the ground. One child was a boy with bowl haircut and a perpetually running nose, wearing a blue shirt and khaki ninja pants. The only girl of the 3-person group had her orange hair tied up in 2 large pigtails and was wearing a red shirt with khaki shinobi pants. The final member was a boy wearing a blue scarf that was too long, a yellow shirt with a red Konoha leaf symbol on the front and gray shinobi pants. All 3 quickly stood up before saluting Naruto and shouting, "The Konohamaru Corps, ready for duty!" The 3 kids shouted while still saluting Naruto. Naruto sighed in resignation while grinning at the 3 children. "So, why are you 3 following me today? Are you already out of school?" Naruto asked the trio of children with a grin. "Yeah, boss. And we were wondering if you'd play ninja with us?" Konohamaru said with a grin as Udon and Moegi both looked up at him with their hands clasped together in the begging pose. Naruto has seen this plenty of times before. He'd known the Sandame's grandson since he was a little boy himself, and he'd met Moegi and Udon during his last year at the academy when they'd become friends with Konohamaru. So with another sigh, Naruto gave them his answer. "All right, but I'm only giving you a 5-second head start this time," Naruto told them with a grin as he held up his hand with all of his fingers extended. "Why would a ninja play ninja with a bunch of kids?" A voice behind Naruto asked as the group of 4 looked towards the speaker to see Sakura standing there with a confused look on her face. "Why not? It's good for the kids to practice what they learn in the academy," Naruto stated with a shrug as the Konohamaru Corps all nodded happily. "Hey boss, is she your girlfriend?" Konohamaru asked, causing Sakura's face to redden in anger while Naruto quickly shook his head. "No way, Konohamaru. This is my girlfriend," Naruto stated as he pulled out a picture of himself and Anko eating Dango together with Anko sitting in his lap while both were smiling at the camera. "Wow, she's hot, boss," Konohamaru said loudly while looking at the picture. "She's so pretty," Moegi said with a sigh as she thought about looking beautiful like Anko did someday. "She's a very attractive lady," Udon said with a nod as he looked at the picture as well. "I know. She's as beautiful as any woman could ever be," Naruto replied with a grin while putting the picture away. "You did a lot better than the big forehead over there then, boss," Konohamaru said while pointing at Sakura. "What did you just say?" Sakura yelled before chasing the 3 academy students around the corner. "Oh boy, Konohamaru's mouth gets him in trouble again. I guess I should make sure Sakura doesn't kill him," Naruto said with a sigh before dashing off after the group of 4. He was just about to round the next corner when he heard the sound of 2 bodies colliding and the sound of an older boy saying something to someone else. "That hurt you, brat. You should watch where you're going," said a teenage boy in a black outfit with a hood and a strange object wrapped up hanging off his back. "Kankuro, stop. What'll you do if he finds out?" said the girl next to the teenage boy. She had blonde hair in 4 ponytails and was wearing a light purple battle dress. She had what appeared to be a giant closed fan strapped to her back. "Hush, Temari. I'm just going to teach the kids some manners about running into people," the now identified Kankuro stated as he cocked his fist back ready to slug the young boy. "That wouldn't be wise, Suna Shinobi-san. That's the Sandame Hokage's grandson you're about to assault," said a voice from directly behind Kankuro. Kankuro quickly released Konohamaru and spun around to see who had snuck up on both him and his sister. To the 2 Sunanin's shock, a boy a few years younger than them was standing behind them with a steel gaze focused on both of them. "Who the hell are you?" Kankuro questioned as he stared at the younger boy. "This kid is good." Neither Kankuro or I sensed him approaching at all. "He was close enough to kill us without us even knowing," Temari thought with amazement as she studied the boy in front of her. "Uzumaki Naruto, Genin of Konohagakure no Sato, at your service," Naruto said while continuing to stare down the 2 foreign shinobi. "So, what do you want?" Kankuro asked with a bit of a growl. "Just for you to stop harassing the citizens of this village and return to your hotel until you've been given further instructions from your Jounin sensei," Naruto stated with a no-nonsense tone. What if we don't? Kankuro asked as he put his hand on the wrapped object on his back. Kankuro, are you actually going to use Karasu? Temari questioned her brother in a whisper. Then I'm afraid the Chunin exams will be impossible for you to take, Naruto answered as he slid into his taijutsu stance. Really now? I'd like to see you try Leaf Boy, Kankuro shouted while starting to pull the wrapped object off his back. Before he could even remove the object from his back, Kankuro found a fist a few centimeters from his face. Kankuro couldn't even get over his shock before Naruto spoke again. Now stand down, before I really have to subdue you, Naruto stated with a steely tone as he stared directly into Kankuro's shocked eyes. He's so fast. I couldn't even keep up, Temari thought as she watched her brother lower his hands. Sasuke, you and Sandbox up in the tree, get down here. I don't have the patience to deal with any more international incidents. Naruto spoke as he pulled his fist back from Kankuro's face. Everyone looked up into the nearest tree to see Sasuke and a red-headed Sunanin sitting, or in the Sunanin's case standing upside down in the tree. Sasuke quickly looked over and saw the Sunanin standing upside down no more than 4 feet from his current position. How did the dobe know that guy was there when I didn't even when I'm this close? Sasuke thought to himself in shock as the Sunanin disappeared in a swirl of sand and reappeared beside Temari and Kankuro. Kankuro, you're a disgrace to our village, the red-haired Sunanin stated in a monotone voice. But, Gaara? Kankuro tried to defend himself before he was cut off by the newly identified Gaara. Shut up before I kill you, Gaara said in his cold tone. Kankuro instantly stopped talking. Are you participating in the exams, Uzumaki Naruto? Gaara questioned while staring at Naruto. Yes, I am. I take it this is your team, Gaara-san? Naruto asked while staring at each member in turn. Yes, these two are my teammates Temari and Kankuro. I look forward to seeing you in the exams, Uzumaki. Gaara stated as he turned and started walking away. His siblings were quick to follow him. This exam just got a whole lot more difficult for me, Naruto mused out loud before telling the Konohamaru Corps to return to their homes and resuming his walk back to his apartment. The next morning Naruto woke bright and early to prepare himself for the events of the exam. After donning his gear, sealing some extra supplies in the sealing scroll Anko had given him for missions, and eating breakfast, Naruto made his way towards the academy to take the first test of the Chunin exams. After a short walk, Naruto arrived at the academy and started to head up to the 3rd floor. Unfortunately, he had to stop on the 2nd floor due to the large crowd of genin trying to get into a room labeled 301. Are they serious? Naruto thought to himself as he instantly recognized the out-of-place room sign. That's a low-level genjutsu that affects sight in a limited area. It probably only extends to the end of the hall. How can so many people fall for such a simple trick? Naruto wondered to himself as Anko had thoroughly beaten the aspects of genjutsu detection and dispersal into his head. Naruto was content to simply walk past the crowd quietly and let them fail for being late when he heard an arrogant voice ruin the whole thing. Remove the genjutsu, we're going to the 3rd floor. Sasuke ordered the 2 disguised Chunin, preventing the rest of the crowd from entering the room. Not bad, but just seeing through it isn't enough, said the disguised Chunin on the left as he lashed out with a kick which Sasuke met with one of his own. Suddenly a green blur appeared between the two and caught both of their kicks before they could meet. Not too bad. He's fast and he has the strength to stop kicks like that barehanded. Obviously a taijutsu specialist, Naruto thought before turning around and walking up the stairs to the 3rd floor. As he reached the door to the real room 301, he was met by Anko. Hey Naruto-koi, are you ready for the exams? She asked with a grin. Of course, Anko-heim. I have a reason to pass this entire exam, Naruto replied with a grin of his own. Well, let me give you one more reason, Naruto-koi, Anko said with a grin, and she pulled him close and hugged him before whispering in his ear. You're going to be a daddy, Naruto-koi. Naruto quickly pulled back from Anko's hug enough to look her in the eyes. Anko's big smile and loving eyes told the whole story. Are you sure, Anko-heim? When did you find out? Is it a boy or a girl? How long until the baby is born? What do we do when it's time? Naruto asked question after question before Anko pulled him into a kiss to calm him down. Better, Anko asked as she pulled away from their lip lock. Naruto simply nodded dazed. Good. Now to answer your questions in order. Yes, I'm sure. I had a medicnine check me out this morning and she confirmed it. We won't know if it's a boy or a girl for a while. The baby still has almost a full 9 months before it'll be born. And we'll do what parents do when it's time for the baby to be born. Anko answered his questions before Naruto happily hugged her and spun her around in joy. I can't wait, Anko-chan. We'll have to have the whole clan thing set up before our baby is born. So I'll storm through this test and defeat anyone in my way, Naruto said as he stopped spinning Anko and set her back down. I'm looking forward to it, Naruto-koi. Me and the baby will be waiting for you after you get finished, Anko said with a smile before she kissed him again, and then vanished in a Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. Naruto, with renewed determination, pushed open the doors to the exam room and stepped inside. Once the doors closed behind him, Naruto was met with the stares and killing intent of all the assembled genin. Naruto grinned, having felt more killing intent than this from both Anko and Zabuza. What are trying to do? Make me laugh? Naruto asked the room before unleashing about half of his own killing intent upon the occupants of the room. All of the genin, except Gaara in the back of the room, flinched at the level of killing intent Naruto was projecting at them before he quickly stopped. That's how you use killing intent, Naruto stated nonchalantly as he went and leaned against the wall near a window. Sasuke-kun! A familiar girl cried out a short while later. Naruto turned to see Sasuke, annoyed by Ino jumping on his back. Sasuke's eye was twitching at the Yamanaka heiress's actions. Sakura was quick to start screeching at Ino. Ino pig! Get off of Sasuke-kun! Sakura screeched at her so-called rival in love. Ino, annoyed at being interrupted, looked to see Sakura death glaring at her. Well, if it isn't forehead girl. Still can't get over the fact that Sasuke-kun likes me better, Ino questioned as she pulled down her eyelid and stuck her tongue out. Don't you get tired of living in your little fantasy world, Ino pig? Sakura asked with a dismissive wave in Ino's direction. Ino simply repeated her earlier action. Sakura turned to see Team 8 and Team 10 heading towards Team 7's location. Soon the lazy genius and big-boned boy of their graduating class came up to the group. The lazy genius, Nara Shikamaru, spoke first. So, you're all taking this troublesome exam too? Shikamaru asked with a yawn at the end. Choji stood beside him munching on a few chips from a bag he was holding. That has to be the most mismatched team in Konoha, personality-wise anyway, Naruto thought to himself from his place against the wall. Yahoo! So the rookies are together again. A loud, familiar voice spoke out as Kiba, Hinata, and Shino walked towards the group of rookies. Hinata blushed as she discreetly tried to find Naruto in the large crowd. It looks like our little group is all here, Kiba exclaimed loudly with a smirk on his face. Including your noisy self. Troublesome, Shikamaru stated with another yawn as Choji chuckled at Shikamaru's comment. Kiba grinned at successfully annoying Shikamaru before speaking again. So, I guess all of the rookie teams got nominated for the exams this year. I wonder how far we'll get. Right, Sasuke? Kiba smirked at the Uchiha who had finally gotten Ino off his back. Trying to act cool, Kiba? Sasuke asked in his arrogant tone. With the way we've trained, you have no chance against us, Kiba stated with a confident smirk. Oh, shut up, Kiba. You won't even beat me, much less Sasuke-kun, Sakura shrieked at the Inuzuka boy. I'm sorry, Sakura-san. Kiba didn't mean it like that. Hinata apologized with a slight stutter as she tried to keep the peace between the teams. Akamaru barked as his head popped out of Kiba's jacket. You guys would do us all well if you'd stop shouting like this is an academy field trip and quiet down, an older male voice said from behind the group. Naruto started paying more attention when he heard this new voice enter the rookies' conversation. The three rookie teams turned to see an older boy with silver hair in a ponytail, glasses, and wearing a purple outfit. You guys are the new Genin teams, right? This is a serious exam, you know. Who are you? Ino asked as she and the rest of the rookies looked the guy over. I'm Yakushi Kabuto, and you all should be quieter, Kabuto said while pointing behind them. They all turned to see a group of genin from Amigakure glaring at them intently. Those guys are from Amigakure and are known to have short tempers. Kabuto told them while pushing his glasses up. Sakura and Ino showed visible fear at the AIM genin. They think those guys are scary? After seeing what Zabuza can do, Sakura shouldn't be afraid of some genin. Naruto scoffed. But it's unavoidable, I guess. I remember what it was like taking my first exam. You've taken the exam before, Kabuto? Sakura asked the older genin. Yes, in fact this is my 7th try, Kabuto said while rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. So that means you know what to expect in this exam, right? Sakura asked curiously. Not the specifics, but other than that I guess so. Kabuto answered with a smile. Something seems off with this Kabuto guy. Anko said that it was rare for a genin to not advance after their 3rd try. I'll keep my eye out for him, Naruto thought to himself as he listened in on the group's conversation. Okay, the least I can do is give you rookies some vital information on what you're in for during this exam. With my shinobi info cards, Kabuto said with a small smile as he pulled out a deck of cards. Shinobi info cards? Sakura asked curiously as she stared at the stack of cards. To put it simply, they contain information I've collected over the years that I've been taking this exam. The information is represented by symbols that appear when I put my chakra through them. It took me 4 years to collect all the information on these cards, and there are about 200 cards in all. Kabuto explained as he drew one of the cards and flipped it over, revealing that the card was blank. It appears blank, right? The only way to read the information on the cards is with my chakra, Kabuto said as he touched the card with his index finger. Kabuto placed his hand in the rat seal and soon a map of the elemental countries appeared on the card. This card shows how many applicants each shinobi nation sent to the exam this time around. Kabuto explained as the rookies stared at the card and the information on it. Do you have cards for each individual applicant? Sasuke asked as he eyed the cards in Kabuto's hand. You have an interest in someone in particular? Kabuto asked as he deactivated the first card and put it back in the stack. Sabaku no Gaara from Sunagakure, Rock Lee from Konoha, and Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha. Sasuke told him, hoping he'd get some weaknesses on them. Naruto glared at Sasuke, knowing the Uchiha was trying to find ways to beat him without working for it. You know their names, that makes it easy, Kabuto replied as he drew 3 cards and sent chakra through them. Let me see them, Sasuke demanded as Kabuto laid down the first card. First up is Rock Lee. He's a year older than your teammates. He's completed 20 D rank and 11 C rank missions. His Jounin instructor is Meido Guy. His taijutsu is very advanced, but his other stats aren't impressive. His teammates are Tenten and Hyuga Niji. Like you guys, this is his first time in the exam. Kabuto changed to the next card to show Gaara's stats. Now for Sabaku no Gaara, he has completed 8 C rank and, 1 B rank. Not many genin get assigned B rank missions. Here's the really odd thing. He has come back from each mission without a single injury. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the red-haired Suna shinobi. Alright, now I know something isn't right with that guy. How the hell does a genin come back from a B rank mission uninjured? I'll have to watch his team carefully, Naruto thought as he went back to listening in to the rookie's conversation with Kabuto. Kabuto switched to the final card to show Naruto's stats. Finally, we come to Uzumaki Naruto. He's completed 12 D rank missions, 1 C rank, 1 B rank, and, 1 A rank. That's insane for a genin. His skills in taijutsu are advanced, his genjutsu is above average, and his ninjutsu is off the charts. He also has a Kekkei Genkai called Dokushu that gives him a lot of poison techniques. Kabuto finished with an amazed tone. Doesn't he have any kind of weakness? Sasuke questioned Kabuto, causing Naruto to narrow his eyes at the arrogant Uchiha. I knew he was just trying to find weaknesses against people he couldn't defeat, Naruto thought while glaring at Sasuke. I don't know. I've never had a chance to actually observe him, so I don't know what kind of weaknesses he may have, Kabuto answered before he continued explaining the exam. Konoha, Suna, Aim, Kusa, Taki, and Oto. Each village has sent their best genin ninja to this exam. I don't know much about Otogakure, though. It's a recently created village, so information on it and its shinobi is lacking. But every other village has very formidable shinobi competing this year. Kabuto finished up his explanation. Is anyone else feeling a little discouraged now? Hinata asked with a stutter. So, what you're trying to say is that everyone else here? Sakura trailed off with a worried look on her face. Yes, they're like Lee, Gaara, and Naruto, specially selected genin, the best in their villages. They have to be. This test is unforgiving. Kabuto explained to the group of rookie genin. According to his little card, our village is an unknown village in a backwater country. A spiky, dark-haired shinobi said to his two teammates. All three of them wore headbands with a musical note on them. I know, insulting isn't it? Replied his teammate, whose head was covered in bandages. So, want to have some fun with them? The only female of the trio asked her teammates. Sounds good. That fool is treating us like some afterthought. Let's give him some information for his cards. He'll learn how deadly the shinobi of sound are. The bandaged nin said before the three began to move towards the Konoha group. What are those three doing? Naruto mumbled to himself as he watched the sound nin move through the crowd. The sound ninja suddenly made their move. Kabuto saw them coming and quickly looked up to see a genin from Otogekure in the air above him. The spiky-haired sound nin drew some kunai and threw them at Kabuto. Kabuto quickly jumped back, dodging the projectiles. But then the bandaged sound nin appeared in front of him with a strange device on his arm. Kabuto dodged the sound nin's punch before he suddenly fell to his knees and vomited on the floor. Didn't he dodge that punch? Shikamaru questioned as the group looked on. It must have grazed him. That's what you get for being cocky, Kiba stated as Kabuto slowly made his way back to his feet. Put this in your cards. The genin from Otogekure will definitely become Chunin. But then a poof of smoke appeared and a loud masculine voice shouted from the cloud of smoke. All right, you little bastards, listen up. The smoke vanished to reveal a large man bearing several scars along with several other ninja. I'm Marino Ibiki, your proctor for the first exam and from this moment your greatest enemy, Ibiki announced with a dark smirk on his face. Ibiki pointed to the Oto genin. You sound nin. Do you want to be disqualified before the test even starts? Ibiki questioned them. Sorry, it's our first exam. We just got a little excited. The bandaged sound nin answered as he and his teammate retreated back to their original location. After the commotion had died down, Ibiki explained the rules of the exam while holding up a paper with a number on it. So the first test is a written exam. Why do I get the feeling that there's more to it than that? Naruto thought to himself while heading for his assigned seat. After everyone was seated, Ibiki goes on to explain the rules of the written test to them. After he informed them all that they have an hour to finish the 9 questions and the 10th question wouldn't come until 45 minutes into the exam, Ibiki told them to turn over their exam papers and begin the test. I know something is going on with this test. No genin can answer questions like these normally. But what's the trick? Naruto mumbled to himself as he subtly glanced around the room to see what the other examinees were doing. Kiba was using Akamaru to gather the answers for him. Shino had his beetles flying around gathering the answers for him. A girl with her hair in 2 buns was using mirrors and wires to steal the answers. It looked like Ino had taken over Sakura with her mind jutsu and memorized the answers. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, while Hinata, who was sitting beside Naruto, used her Byakugan to find the answers. The Oto genin had their eyes closed and seemed to be focusing on the sound the pencils around them were making. Gaara was doing something with a small ball of sand in his hand. Naruto decided that the only way to get the answers he needed was to cheat. So with a little chakra applied to his lungs, Naruto breathed out a colorless, odorless toxin at the person sitting in front of him. Within a few seconds, the person in front of him leaned over, exposing his answers while he coughed violently for several moments. Naruto quickly copied as many answers as he could before the person in front of him straightened back up. And that takes care of my test, Naruto thought with a small hidden grin. Throughout the exam, the proctors caught a few teams and disqualified them. Kankuro claimed to have to use the restroom. When he returned, Ibiki revealed that he knew the proctor was in fact Kankuro's puppet. 13 teams had been disqualified by the time the 10th question was to be given out. Ibiki revealed one more rule to the shocked genin examinees. For the 10th question, there is one final rule. Whether you choose to take it or not. Ibiki announced, causing Temari to stand up. What do you mean if we choose to take it or not? Why wouldn't we take it? Temari questioned with a confused expression. Because, if you choose to take it and answer it incorrectly, you'll be barred from ever taking the Chunin exams ever again. Ibiki responded with a sadistic grin. What? That's complete crap. There are other people in here that have taken this exam before. Kiba yelled out as he stood up from his chair. Well, it just so happens that they didn't have me as their proctor. Ibiki stated with his gruff voice. Now, hurry up and make your choice. I'm tired of hearing your whining. Ibiki finished with his face completely neutral. One by one, team after team gave up and left the room. After several minutes, none of the other teams were leaving, so Ibiki spoke up. For those of you who decided to take the question, congratulations, you've passed the first exam. Ibiki announced, causing half the room to gape in shock. Once Ibiki finished explaining the reason they all passed, he told them all to head down to Training Ground 44 to meet their next proctor so they could continue the exam. Well, doesn't this place look as inviting as always? Naruto muttered with a smirk as he stared at Anko's favorite training ground. The proctor for this exam was Yamashiro Aoba, a crow summoning special jounin that often used the forest to train with his summons. Welcome to Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. I'm the proctor for the second exam, Yamashiro Aoba. For this exam, you'll be spending 120 hours inside this forest. Your objective is to collect 2 scrolls, one heaven and one earth. You'll be given 1 scroll and you'll have to battle other teams to find its counterpart. If by the end of the 120 hours you have not made it to the center tower, you and your team will be disqualified. If you lose one of your teammates due to injury or death, you and your team will be disqualified. Finally, if you look inside the scrolls at any point in time during the exam, you and your team will be disqualified. Aoba finished while holding a stack of papers. Please have your whole team sign these waivers if you still wish to participate. Aoba finished as he passed the papers around to the genin. Naruto instantly signed his waiver and headed for the tent to receive his scroll. Naruto received a heaven scroll for his waiver before going to wait by his assigned gate. It was only 30 minutes later when Aoba officially started the second exam. I'll have to get this test over with as soon as possible. Anko-chan and the baby are waiting. Naruto mumbled to himself before his gate was opened, and he launched himself into the somewhat familiar forest. Naruto had only been traveling for about 20 minutes when he had to leap to his left to dodge multiple kunai that were thrown at him. Naruto quickly blocked the kick aimed at his head from a takinin. Naruto threw the takinin back into his third teammate and made some distance between himself and the taki team. Hand over your scroll and we'll let you leave, said the lead takinin as he and his teammates withdrew kunai. How about you 3 sleep for a while instead? Naruto suggested as the takinin on the left collapsed unconscious. What happened? The lead takinin questioned his teammate as they watched their teammate laying on the ground. I don't know, he just passed out, his teammate shouted as they both refocused on Naruto. You'll pay for that, the takinin leader stated before both he and his teammate rushed Naruto and quickly had a kunai on either side of Naruto's body. Now give us your scroll or we'll kill you, the taki leader demanded. Sorry guys, I can't die yet. I'm going to be a father, Naruto stated with a smile before he placed a hand in front of each takinin's face and blasted them both with a dokakamori no jutsu. Just sleep for a while. I'll just help myself to your scroll, Naruto said with a grin as he searched the takinin for their scroll. Damn, another heaven scroll. Oh well, 1 team down, only 25 to go. I should be able to find an earth scroll before then, Naruto stated before he leaped back into the trees and resumed searching for an earth scroll. Chapter 10 Forest of Death. Fast Poison. It had been an entire day since the beginning of the second part of the Chunin exams. Naruto awoke shortly after sunrise and took stock of his inventory. Still have all of my kunai, shuriken, ninja wire, explosive tags, and most of my food rations. I've also acquired 4 heaven scrolls for a total of 5 scrolls. Damn, I'd hoped to find an earth scroll yesterday. Hopefully my luck will improve today, Naruto thought as he secured his gear and peeked out of his makeshift shelter inside a small hollow of one of the giant trees in the Forest of Death. Well, let's get a move on. Earth Scroll, here I come. Naruto thought as he jumped to the nearest branch from the hollow and quickly leapt away. Meanwhile with Anko. Where is Narukoi? I thought he'd be here by now. Anko stated as she sat in the small cafeteria in the tower at the center of the Forest of Death. I'm sure he'll be here soon, Anko. Please calm down. Stress isn't good for the baby. Kurenai replied as she watched Anko devour another stick of dango from the plate on the table. I know, but I want Narukoi to be here with us. Anko sighed as she lightly rubbed her, still flat, stomach. I know, Anko, but you believe in Naruto's skills, right? So just give him some time. Kurenai said as she smiled at Anko. You always know just what to say, Kure-chan. Anko said with a grin as she finished off her dango. Kurenai simply smiled while rolling her eyes at her friend's antics. With Team 7 the morning after Orochimaru's ambush, day 2 of the second test. Sakura's head jerked up for the 100th time in exhaustion as she struggled to stay awake to watch for enemies and tend to Sasuke and Sai. Orochimaru had beaten both of her teammates thoroughly, destroying Sai's creations and swatting him and Sasuke around like toys. It's morning now, hopefully Sasuke will wake up soon. I don't know how much longer I can keep my eyes open like this. Sakura thought as she turned to look at Sasuke, who was sleeping more soundly now that he no longer had a fever. Sai, however, was still unconscious and had some serious-looking bruises on his face and his exposed stomach. Sakura tried valiantly to keep herself awake and alert for danger, but was nodding off again when a noise startled her. A squirrel came scurrying out of some nearby bushes heading straight for her team's hiding spot. She didn't want the squirrel to trigger the traps she'd spent several hours setting, so Sakura threw a kunai ahead of the squirrel. The knife stopped the animal short before it turned in a new direction and took off into the foliage in fear. That was close. I've got to stay alert. Sakura mentally admonished herself as she went back to watching the area in front of Team 7's temporary hideout. Nearby, however, the Odo team sat in the bushes watching Sakura as she fought to stay awake and spot any incoming danger. I was sure the squirrel would have made it. Do you think she spotted the exploding tag on its back? Zaku asked Dosu in a hushed whisper. I don't think so, look. She can barely keep her eyes open, much less detect a real threat at the moment. It doesn't matter now. Uchiha Sasuke will die at our hands. Come on, you too. Dosu replied as he stepped out the bushes and walked towards where Sakura was with Zaku and Kin following behind him. Hey girl. Wake Sasuke up, we want to fight him. Zaku called out, as he and his teammates stopped in the clearing and made themselves known to Sakura. Sasuke isn't in any condition to fight. So just get out of here. Sakura yelled in a threatening tone with a bravado she didn't feel at the moment. Look, princess, you can either wake up Sasuke, or we can do it for you. Kin threatened as she pointed a kunai towards the pink-haired kunoichi. Sakura brandished her own kunai as she prepared to defend herself and her teammates from the Odo genin. Oh please, I'll take this weakling out in one shot, Zaku proclaimed as he started walking towards Sakura. Wait, Zaku. Don't move any further, Dosu warned as Zaku stopped walking while giving Dosu a questioning look. Why'd you stop me, Dosu? I'm about to take this weakling out, Zaku asked his teammate, who kneeled down and examined the ground in front of his teammate. Recently overturned dirt and grass that doesn't grow here. Your trap-making skills are pathetic, Dosu stated as he stood up and glared at Sakura. Ha, you almost had me, girl. It's too bad your skills suck so much. Zaku laughed as he and his teammates jumped over the trap and headed towards Sakura with weapons at the ready. Suddenly Sakura smirked and cut a near-invisible wire hidden behind her back. A huge log, suspended by 2 thick vines, came swinging down from the canopy towards the Odo nin. A double-layered trap? Zaku asked in surprise as the log swung towards them. Useless, Dosu yelled as he pumped chakra into his melody arm and placed his hand on the log and suddenly blew the log apart. Sakura's eyes widened at seeing her trap destroyed. Sakura quickly threw her kunai at the Odo team before pulling out a handful of shuriken and throwing them at the Odo nin too. The 3 Odo nin split up and dodged the weapons before rushing Sakura from 3 directions. Sakura went through the hand seals for Kawarimi no Jutsu just before Kin stabbed her in the back. Sakura went up in a cloud of smoke and Kin found herself stabbing a log instead of her intended target. You can't trick us with such a basic jutsu, Zaku yelled as he scanned their surroundings for Sakura. He quickly jumped back as a trio of kunai struck the ground where he'd just been standing. Looking up, Zaku saw Sakura already going through hand seals for the Kawarimi no Jutsu again. Zankaha! Decapitating air wave, Zaku called out as he blasted the log Sakura had switched with. Now where are you? Zaku questioned before he quickly turned around to find Sakura with a kunai heading towards his face. He quickly brought his arm up to block and received a stab for his effort. You bitch! Zaku roared as he blasted Sakura with a Zankaha, sending the kunoichi flying back across the clearing. Sakura hit the ground rolling and came to sudden stop as she crashed into a tree. She looked up and pulled herself to her knees, only for her hair to be roughly grabbed from behind by Kin. Don't move, girl. Just sit here and watch, Kin ordered as she held Sakura tightly. Dosu and Zaku both advanced toward the still unconscious Sasuke and Sai, weapons at the ready. Konoha Senpu! Yelled out a green blur that sped into the clearing and kicked both Odo Nin away. The green blur turned out to be Rock Lee, standing in the beginning stance of Goken. Who the hell are you? Zaku questioned as he and Dosu picked themselves up off the ground. I'm Konoha's beautiful green beast, Rock Lee, Lee shouted exuberantly. I don't care who you are. If you get in the way of our mission, we'll take you out too, Dosu announced as he and Zaku rushed towards Lee. I'll protect Sakura with my life, Lee declared as he blurred out of sight and nailed Zaku and Dosu with a kick. Lee quickly followed up with a barrage of punches at Dosu, who quickly backpedaled away. Take this, you freak! Zaku yelled as he blasted off another Zankaha at Lee, who dashed out of the way, causing the high-pressured air to miss its target. Where the hell did he go now? Zaku questioned as he lost track of Lee. A kick to his chin answered his question as he was sent high into the air. Kagebayu, Lee stated as he reappeared behind the airborne Zaku as his bandages wrapped around the Oto Nin. The two then started spinning rapidly as they fell towards the ground. That could kill Zaku if he hits the ground like that, Dosu said as he rushed towards the falling duo and swung his melody arm past them, aiming the enhanced sound waves at Lee, causing the spandex wearing Nin to become disoriented and lose control of his jutsu. The two shinobi hit the ground much more gently than they would have otherwise as Lee struggled to regain his balance. Thanks for the save, Dosu. I'll take it from here, Zaku stated as he aimed both of his air vents towards Lee. Don't move unless you want to face us next, came a call from up in the trees. The three Oto Nin, Sakura, and Lee looked up and saw Lee's teammates, Niji and Tenten, standing on a branch and looking down at the battle below. These Konoha Nin are like cockroaches. You stomp one and more appear to take its place, Zaku stated with a sneer. Back down or we'll deal with you ourselves, Niji threatened as his Byakugan activated and Tenten drew 4 kunai per hand. Then bring it on you, Konoha Tra, Zaku challenged before being interrupted by a spike of dark, hate-filled chakra coming from Team 7's hideout. All the shinobi present looked towards said location to see Sasuke emerge covered in strange black markings with a dark purple chakra swirling around him. Sasuke? Sakura questioned as she was still held down by Kin. This power, it's intoxicating, Sasuke stated as he looked at his hands in wonder. Sakura, who did that to you? Sasuke questioned as he gazed at Sakura being restrained by Kin. I did, you half-dead loser, Zaku stated proudly as he aimed both of his hands at Sasuke. Zaku, don't, Dosu warned as Sasuke stared at the both of them. I think I'll test this power out on the both of you, Sasuke stated with a twisted grin as he disappeared and reappeared behind Zaku, holding both of the Oto Nin's arms in a painful position behind his back. Should we stop him, Niji? Tenten asked as she stared at the scene before her. No, that won't be necessary, Tenten. Someone else is about to do it for us, Niji stated before a huge, dark, purple and green smoke cloud barreled into the clearing. Sasuke, in surprise, let go of Zaku's arms as the Oto Nin quickly jumped away towards his team. Well, now what's going on here? Asked a voice from inside the toxic cloud. The cloud quickly dispersed, showing Naruto standing at the edge of the clearing. Perfect. Now I have someone to really test my new power out on, Sasuke stated as he stared at Naruto. Dobe, fight me right now. Sasuke called before dashing at Naruto and disappearing to most of the observers' eyes. Not right now, Sasuke, Naruto said nonchalantly as he moved his head to the right, dodging Sasuke's punch before countering with a devastating Reikumudiai kick. Sasuke felt all the air rush from his lungs and his ribs crack from the force of Naruto's kick. Sasuke was sent flying across the clearing before smashing into a tree and losing consciousness. The strange chakra dispersed and the marks on Sasuke's skin disappeared. What are you? Dosu questioned in shock as he witnessed Naruto take down a cursed seal-powered Sasuke with ease. Uzumaki Naruto, Genin of Konoha, Naruto replied as he stared down the 3 Otonin. Well, thanks for taking out the Uchiha. Now we can kill him easy, Zaku stated as he turned to the downed Uchiha. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. He's a bastard, but he's still a Konoha nin, Naruto stated before speeding towards the 2 male Otonin. Zaku, watch out! Dosu tried to warn his teammate. To no avail as Naruto's fist quickly lashed out and smashed Zaku in the jaw. Dosu watched as Zaku's jaw broke and saw his teammate go flying. Before Dosu could react, Naruto appeared in front of him, shocking the Otonin and causing him to panic. Wait, please. Let me and my team go. We'll give you our scroll. Dosu tried to bargain with this powerful Konoha nin. Which scroll do you have? Naruto questioned while staring down Dosu. An earth scroll, take it. Dosu replied as he set his team's scroll at Naruto's feet. I will. Otonin, now tell me, was that a cursed mark on Sasuke? Naruto questioned with an apathetic tone. Yes, it was, but I don't know why he had it, we weren't told anything about it, Dosu stated with sweat beading on his face. So Otogakure is run by Orochimaru? What else do you know? Naruto questioned further. Nothing, I swear. Please just let me and my team leave, Dosu begged as he took a step back. It's too late for your teammate. He was dead shortly after I broke his jaw. Now you'll follow him, Naruto stated in a monotone. Dosu quickly jumped back but was met midair by Naruto, who went through hand seals at a blurring pace before firing off 3 spheres of liquid poison. All 3 made contact with Dosu and sent him crashing into the ground with great force. Yudoku Suetun, Doku Tepidama. Goodbye, Otonin, Naruto stated as he quickly retrieved the earth scroll and started towards Kin and Sakura's position. Stay back. Don't move or I'll cut her throat, Kin threatened as she put a kunai close to Sakura's throat. Too slow for that, Oto-san, Naruto stated as he quickly appeared in front of the terrified Oto Kunoichi and knocked the kunai from her hand while grabbing her face in his other hand. Kururu Horomu Seppun no Jutsu, Naruto whispered as he kissed Kin lightly on the lips. Kin's eyes widened as she tried to struggle out of Naruto's grip. Within seconds, however, her eyes began to droop, and she was caught bridal style in Naruto's arms. What the hell? Did he just kiss her to sleep? Tenten questioned Niji, who simply shrugged. I've got what I need. Good luck in the test, Sakura, later, Naruto said as he dashed away from the clearing, leaving a stunned Sakura and a confused team guy. I'm sure Anko-chan will enjoy finding out what else you know, Oto-san, Naruto whispered as he dashed through the forest towards the tower at speeds most Chunin couldn't keep up with. Later that day, Naruto had made it to the tower and was happily greeted by Anko. After explaining what he'd done and why he'd brought the girl in his arms with him, the couple had gone straight to the Hokage. So, you say Orochimaru has marked young Sasuke with a cursed seal and is the leader of Otogakure? Hiruzen asked to make sure he understood the situation. Yes, Hokage-sama. I believe something big is about to happen to Konoha and that Orochimaru is the mastermind, Naruto stated with a grimace. That damn snake. I bet he wants the Sharingan for that twisted dream of his. Learn all the jutsu in the world, he's a monster, Anko stated with a deep frown on her face. I'll have to up village security, but we must be discreet about this. Who knows what Orochimaru will do if he knows we're onto him, Hiruzen stated, getting a nod from both shinobi. You two let me handle this situation for now. You should spend some time together. All 3 of you, Hiruzen said with a small smile. Thank you, Hokage-sama / Aji-san, Anko and Naruto replied together as they left his office inside the tower. A few minutes later found them in Naruto's designated room for the duration of the test. Both were lying on the bed cuddling as Naruto gently rubbed Anko's stomach with a joyous smile on his face. "I almost can't wait, Ankoheim. We'll be parents in just a few months. It's amazing," Naruto whispered as he placed a series of light kisses along Anko's neck. "I know how you feel, Narukoi. I love the fact that our child is growing inside me. Let's try and get some sleep. You'll need the rest for the remainder of the test," Anko whispered back as she snuggled deeper into his embrace. Final day of the test. The fifth day found all the genin teams that managed to get their 2 scrolls lined up in a large arena floor in front of a pair of large stone hands in the ram hand seal. Oba stood at the front of these teams looking over them all with a critical eye. "Well, this is a surprise. We've got too many teams to move right along to the finals. Let's see, we've got 5 teams and 1 apprentice from Konoha, 1 from Suna, and 1 from Kumo. Oh boy, there's going to be huge publicity for this year's exams," Oba thought with a small grin. "All right, boys and girls, to those of you that made it this far, congratulations. However, from here on in is where things get really intense. There are too many of you to go straight to the finals, so we're going to have a little preliminary round to cull the weak and keep those that will put on the best showing for the nobles and clients. Before we start, Hokage-sama is going to say a few words first. The floor is yours, Hokage-sama," Oba said with a bow as he stepped aside for his leader to step up. The Hokage stepped forward and most of the genin looked at him and saw an old man, but if their senses were advanced enough, they would feel the true power and intensity of Hiruzen's strength and his well-earned title as Kami no Shinobi. As he gazed at all the Chunin hopefuls with an appraising eye, with a brief inhale from his pipe, Hiruzen went on to explain the true purpose of the exams as an alternative to all-out war between the many hidden villages which would cause untold, pointless bloodshed. Now to explain how the preliminaries are going to proceed. Hiruzen began only to be cut off by another voice. "Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but perhaps I should explain this, seeing as I am the proctor for this portion of the exams," a male voice called out as a person landed near the Hokage. All the genin turned to see a man dressed in standard jounin attire walk over. He wore his headband as a bandana and had bags under his eyes indicating a lack of sleep. He coughed a few times into his hand, indicating that he was either very much sick or a very good actor. But that didn't stop Gekko Heiate from performing his duties as a shinobi as he took the spot where the Hokage was just standing. "All right, I'm Gekko Heiate and I'll be the proctor of third portion of the exams. You will all take turns to battle in 1-on-1 matches until someone is defeated, is unable to continue, or I stop the match if I think it's over. Any questions?" Heiate explained, coughing every now and then. "So now that the rules have been explained, let's begin. First off, is there anyone who doesn't think they can continue on with the exams and wishes to forfeit? From this point on, dropping out won't hurt any of your teammates' chances to pass," Heiate announced while looking over all of the genin. "I'd like to quit, Proctor. I don't believe I can continue on," a voice called out, which caused everyone present to look and see Yakushi Kabuto with his hand raised as he stepped out of the lines and started heading for the doors without sparing so much as a glance back. "Is there anyone else that wishes to forfeit? Now is the time to say so," Heiate stated before pausing for a moment. "All right, now because there are an odd number of you, someone is going to have to fight twice. We will decide who with this. Bring it out," Heiate said as he looked over the genin before motioning for something to be brought out. A whirring sound got everyone's attention as they looked up to where the stone hands were to see a large stadium screen reveal itself on both sides as they slid into position and turned on at the same time. The screen began to scroll through all the competitors' names before stopping on one. "The genin that will battle twice is Uzumaki Naruto. Do you have a problem with this decision?" Heiate asked, getting a shake of Naruto's head in response. "Very well. Let's find out who the first 2 combatants will be," Heiate said as everyone else looked up at the screens, some eager, some in fear, and some with no reaction at all. Time seemed to slow down the longer the randomizer took to select 2 names, but soon it rang out that with the names of the combatants. Everyone looked to see Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi displayed on the screen. A smile slid onto Sasuke's face at getting to fight first. "The first match is Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi. Everyone else please leave the arena floor and wait on the balcony so we can begin," Hayate announced while everyone started to move to the balcony. As Sasuke went to step forward, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to glance at Kakashi. Sasuke, I heard about what happened in the forest. Try not to rely on your Sharingan during this fight. Kakashi said with a bored tone as he looked at his student with a serious gaze. What? Then how am I supposed to fight if I can't use my Sharingan? Sasuke asked as he looked at his teacher with a scowl on his face. Now, Sasuke, don't pout. Just think of it as a small handicap to prepare you for the future. Good luck. Kakashi replied with an eye smile before walking off with his nose buried in his book. Sasuke just walked forward with a scowl on his face as he started to size up his opponent, whom he recognized as one of Kabuto's teammates. Yoroi wore simple clothing for a genin, along with dark shades and a hanging bandana around his mouth. Alright, the first match of the Chunin exam preliminaries. Uchiha Sasuke versus Akado Yoroi. Begin. Hayate called out once he saw both combatants were ready. He signaled the fight, then jumped back a bit to give them space. Sasuke and Yoroi just stared each other down while people in the balconies just watched on to see how this match would go. They each pulled out a kunai and rushed towards each other. They met in a clash of steel as they fought to a stalemate. Yoroi lashed out with a punch which Sasuke ducked under, then countered with a punch of his own. Yoroi dodged by jumping back while tossing his kunai at Sasuke, who knocked it away with a timed swing. Too slow, Uchiha, Yoroi said as he closed the gap quickly and was throwing a punch at Sasuke with visible blue chakra around it. Sasuke managed to dodge and watched as his shirt tore slightly from the missed attack. He tried hitting Yoroi with a snap kick which was caught, and Sasuke felt a pulling sensation go through his body. He quickly hit Yoroi in the stomach with his other foot, causing him to stumble back as Sasuke rolled away to assess the situation. What in the world was that? It felt as if my chakra was being sucked out. Sasuke wondered, but he didn't have long to think about it as he was instantly on the defensive from Yoroi's overwhelming attack that he dodged again and again. Up in the stands, everyone was watching as Sasuke continued to dance around his opponent's strikes, trying not to get hit. Come on, Sasuke. Fight back. Sakura cheered as she watched him dance around Yoroi's attacks. Kakashi, to the untrained, I may have looked like he was reading his book, but he was watching the match along with everyone else. What will you do now that you're on defense, Sasuke? Kakashi thought as he looked on. His musings were broken by a feminine voice. Kakashi, it looks like your student is having a tough time down there. And do you have to read that smut now? Kurenai said with a hint of annoyance as she glared at the book in Kakashi's hand. I wouldn't count Sasuke out just yet, Kurenai. As for my choice of book, if I don't read it, how will I find out what happens next? Kakashi replied in the same nonchalant tone as he turned a page in his book. Kurenai could offer nothing but a small glare at the silver-haired Nin as she turned her attention back to on the arena floor. Sasuke was still on the defensive as he couldn't get an opening to attack from as he ducked another punch and tried a back fist to Yoroi's gut, which was dodged by a quick sidestep before Yoroi continued his assault. What's the matter, Uchiha? Scared to fight? Well, hold still and I promise the match will be over quickly. The mask-wearing genin taunted as he attacked in a frenzy, while still trying to land a hit on the bouncing Uchiha. Sasuke kept up the dodging as he looked for an opening. Come on, Sasuke, you've been on defense for too long. It's time to hit back. Sasuke thought as he managed to hit Yoroi in the head with a right hook, then he flashed through hand seals and put his hand near his mouth. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu, Sasuke called out. But as he went to launch his jutsu, his body suddenly seized with pain the likes of which he'd never felt before. Sasuke fell to a knee in pain, which gave Yoroi the opening he was looking for as he ran over and hit Sasuke in the jaw with a powerful knee strike. Sasuke's whole exploded into pain as he sailed briefly through the air and landed roughly before he skidded a few more feet and came to a stop. Yoroi didn't waste time as he rushed over and kicked Sasuke back to the ground just as he was getting up. Sasuke then felt a sensation that overrode the pain. His chakra reserves draining. He looked up to see Yoroi's hand holding his head. He raised his arms to try throwing him off, only to find himself growing weaker by the minute. This is my chakra Kyushu no Jutsu, chakra absorption technique. I'm not gonna let you go until I've drained every last drop of your chakra from your body. Yoroi laughed as he watched Sasuke struggle to get free. Back on the sidelines, people were drawing their own conclusions on the match. Heh! Looks like Sasuke is done for. Inuzuka Kiba said with a chuckle as he watched Sasuke's predicament. Take that back, dog breath. There's no way that Sasuke-kun could lose to a guy like that. Ino cried out as she watched her crush get his chakra sucked out. At Ino's jab about his breath, Kiba tried to launch himself at her only to be held back by his stoic teammate, Aburame Shino. The Jounin just looked on with an observing eye as the match went on. Still think your student has a shot, Kakashi? It looks as if he's reached his limit, Kurenai said without taking her eyes off the arena. I'm not ready to give up on him just yet, Kakashi replied as he stared at his student's battle. Maybe it was a mistake to enter my team in this year's exams? Kakashi pondered as he continued to watch the match. Down in the arena, Sasuke struggled as much as he could with his strength draining away, as Yoroi continued to absorb his chakra. I can't let it end like this, not after I survived that fight with Orochimaru, Sasuke thought as he urged his body to move as he gripped Yoroi's hand on his head and threw him off with a burst of strength, then rolled over to his knees while glaring at his opponent. Ha! So you managed to get free? Well, I'll fix that and take the rest of your chakra, Yoroi said as he sprinted forward with chakra covering his hands again. Sasuke managed to get to his feet at the last minute and resumed his dodging, although he knew that in the back of his mind he wouldn't last much longer and needed to end the fight now. Not wanting to end up in pain again, Sasuke, begrudgingly, decided against using his Sharingan as he seemed to vanish from Yoroi's line of sight in an instant. Where did he go? Was all Yoroi could wonder before pain exploded in his jaw. Glancing down at the last moment, he saw Sasuke's foot outstretched to the sky where he kicked Yoroi before he crouched against the arena floor, only to jump and appear underneath the airborne Yoroi with a scowl on his face. I'll admit that the kick was taken, but from here on in, it's all original, Sasuke stated as he put 2 fingers to Yoroi's back only for his body to spasm in pain again as the seal on his shoulder tried to activate, causing the flame-like markings to start spreading across his body slowly, which provoked different actions out of certain individuals. Kukuku, that's it, Sasuke. Show me you have what it takes to handle the overwhelming power I've given you. A certain Snake Sannin, disguised as the Jounin sensei for the Odo team, thought with a smile as he watched his seal spread across the young boy. Hiruzen silently watched as the curse mark activated on Sasuke. He didn't signal his Umbu to move in just yet, because he wanted to see how the situation would develop first. Anko, on the other hand, was gripping the railing so tight, her knuckles popped from the pressure she was putting on them as her eyes confirmed what Orochimaru had done in the Forest of Death. She wanted to stop the match and get Sasuke to a secure location to try and seal the damn thing, but knew that Orochimaru was somewhere close by watching for any signs of his plans going awry. Don't worry, Anko-chan. If he tries anything, I'll stop him myself, Naruto whispered to her as he gently rubbed the back of her hand to calm her down. Thanks, Narukoi, Anko whispered back with a small smile. Why does this hurt? It didn't do anything like this when I woke up, Sasuke mused as his body continued to be racked with pain. No, I will not let this thing control me. I have a goal to fulfill and I will achieve it no matter what, Sasuke mentally shouted with anger as he exerted control over the curse mark and suppressed its influence, which caused the curse mark to recede. Amazing. He's actually fighting off the curse mark. I thought he'd willingly use its power, Anko thought as she watched with unbelieving eyes. Sorry about that. Let's finish up this match, Sasuke said after regaining control of his body and putting his hands back in place on his opponent's back. Yoroi tried to punch Sasuke, who avoided the blow by rolling the opposite way and hitting the boy in the chest with a back fist. Then Sasuke rolled again and struck with a kick followed by a kick to the other side. As the ground got close, Sasuke rolled until he brought himself around and hit Yoroi dead in the chest with an axe kick while calling out the name of his new taijutsu move as his opponent's back slammed into the ground and knocked him unconscious. Sure, Rendan, Sasuke called out as he rolled backwards off his opponent as Yoroi was left on the ground. He stumbled and would have kept rolling were it not for the timely arrival of Kakashi to halt him. Shousha, Uchiha Sasuke, Heiate called while checking for Yoroi's pulse and signaling for medics as he pointed to Sasuke, who was breathing shallow from the fight. Well, now that you managed to pull off the win, let's take care of that cursed seal, Kakashi said with an eye smile before he put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and used a Shunshin no Jutsu to take him away to a secure location. With the spectators on the balcony, people were talking about the match. That Kakashi. Well, it seems that Sasuke has set the standard by going first. You think your students have a chance of matching up Kurenai? Asuma asked as he stood looking at the beautiful Jounin. I believe so. They've been training for this non-stop. I believe they'll do well. What do you think, Guy? Kurenai replied while looking toward the older Jounin. Huh. Looks like Konoha Genin might have some talent after all. Kankuro commented with a brief chuckle while watching as Yoroi was carted off by the team of medics. I'll believe it when I see it, Kankuro. To me it seemed like they were just trying to show off their prized Sharingan user more than the real skill of their shinobi, said the Suna Jounin sensei Baki as he scoped out the rest of the competition. Let's see who the next two contestants are for the second match, Hayate said as he got everyone's attention back to the screen after Yoroi was moved off the arena again. Some people were hoping to be next, so they could show off their power, while others wished that they were pushed back on the list. Finally, the screen slowed down before coming to a stop. Chapter 11 Chunin Preliminaries Non-Poisoned Beast. As the screen came to a stop, two names were revealed to the assembled shinobi. Will Inuzuka Kiba and Uzumaki Naruto come down for their match? Requested Hayate as he looked towards the upper balcony. All right, let's do this, Akamaru, Kiba shouted as he jumped down to the arena floor. I'll be back soon, Anko-chan, Naruto said with a smile as he kissed Anko on the cheek. Make it quick, Narukoi, Anko replied with a grin as she watched Naruto walk down the stairs to the arena floor. Naruto was soon standing a few feet across from Kiba with Hayate between them. Are both competitors ready? Hayate asked as he looked between the two genin. Both Kiba and Naruto gave a nod to show they were ready. All right then, begin, Hayate declared as he jumped back to let the two genin begin their match. Don't think you're going to win this match, Naruto. Me and Akamaru have been training like crazy to prepare for these exams, Kiba yelled as he jumped back and let Akamaru out of his coat. Naruto showed no reaction to Kiba's statement and simply shot forward with a sidekick aimed at Kiba's stomach. Kiba barely registered the attack in time to avoid it by leaping back several feet while Akamaru growled and leapt at Naruto intent on biting him. Naruto made a quick 270-degree spin and landed a palm thrust to the side of the Ninken's body, sending Akamaru towards Kiba with a yelp. Kiba was quick to catch his partner with a worried look on his face. You okay, Akamaru? He asked, to which the Ninken gave an affirmative bark. You'll pay for that one, Naruto, Kiba declared as he set Akamaru down and rushed Naruto with claws raised to strike. You're telegraphing your movements, Kiba, Naruto calmly stated as he sidestepped Kiba's claw swipes and used a Hebidajiki Ryu strike to quickly hit Kiba in the back of the neck. Kiba went stumbling forward from the strike and struggled to maintain his balance to prevent himself from falling face first onto the arena floor. Behind Naruto, Akamaru had again jumped at Naruto in an attempt to bite him and give his partner time to recover. I recognized that striking style, Guy stated as he watched the match before looking towards Anko, who was grinning widely as she watched Naruto display his skill with one of the taijutsu styles she taught him. You taught Naruto Hebidajiki Ryu, didn't you, Anko-san? Guy stated, which caused several of the present Jounin's eyes to widen slightly. Damn right I did. Naruto is rather proficient at it too, Anko replied with a smirk before turning back towards the fight. At that moment, several thoughts were going through the minds of the various shinobi currently watching the match between Naruto and Kiba. If he's a proficient user of the Hebidajiki Ryu, I'll have to warn my team to be constantly on guard for sudden surprise attacks, Guy thought while looking between his team and the match. To think that Naruto could become proficient in a style like Hebidajiki Ryu in only a few months is impressive. I'm not sure how well anyone on my team would fare against him as they are now, Kakashi remarked internally as he watched Naruto spin around and smack down Akamaru with an open palm strike to the top of the Ninken's head. Naruto has grown so well under Anko in their time together. It seems putting the two together was the right thing to do. They've helped each other not only professionally but emotionally as well, Sarutobi mused with a small grin as he watched Akamaru hit the floor from Naruto's palm strike. So little Anko has taught her apprentice the same taijutsu style I taught her when she was my apprentice. How very amusing, Orochimaru thought with a dark smirk on his face as he watched the match disguised as the Oto Jounin sensei. Akamaru, Kiba yelled as he quickly rushed to his down partner and picked the Ninken up mid-sprint as he rushed to a spot on the opposite side of the arena from Naruto. You alright, boy? Kiba asked his partner, to which he received a whimper before Akamaru got back to his paws and barked at Kiba. You're right, boy. Let's show Naruto what we can really do, Kiba said as he made a hand seal. Shikyaku no jutsu, Kiba called out as he dropped to all fours and chakra began rising off his body. Akamaru quickly jumped on Kiba's back before a smoke cloud covered the Ninken's form from view. Jujin Bunshin no jutsu, Kiba announced as the smoke cleared, revealing another Kiba. The two Kibas quickly leapt apart before charging towards Naruto. Getsuga, Kiba yelled as he and Akamaru both jumped into the air and began rotating at high speed, becoming two whirling drill-like attacks of claws. Not bad, Kiba, Naruto remarked as he dodged the two tornadoes of claws. He was quick to make a few hand seals as the two Kibas landed and turned towards him again to continue their attack. Getsuga, Kiba called again as he and Akamaru became the twin tornadoes of claws again and launched themselves at Naruto. Too late, Kiba, Naruto replied as he unleashed his technique. Futon, Daitapa no Jutsu, Naruto announced as he sent a large gale of wind at the incoming Getsuga. Both Kiba and Akamaru were sent flying back and slammed into the far wall at high speed. Akamaru dropped out of his transformation and Kiba coughed violently before hitting the floor face first, where he lay unmoving. Hayate was quick to appear beside Kiba and check his condition. Inuzuka Kiba is unconscious. Therefore the winner is Uzumaki Naruto, Hayate announced as Naruto made his way back up to the observation balcony and towards Anko. Great job, Narukoi, Anko whispered as she kissed his cheek. I try to make you proud, Anko-chan, Naruto whispered back as he returned her kiss with one of his own and gently ran his left hand over Anko's stomach. Both of you, he whispered with a grin as Anko's face lit up with a bright smile. Both of them noticed the board had chosen the next two competitors and both were already standing across from each other in the arena. The next match will be Tenten versus Sabaku no Temari. Begin, Hayate called out before jumping back to a safe position. Tenten and Temari both jumped back to get some distance between each other. The young weapons mistress threw kunai at the Sunanin, but Temari gathered Futon chakra to alter the path of the thrown kunai away from her. What? But that attack was right on target, Tenten exclaimed as she knew her kunai should have hit their mark. How could I have missed? Did she do something I didn't notice? Tenten wondered to herself while keeping an eye on her opponent. She is using wind manipulation. That's a bad matchup for a weapons specialist. She has little chance of winning unless she has something besides weapon skills. Some Keton ninjutsu would help overcome Temari's Futon, but I don't know what guy has taught his students, Anko thought as she watched the two kunoichi on the arena floor. Anko-chan, that's Futon manipulation, correct? Naruto asked while looking towards Anko. Yes. I'm afraid the up-and-coming weapons mistress won't be able to touch that Suna kunoichi, Anko responded while keeping her eyes on the match. Temari unclasped her fan and opened it up to reveal a purple moon on the fan. This is the first moon, girl. When you see all three, the match will be over, Temari announced with a smirk. Tenten clenched her teeth as she thought hard about her opponent's abilities. How is she doing that? She's not using any hand seals and yet my attacks can't get through. Tenten ran towards Temari and threw multiple kunai in all directions to try and find a weak point in her enemy's defense. This should show me how she's blocking me, Tenten thought, but Temari swung her fan, unleashing a large blast of wind, sending Tenten and her weapons back several feet. You're on the second moon now, girl. It's over. Your weapons aren't effective against me, which I've proven twice now, Temari said as she held her fan, which was opened up 2/3 of the way, showing two purple circles. In response, Tenten unclasped the two scrolls on her hips. Tenten, you're not thinking of using that technique, aren't you? Lee wondered aloud, but only his team was close enough to hear him. I have no choice. This move should be able to pierce that wind defense she's using. I can't lose here, Tenten said to herself as she placed the two scrolls apart from each other and bit her thumb, drawing blood. Well, let's see how you handle this, Sushuryu, she shouted. The two scrolls burst open and launched up into the air in a spiral of smoke and continued to spiral around. Tenten jumped up into the middle of the two scrolls, then she swiped her blood on the markings, making various weapons unseal from the scrolls. Tenten quickly threw the weapons one by one at Temari. No matter how many weapons you throw at me, it still won't work. Temari stated with a smirk as she swung her fan again, unleashing another gale of wind, blowing the weapons off course and causing them to stab or fall on the ground around her. Tenten smirked and brought her hands back to her body, revealing the near-invisible wires attached to her weapons. With a pull of her hands, the weapons came back to her, ready to be thrown again. Very clever, she used wires attached to the weapons. An excellent kunoichi guy has on his team, Kakashi said to himself while watching Tenten's technique. Still not going to work, you lose? Temari stated as she opened her fan all the way, revealing the third moon, and swung the fan while shouting, Ninpu! Kamaitachi no Jutsu! The weapons were again blown back by an intense gale of wind, and Tenten was trapped in the cyclone. She was slashed multiple times by invisible blades of wind before the technique ended. Tenten fell to the ground and Temari let her fall onto her fan's blunt end. No way, Lee whispered in shock at seeing his teammate defeated so easily. Tenten's weapon attacks were rendered useless, Niji stated as he watched the arena. How boring, Temari said with a sigh before sliding Tenten off of her fan and onto the floor. Winner is Sabaku no Temari, Hayate announced while calling for medics to come get Tenten and take her for treatment. Guy quickly went down to the arena floor and retrieved Tenten's weapons and scrolls before returning to the balcony. The Sunanin are rather ruthless this year, Sarutobi whispered to himself while watching one of his genin get taken off the field. The electronic board flashed through names again before stopping on the next two opponents to face each other, and the audience instantly heard Shikamaru comment. Man, this sucks, plus it's tough fighting against a girl. Troublesome. Shikamaru sighed while slowly walking to the stairs. Well, Shikamaru is still as lazy as ever, Naruto commented with a grin as he watched the Nara make his way down the stairs. Typical Nara. Incredibly smart and just as incredibly lazy, Anko responded with a grin of her own. The female Kumonin, a redhead with dark skin and bright gold eyes, snapped out. Then I'll end it quickly for you. Don't lose, Shikamaru, Ino called out with a grin. Ino seems to be enjoying Shika's misery, Choji thought as he looked at her. Well, this is troublesome. I have no idea what her abilities are at all, but that means she doesn't know mine either, Shikamaru mumbled to himself as he finally stood across from his Kumo Kunoichi opponent. Next match will be Nara Shikamaru versus Karui, Hayate shouted. You may begin! And with that, Hayate once again leapt back to a safe position. Hope this works, Shikamaru sighed as he made the rat handsteel while calling out, Kagemane no Jutsu. His shadow grew and shot toward Karui, who dodged it by leaping back. I don't know exactly what his technique does, so I better avoid his shadow, Karui thought as she kept her eyes on moving shadow. Ah man, she would have to be fast, Shikamaru sighed as he redirected his shadow toward the Kumonin. So he doesn't have to recast his jutsu again to change its direction. That's annoying, Karui said to herself as she dodged the shadow again. But why doesn't he do anything else with it? Surely he should have some kind of offensive ability or technique, unless of course. Karui instantly voiced the conclusion she'd come up with and declared, You're a one-trick pony, aren't you? All you can do is chase me with your shadow and try and catch me with it. Crap. She already figured out my jutsu, Shikamaru muttered as he again tried to catch Karui in his shadow. She jumped over the shadow and threw some shuriken at Shikamaru, who was forced to release his jutsu. He turned slightly to dodge the shuriken and moved a few steps back. In the few seconds that he'd taken his eyes off of her, Karui had drawn the sword she had strapped across her back and was already bringing it down on his head. Got you now, Leaf Nin, Karui shouted as she slashed at Shikamaru, who barely jumped out of the way before throwing a handful of his own shuriken at her. While Karui blocked the shuriken with her sword, Shikamaru quickly backed up as far as he could to formulate a plan. This should be easy enough, just avoid the sword and catch her when she gets close, Shikamaru thought out loud as he made the rat hand seal again, activating his Kagemane no Jutsu. Too late, Karui shouted as she swung her sword down at him, and Shikamaru fell backwards onto the ground to dodge the blade. Suddenly Karui's body struggled to move as she tried to bring her sword down on Shikamaru's head. Shikamaru got up with a relieved sigh. Kagemane no Jutsu success, Shikamaru stated as he made Karui toss her sword away. No way, he got me. Karui ground out as she looked down at their connected shadows. Exactly. I just had to connect with your shadow before you split my head like a melon, Shikamaru said with a sigh as he walked the both of them a few steps over to where Karui's sword rested on the ground. Damn him, Karui thought as she watched Shikamaru pick up her sword. I can't believe this. He's going to use my own sword against me. Sorry about this, but I'm going to have to ask you to surrender, Shikamaru said as he rested Karui's own sword against her neck. Tell me something I don't know, you prick, Karui snapped at him before grudgingly announcing, Proctor, I forfeit. Winner of this match, Nara Shikamaru, Hayate declared to the cheers of Team 10. Man, that was tiring, Shikamaru complained as he released Karui and handed her sword back to her. Here, you can have this back, he said with a yawn. You better not have got any of your leaf germs on it, Karui growled at him as she looked over her sword while walking back up to her team. Yeah, geez. So troublesome, Shikamaru said as he headed back up the balcony towards his team. Well, that's 3 for Konoha, 1 for Suna, and 0 for Kumo so far, Anko said while watching the board as it began to flash through names. Yeah, but remember I still have to fight again before I move on to the finals, Anko-chan, Naruto replied as he began to gently rub her stomach again, causing Anko to sigh happily at the feeling. You and I both know that there probably isn't a genin here that can beat you, Narukoi, Anko responded as she leaned against him. Except that Garagai, maybe, Naruto thought as he watched the red-haired Sunanin from across the balcony. Chapter 12, Preliminaries continue. The next match to be called was Aburame Shino versus Omoi of Kumo. Naruto and Anko were still holding each other as they watched the two head down to the arena. Any thoughts on this match, Ankoheim? Naruto questioned as Omoi and Shino stood across from each other. It depends on what the Kumanin knows. If he's like the girl and relies on Kenjutsu, then Aburame has the advantage with his Kikeichu. But if he knows long-range offensive Raitun Jutsu, then he'll be able to keep the Aburame on the run and kill off the Kikeichu, Anko replied as she analyzed the genin on the floor. Are both combatants ready? Hayate asked, getting a nod from Shino and Omoi. Very well. Aburame Shino versus Omoi of Kumo. Begin. Hayate started the match before jumping back a safe distance. Let's have a good match. Omoi smiled as he drew his sword and held it at the ready. Shino, meanwhile, said nothing as he stood in front of his opponent. Okay then. Guess you're not much of a talker? Shino's response was to have his Kikeichu emerge from his coat and start swarming towards Omoi. Omoi's shocked face was somewhat amusing for the Konohanin as he quickly jumped away from the swarm of insects. What the hell are those? Karui exclaimed from the balcony as she watched her teammate dodge away from the relentless swarm. Kikeichu, insects that feed on chakra and have a symbiotic relationship with the Aburame clan. Shino spoke up for the first time since the match started. As soon as they catch their prey, they drain chakra from them until the target can no longer move. If you wish to be spared this fate, you should forfeit now. No way, I can't just forfeit. If I did that, I'd bring shame on my village. Then the other villages would look down on Kumo and they'd probably see us as weak. Then they'd probably start plotting to take Kumo down. Then once they attempted it, Kumo would defend itself, but then the villages would keep attacking. Soon a war would break out, and then it would grow and drag all of the hidden villages into it, and another great shinobi war would happen. Omoi rambled, getting more and more unlikely with every event in his chain of possible events. There he goes again. Karui facepalmed in annoyance at her teammate's stupid habit. Her other teammate, a rather buxom blonde, by the name of Samui, simply sighed at their teammate's actions. The match was over fairly quickly, with Shino as the victor. Omoi's rambling had led to his downfall by giving Shino time to plan. A large wave of Kikeichu had obscured everyone's vision of Shino for a moment, and when Omoi had dodged the wave and swung his sword at Shino, the Konoha genin had simply dissolved into a mass of Kikeichu and covered the Kumanin. Shino's explanation to the shocked Kumo genin had been only 2 technique names: Korimi no Jutsu and Mushi Bunshin no Jutsu, bug clone technique. Winner by knockout, Aburame Shino, Hayate announced as Medicnine moved to take the unconscious Omoi off the field. The next match was announced as Sabaku no Kankuro versus Tsurugi Misumi. The two were quick to make their way down to the floor. Neither male said anything to each other, only waiting for Hayate to start their match. Sabaku no Kankuro versus Tsurugi Misumi. Are both fighters ready? Hayate questioned. A quick nod from both and the match began. All right then, begin. Naruto only paid a little attention to the match, because he was more concerned with scoping out which of the other Genin competitors would have a chance at eliminating him from the Chunin exams. Misumi had the ability to dislocate and stretch his limbs. It was an interesting technique, but a taijutsu fighter that relied on grappling wouldn't be much of a threat against Naruto's poison. While the older Konoha had started off the battle with his technique and used his extended limbs to wrap around Kankuro, it turned out that the Kankuro he had caught was nothing more than a puppet, and the real Kankuro had been hidden inside of the cloth bundle on the puppet's back. You lose. Kankuro smirked as his puppet wrapped its limbs around the Konoha Genin and crushed him against the hard wooden body which had sharp blades sticking out of the torso. Misumi had screamed in pain at both the stabbing and the audible cracking of several of his bones. He was unconscious before Kankuro's puppet had dropped him to the floor. The Sunanin seem rather aggressive this year. Anko mused as she watched Misumi being carted off the field. Yeah, though Misumi didn't seem to have much else going for him besides the Nan no Kaizo, soft physique modification. Rushing in without a backup plan isn't good when you don't know anything about your opponent. Naruto replied as he looked towards the screen to see who would be fighting next. Samui of Kumo versus Akimichi Chuji. Will both fighters make their way to the floor? Hayate called for the fighters whose names had appeared on the screen. The Kumo Kunoichi calmly made her way down to the arena floor while Chuji seemed to be in some kind of debate with his team. After a few moments of conversation, Chuji suddenly seemed pumped up at something his sensei, Asuma, had said and quickly ran down the stairs to the floor. Are both fighters ready? Hayate asked, looking between the two genin. Heck yeah, let's go. Chuji called out, still pumped up from whatever Asuma had told him. Let's get this over with. Samui replied, her tone subdued and disinterested. Begin. Hayate called as he jumped back to give the genin space to fight. Samui instantly blitzed forward while making hand seals. Within the span of a few seconds, Samui had crossed the distance between herself and Chuji and had an electric current surrounding both of her hands. Ah! Chuji yelped as he tried to back away from the Kumo Kunoichi. Raitun Jibashi. Lightning release, electromagnetic murder. Samui intoned stoically as she placed her hands on Chuji's arms that he'd raised to defend himself, the electricity on her hands quickly shocking the Konoha genin and sending him to the floor twitching. After several seconds, Hayate moved closer to check on Chuji's condition. Akimichi Chuji is unconscious. The winner is Samui of Kumo. Hayate announced as Medic Nin moved in to carry Chuji off the field. Oh man, he didn't even have a chance, Ino stated loudly as she watched her teammate be taken off the field. I didn't think it would be so one-sided. That Kumo Kunoichi has some impressive skills. It's strange that she hasn't already received a field promotion with abilities that advanced. Asuma mused aloud before smiling slightly. I think I'll still take Chuji out for barbecue though. Next match will be Haruno Sakura versus Yamanaka Ino. Hayate stated once the board had lit up with the competitors' names. Naruto and Anko glanced over at Team 7's area to see Sakura, who looked very determined. Good luck, Sakura. Kakashi gave her a reassuring eye smile, making the girl nod. Lee cheered for her to win, giving the pink-haired Kunoichi some confidence as she walked down the stairs. TCH troublesome. Shikamaru muttered as he looked towards his teammate as she made her way down to the arena floor. Giving those two an opportunity to fight is just asking for trouble. I'm sure Ino will do fine, Shikamaru. Asuma replied as he watched his Kunoichi face off against Kakashi's. Ready to lose? Forehead? Ino questioned with a scowl. Bring it on, Ino pig, Sakura challenged with her own scowl. Are both fighters ready? Hayate looked as Sakura and Ino nodded. Begin, Hayate announced with a motion of his arm. As soon as the fight started, Sakura ran towards Ino while pulling out a kunai and then made 3 standard clones. A Bunshin no Jutsu? Kakashi, why haven't you taught her something more advanced? Kurenai questioned the older jounin. Sakura's strength lies in her phenomenal control rather than her reserves. It makes teaching her chakra-intensive techniques difficult. but she knows how to pace herself and how to use her techniques most efficiently. Kakashi replied. Sounds like Kakashi hasn't been able to get Pinky's ninjutsu up to snuff if you ask me. Anko remarked to Naruto, who nodded in reply. If Sakura hadn't changed much from the academy, he could definitely see the girl not training much on her own. The lack of dedicated training would have certainly hindered Sakura even further. While Sakura rushed Ino, the Yamanaka Kunoichi quickly drew her own kunai and rushed the clones. Taking 2 quick swipes with her kunai, Ino dispelled 2 of the clones, only for Sakura to launch a kick through the smoke and send Ino stumbling back. Sakura tried to capitalize on her strike, but Ino recovered and the two engaged in a back and forth of kunai swipes and stabs. Neither of the two actually able to hit each other. How long are they going to keep testing each other? Karui mused from her place next to her teammate Samui on the balcony. This looks more like an academy match than a fight between genin. I'm starting to think this is their actual skill level. Samui responded coolly, not impressed by the match at all. Ino and Sakura continued to exchange blows before they ended up disarming each other of their kunai and started a taijutsu fight instead. The basic strikes and kicks were well executed but still simple academy-level taijutsu. Asuma, have you been working with Ino on her taijutsu at all? Guy questioned his fellow jounin as he watched the match. Unfortunately, Ino is more taken up with trying to learn her clan jutsu. I've tried to work with her a bit, but she stays focused on her clan ninjutsu more than her other skills. She is close to learning another Yamanaka technique, so I've been holding back a bit more on weapons and taijutsu recently. Asuma sighed as he watched Ino land a punch on Sakura only to receive one in return. This will drag on if one of them doesn't up the ante soon. Anko stated, watching as Sakura and Ino backed off from one another. In a surprising display, Ino grabbed a kunai and cut off her long ponytail before tossing the hair at Sakura. The audience's confusion lasted only a moment before Ino entered her Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind-body switch, stance. Sakura tried to move only to find that Ino's hair on the floor had been infused with chakra and become a rope around her feet and ankles. Well, that's actually fairly clever, Temari commented from where she was watching on the balcony. Chakra strings would have been less noticeable, Kankuro replied, unimpressed. With Sakura immobilized, Ino launched her jutsu and entered the Pinkette's mind and tried to make her forfeit the match. A strange struggle seemed to be going on within Sakura's mind against Ino, before with a shout Sakura suddenly broke through Ino's technique. Ino reeled from the sudden disruption of her technique, only to see Sakura charging towards her, with a fist cocked back for a punch. Ino responded in kind, and the two kunoichi ended their match with a powerful blow to each other's faces. Both girls hit the ground and didn't move. Both competitors are unconscious. This is a double knockout, Hayate announced after checking over the two girls. Asuma and Kakashi quickly went down to collect their kunoichi from the field. Sensei? Sakura opened her eyes, slightly confused. Kakashi looked at her and smiled. It's all right, Sakura, you did well. Kakashi reassured his student as he helped her up the stairs. Next match, Hyuga Niji versus Hyuga Hinata. Hayate called out as the board showed the names of the two fighters. Humph, you should give up, Hinata-sama, it is your fate to lose, Niji stated as he looked at her while walking down the stairs. Hinata looked down before Kurenai put her hand on her shoulder. Hinata, do your best. Don't let him get to you. Yes, thank you, Hinata replied and then went down to begin her fight against her cousin. I don't want to look like a coward in front of Naruto-kun. I want to show him that I'm stronger than I used to be. Strong enough to stand with him as he builds up his clan. Hinata's thoughts had often been focused on Naruto and his approaching clan head status. They had been ever since her father had told her and the Hyuga elders about the meeting between Naruto and the Konoha council. The match started with Niji talking down to Hinata again. Hinata refused to quit and the two Hyuga engaged in a gentle fist match against one another. Niji's talent was definitely superior to Hinata's, as demonstrated by his strikes landing more often. But Hinata's flexibility and determination saw her landing a few blows of her own. Hinata is not doing badly, but Niji is far more aggressive. If Hinata hopes to win, she'll have to strike with more precision and disable one of his arms. Asuma commented as he watched the match. Is it just me, or is Niji overly angry about this match? Naruto questioned Anko as they watched the two Hyuga continue to strike at each other. The branch family of the Hyuga clan doesn't have much reason to like the main family, to be honest. I wouldn't be surprised if he is venting his frustrations on her at all. Anko replied as she watched Hinata dodge a strike by bending backwards at an almost 90-degree angle. She's definitely flexible though. It seems to be throwing Niji off his rhythm when she dodges like that. The match continued for a few more minutes before Hinata attempted to strike Niji with a precision blow to the tenketsu just above the stomach. A blow to that tenketsu would disrupt chakra flow throughout the body for an extended period of time. Niji took the blow only for Hinata to discover she couldn't force chakra through her arms and fingers to close his tenketsu. Niji shoved Hinata's sleeve up, exposing her arm and the multitude of small bruises that littered the limb. I've been closing all of your tenketsu in both arms since the start of this match, Hinata-sama. You can't use the gentle fist anymore. This match is over. Niji explained as he stepped back from Hinata. I won't give up. I'll keep trying. That's the path I've chosen to take. Hinata replied softly as she retook her stance. Niji's expression became furious as he launched himself at his cousin and struck her with a full-force gentle fist strike to the chest. Hinata stumbled backwards and collapsed to the ground only to slowly stand up again. Why do you stand up? You've lost. Defeat was your fate the moment this match was decided. Stay down. Niji said with a frown as he watched Hinata stand while holding a hand to her chest. Because I want to change. I don't want to stay the same forever. I'll do whatever it takes to change my fate, instead of being ruled by it. Like you, Niji-Nizan. Hinata replied through her labored breathing. You can't change fate. Niji roared as he launched himself at Hinata. Before he could land the obviously lethal blow on the girl, he found Hayate's hand on his head, stopping him in his tracks. He then noticed Guy had an arm around his neck, preventing him from taking even a single step forward. Kakashi was holding his outstretched right arm in an iron grip, keeping him from moving it and trying to strike at Hinata. Meanwhile, Kurenai had his left arm caught in her own grip while her foot was pressing his left foot down onto the floor, preventing him from lifting his leg. That's enough, the match is over. You've won, so return to the balcony. Hayate ordered as Niji was forced to calm down. Protection for the main family, I see. Niji replied as he was practically dragged away by Guy while being admonished for his behavior. Hinata slowly sank to her knees as she started coughing from the damage done to her by Niji's last strike. Hinata! Kurenai cried out as she rushed to her student's side and helped the girl lie down. Medic Nin quickly rushed to the scene and Hinata was quickly rushed to the Konoha hospital for treatment. That guy has some issues that need to be resolved. Naruto stated, his grip on the railing white-knuckled. No kidding. Here's hoping that whoever he faces in the final exam corrects his attitude. Anko responded with a frown as Hayate moved to start the next match. Alright, the next round shall now begin. Sabaku no Gaara versus Rock Lee. Both fighters come down to the floor. Hayate called out, reading both names from the screen. Yash! It's my turn! Lee exclaimed excitedly, making Guy roar in pride for his student. Go, my student! Guy gave a thumbs up as Lee jumped down to fight Gaara, who had used a Suna Shunshin, sand body flicker, and was already waiting patiently. When the match started, Lee quickly snatched something out of the air. Looking at what he'd caught, Lee found it to be the stopper of Gaara's giant gourd-like container. You seem anxious, Lee remarked as he tossed the stopper back towards Gaara. When Gaara didn't respond, Lee started off his attack, launching a punch at the immobile Sunanin. His punch was blocked by a wall of sand from Gaara's gourd, which quickly tried to latch onto Lee's arm. Lee quickly removed himself from the sand and backed off several meters. Gaara's sand defense was a shock to everyone watching except for his siblings and sensei. But Lee's tenacity wasn't to be underestimated as he launched attack after attack against Gaara. Each punch and kick was blocked by the ever-moving sand defense. When the sand went on the offense, Lee used a kunai to slice apart the waves of sand and continued to try and attack Gaara. Lee, I'll approve it. Take them off and go all out. Guy called from the balcony. Really, sensei? All right. Lee called out happily as he jumped back until he landed on top of the statue of the ram hand seal. He quickly moved his orange leg warmers and removed a set of weights that he'd had strapped to his legs. Removing some weights isn't going to make him fast enough to break through Gaara's sand. Kankuro commented as Lee stood up and dropped both sets of weights to the floor. The massive impact caused by the weights broke the stone floor tiles and threw up a massive cloud of dust. This caused the eyes of many to practically pop out of their skulls. "Guy, you are too much," Kakashi thought to himself as he held his face with one of his hands and sweat dropped. With his newfound speed, Lee slowly but surely began to outpace Gaara's defense. His punches and kicks started getting past the sand and closer to hitting the red-haired Sunanin. Not long after Lee landed his first blow of the match, a vicious axe kick to the head that rocked Gaara's body and made him stumble. But despite several successful attacks, Gaara continued to remain standing while the sand repeatedly attacked faster and stronger. Lee eventually released the first of the Hashimen 8 gates in order to defend against a massive sandstream that shattered the concrete around him. After the shock of seeing a genin capable of using the Hashimen, as well as an explanation of what they were to the ones that didn't know, the question of how many Lee could open came up. 5. Guy answered with pride in his student's accomplishment. "That's reckless, Guy. That technique is forbidden for a reason. I've lost a bit of respect for you," Kakashi admonished his friend/rival. "Say what you want, Kakashi. That boy who can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu kept training day after day until he worked hard enough to overcome his limitations. He shed blood, sweat, and tears to get stronger and never complained. He is a true genius of hard work," Guy stated with conviction as he watched his student open the second gate and start laying into Gaara in preparation for the Omote Renge, forward lotus. When Lee's Omote Renge began, he rapidly kicked Gaara up into the air. Launching kick after kick to raise Gaara up faster than the sand could rise to defend him, Lee flinched from the pain. Quickly pushing through the pain, Lee wrapped his bandages around Gaara and began to spin. "Take this, Omote Renge," Lee exclaimed as he launched Gaara into the floor at incredible speed, only jumping away from the spin at the very last moment. The massive dust cloud this kicked up blinded everyone watching. When the dust cleared, everyone saw the stone tiles shattered and what appeared to be Gaara lying in the impact crater. "He got him," Sakura called out excitedly as everyone looked at the panting Lee. Hayate walked over to examine Gaara, only for Gaara to start breaking apart and revealing a shell made of sand had taken the attack instead of the Sunanin. "What? When did he do that?" Guy asked, confused. "When you closed your eyes to pray, he made the switch in that instant." That Lee also flinched, Kakashi explained. Gaara reappeared behind Lee and began to blast the green-clad teen around the arena. Lee, seeing no other way to win, released the next 2 gates, causing his skin to turn red with heat as his power increased. Lee then rushed Gaara, pinballing the Jinchuriki around through the air over and over again. None of the genin could hope to follow the movements of Lee anymore as he tore Gaara's sand armor apart. Lee punched Gaara towards the ground before stopping his momentum by pulling on the bandage he'd attached to the Sunanin's clothes. "The last one. Gate of closing, open," Lee called out as his power spiked again. "Now to finish this. Yoroi Renge. Reverse Lotus." Lee slammed his right hand and right foot into Gaara's stomach and rocketed him into the ground in an even larger cloud of dust. Lee landed harshly, completely exhausted from the strain of the Hashimen and performing the Yoroi Renge. As the dust cleared from the attack, everyone could see Gaara in the crater, beaten and bruised. But it was the sand under him that drew the Jounin's attention. He turned the gourd into sand to cushion his fall. Guy stated in shock, seeing his student's strongest technique fail to defeat Gaara. Gaara twitched as he tried to move his arm while staring murder at Lee's exhausted form. Slowly and with immense effort, Gaara extended his arm in Lee's direction and willed his sand to attack the other teen. The sand closed the distance even as Lee struggled to move his damaged body away. Within a moment, Gaara's sand had wrapped around Lee's arm and leg, and with a call of Sabaku Soso, sand burial, crushed both limbs. "Now you die," Gaara numbly called out as he sent a large wave of sand to crush Lee. Guy knocking the sand away and saving his student seemed to shock Gaara. But Hayate called the match and Gaara's sand quickly covered him before he used another Suna Shunshin to return to the balcony. Lee was quickly rushed to the hospital as well before the next match was decided. Final match, Sai vs. Uzumaki Naruto. Hayate called getting the pale boy to walk down the stairs while Naruto turned to Anko. "Win this one, Narukoi. We'll be one step closer to having our family become a clan." Anko smiled at her lover. "Of course, Anko-heim. I'll do it for both of you." Naruto replied as the two shared a soft kiss before Naruto jumped over the railing and quickly stood across from Sai. I hope this match goes better than the last one we had, Sai stated with one of his faked smiles. Trust me, it won't, Naruto stated seriously as he clenched his fists, causing his knuckles to pop.